Thank you for listening to Crowbait, a Western action-adventure thriller. Click the subscribe button so you don't miss a brand new Wild West adventure every week. Chapter 1. The tandem hitched Conestoga's caravan in majestic silhouette against the darkening sky. Sway-backed canvas hoods catching the red glare of sunset before they dipped into blue shadow beneath the flat rim of the Scab Rock Plateau. At the foot of the cliffs where the lights of the Port Columbia Stage Depot bloomed in the twilight, the Brewster ferry was tied up at its slip. 3 passengers waiting for the Yakima stage to pull out stood by the ferry tender watching the wagons crawl down the switchbacks toward the river. Ed Pedro, the ferryman, spoke softly from the deck. "That's Rip Campbell coming now, Mr. Clancy. Hauling mining machinery from Spokane to the Cyrus diggings upriver. He always crosses the Columbia here." The passenger addressed as Clancy spoke around the unlighted cigar in his teeth. "Who'll be driving the second string?" "Most likely that albino partner who followed him out from Texas," Pedro said. "Feller name of Georgie Cotton." Clancy gestured at Pedro without turning to face him. "Take the ferry across and tie up. I'll handle him." A girl standing a short distance away watched the ferry move out into the river, straining at its parallel cables. Dave Odell stood beside Clancy, a scrawny figure in his Confederate gray coat, an ancient brass telescope screwed to his eye, its lenses focused on the oncoming wagons. Midway out on the ferry slip pilings, Fred Dane checked the wick of his unlighted lantern and watched the fishing line he had in the water. There was a certain tenseness in Dane, which seemed to be shared by the girl. "I hope you know what you're doing, Ned," the girl spoke through the dusk. "This man Rip will be desperate when he learns what you have done. You know he's racing against time to get those wagons to Savoy." Ned Clancy regarded the girl with an obscure amusement. "If Rip stands in our way, he must step aside, or be forced aside. That's up to him, Sarah." The girl moved away from the ferry landing, as if dreading the showdown she knew would soon transpire there, and walked up the slope to where Osler was hitching a fresh span of horses to the waiting Concord. Rip's wagons were at the foot of the tailless slope now, rumbling down the Port Columbia road toward the ferry landing. Ned Clancy loosened the cross-draw revolvers in their holsters at his flanks, and flexed his finger muscles like a pugilist readying himself for battle. "Rip wears 2 guns, Dave Odell reported, telescoping his spyglass and tucking it under an arm. "You'll bait him into no shooting tonight, Ned." A certain disappointment touched Clancy as he pondered Odell's report. Finally, he shrugged and started upslope to the stage stand, the oldster following him. Pedro's ferryboat was lost in the dark reflections of the foothills looming above the west bank of the river. Fred Dane, knowing his role in the drama to come, reeled in his line and made another cast. The stage was set for trouble tonight. There was no way of knowing how Rip would meet it. As the wagons drew closer to the stage depot, details drew into sharper definition. Each of the mule teams was driven by a man who rode a saddled nigh-wheeler. The stamp of a grueling desert crossing lay on wagons and mules and drivers' fire alike. Columbia Basin alkali had neutralized the canvas-hooded wagons and the flesh and clothing of Rip and his partner with an overall drab hue. Punishing late June heat and dried-up waterholes and recurrent breakdowns of overloaded wagons had plagued the freighters on this trek. But the urgency of meeting a contract deadline and the disaster which its expiration would bring to their personal fortunes had driven the men, kept them in saddle beyond the normal limits of their endurance. Now the hellish nightmare was behind them. Red sunset, the 5th to overtake them out of Spokane, smoldered beyond the looming granite teeth of the Cascades in a burnt-out cauldron glow as the gaunt mules followed the downgrade toward the welcome coolness of greening bottomland. The sweet promise of water, the first since their tortuous bypassage of Grand Coulee's whelming barrier, reached the ears and nostrils of men and animals, quickening their progress toward the ferry landing. Beyond the Columbia's whispering breadth lay the Cyrus country and Trail's End. Unaware of the appraising eyes upon him, Rip rode at a hip-shot slouch in the saddle, a sun-blackened Texan of 30-odd whose hands coiled slack on line taut on brake rope. He looked as if drained dry by the desert crossing, his nerves at the raw fringe of breaking for want of food and rest. But tomorrow's dawn marked the due date for delivering this emergency freight in Ruby and Savoy. Only the river remained as a barrier to be breached. Under the dust-veneered sag of his Stetson brim, Rip's smoky, raw red eyes swept the welcome vista of purple foot slopes, lifting beyond the Columbia River in receding corrugated waves to meet the cerise ribbon of the lofty skyline. Lights twinkled in a cross-hatched pattern on the far bank, civilization outposted by the dead falls and honkies of Brewster. Closer at hand, the lamps of the Port Columbia stagecoach stand threw their fan-wise yellow glow on a waiting Concorde, silhouetting the man and the girl who watched the wagons rumble by. Chain tugs clanked, and stretchers and lead bars made metallic discord in the dusk's hush, as Rip halted his mules at the foot of the ferry ramp. The ferry, he noted, was tied up on the west bank tonight, which meant a vexing delay at a time when every hour was precious to him. He stepped down from stirrups with the stilted awkwardness of a man made bone-weary by 18 hours under the debilitating sun of the Washington Plateau. Behind the lead wagon with its trailer and canvas-tarped caboose, Georgie Cotton halted his mules and dismounted, eyeing the Port Columbia saloon with a sullen thirst nagging his vitals. Cotton knew the futility of suggesting an overnight stop here. Whiskey and sleep must wait until this freight was discharged and the waybills signed by Steen Bart. He felt a peevish impatience needle him as he watched Rip flank his lathered team, pausing solicitously to ease a swing spanner's galled collar, move on to rub a leader's gaskin with a handful of green weeds. Finally, Rip crossed over to the hoof-splintered ramp of the ferry landing and yanked the clapper rope of the iron bell on its standard to signal the ferryman on the opposite bank that a payload was waiting for service. When the anvil tones of the ferry tender's answering bell volleyed back from the Brewster side, Rip removed his Stetson and swatted the dust from his hickory shirt and shotgun chaps. The sudden glare of a lantern startled him, drawing his eye to a lone cowpuncher who was fishing for sockeye salmon out on the splintered pilings of the ferry slip. Across a gap of time and distance, Rip believed he had seen this cowhand with the fishhooks adorning the band of his black hat. He had a mental picture of this man fishing for cats in the Pecos, and he tarried to confirm the hunch. "You're Fred Dane, ain't you? Used to ride bodyguard for Ned Clancy on the Chisholm Trail." The fisherman lifted his lantern to put its yellow shine on the speaker. Beaver teeth glinted under his ram's horn mustache. "Well, Rip. Small world. Didn't know you'd come west." Rip watched Dane haul in his line to land a 10-pounder. "Some difference between that Chinook and a Nueces bullhead, eh, Dane? Everything is bigger out here." Dane said, "You knew Ned Clancy. He's up at the stage yonder with Dave Odell. You know Dave. Always travel together." Rip considered this information for a moment, not liking it. "I saw a girl as I passed. She with them?" Dane took out a knife and slit his fish from end to end. "Sarah Long. Owns the Dollar outfit down Yakima way. Colonel Sam's daughter. I've heard of her." Dane sensed that the lean Texan was not making idle conversation, so he amplified his remark. "Old Sam died last winter. Ned and Sarah aim to get married this fall." "I heard about that too," Rip said, and moved back to his wagons. Georgie Cotton was seated astraddle the bull-bar plank which jutted behind his lead wagon, and the glow of the stage lanterns revealed the sullen cast of the albino's milk-white features. Rip hunkered down beside his partner, building a smoke and letting the tension ease from his overtaxed muscles. "Shouldn't have let you auger me into leaving the Brazos," Cotton grumbled, airing a chronic grouse. "Mule whacking ain't my game. Are we supposed to be ranchers or slaves to a string of stubbornness? I tell you, I'm getting a bellyful of this." Ned Clancy and another man left the girl at the stage door and angled down the slope toward the freight caravan. The ennui in Rip's throbbing eyes gave way to a sharpening interest as he watched them approach, wondering what had brought the Yakima cattlemen this far north. Apprehension touched him briefly as he pulled his thoughts back to Georgie Cotton's complaint. "Like I've told you for 2 years now," Rip said wearily, having been over this many times before, "we've got a range and no stock. If hauling freight for Bart and Company will make the money we need to build up a herd, these hauls are worth the grief they cost us." Ned Clancy halted before them, appraising the crated machinery under the Conestoga hoods. He was a big man, this Clancy, bigger than Rip remembered him being back in Texas. Perhaps because he carried himself with the unconscious swagger that went with the ownership of Washington's biggest cattle outfit. He wore his hat and tailor-made fustian and hussar boots as a king might wear crown and purple robe, and a touch of that arrogance flavored the man's greeting as he turned back to Campbell. "Didn't expect our trails would cross out here." Rip nodded, his attention shifting to Clancy's companion. Dave Odell was a raw-boned oldster, doubled up at the moment in a paroxysm of spongy coughs which betokened the last stages of consumption. The old medico's face was whiskey-bloated, and along his caved-in cheek lay the scar of a Yankee saber, scribbling its puckered whiteness from temple to jaw. Dave Odell had aged in the years since Rip had seen him in Abilene. "Howdy, Odell. Dane tells me you're getting married, Ned. Congratulations." The coal on the end of Clancy's cheroot ebbed and glowed, illuminating the rigid planes of a darkly handsome face and the close-clipped black mustache which was italicized by the line of a wide and predatory mouth. "Thanks. Sarah and I have been checking on Summer Range up in the Cyrus this past week." Rip lit his cigarette, a premonition of trouble building up in him. Instinct told him that Clancy had engineered this seemingly chance meeting at Port Columbia tonight. "I heard the drought hit Yakima and Ellensburg Range pretty hard this summer," he agreed banally. "Graze is good between here and the Canadian border." Clancy's eyes focused on Rip with a calculating intensity. "Sarah and I aim to summer our beef in Fire Canyon," he said through a burst of fragrant cigar smoke. "I used the canyon 3 years ago when the winter die-up whittled down my lazy H feeders. It's comforting to know there's government graze available to tide us over." Rip's sloping hat brim hid the sudden harsh fixture of his mouth as he pondered this disclosure of Clancy's plans. Dave Odell walked over to the landing slip where Dane was, as if he sensed heavy weather in the offing. "Reckon I got bad news for you, Ned," Rip commented. "Georgie Cotton and I have proved up on adjoining homesteads at the mouth of Fire Canyon. Aim to stock our range this fall and build up a herd of our own." For a moment, the silence was broken only by Georgie Cotton's accelerated breathing, betraying his concern over what lay just ahead. "Yeah," Clancy echoed. "I heard a couple of small-time squatters had fenced off the canyon entrance this spring. I'm glad to hear it's a fellow Texan I got to deal with. Don't reckon you'll object to Dollar and Lazy H shoving a trail herd across your land to reach the upper canyon." Rip dropped his cigarette stub and ground it out under heel. "This is what Ned has been leading up to tonight," he thought. "Sorry, Clancy, but I took a year's lease on the whole length of Fire Canyon this spring. From Cyrus Jack, the squaw man who owns most of the range in the 20-mile strip between our homesteads and the Canadian line. I've got haying crews harvesting the graze starting this week. Aim to use it for winter feed." Clancy's cigar glowed brighter under the hard pull of his lips. "Implying that I can hunt elsewhere for summer range." Rip nodded, his eyes bleak in the darkness. "Stacks up that way, Ned. Canyon grass belongs to Rope and the nesters who are cutting and stacking it on shares." Clancy hunkered down to Rip's level, and his voice came now in a sharp, imperative undertone. "I'll lay my cards on the table, Rip. Our herd is already on the trail from Yakima. I expect to shove my beef into Fire Canyon early next week. I don't propose to let any drift fence stop me." Rip absorbed the impact of Clancy's flat ultimatum in silence. He had a clear picture of how things stood between them now. Clancy's beef was moving north, headed for the lush grays which made Fire Canyon the choicest range in northern Washington. Clancy was warning him to move out or face a showdown. "Listen," Rip said carefully, measuring his words. "Fire Canyon is closed this summer. When your steers show up next week, keep them clear of our fence. There's plenty of grass in Jack Strip, outside of my lease." Clancy's cigar made a fiery parabola through the night as he flung it savagely against the hood of the near wagon, its shower of sparks revealing the cattleman's congested features for a pinched-off instant. "Back on the Rio Grande, I remember you used to pack a gun, Rip. I'm giving you fair warning to resume the practice if you expect to back up this talk." Clancy paused, waiting for Rip's reaction. The lean mule whacker came to his feet, saying to Georgie Cotton, in a brusque aside, "I'm going to ring that bell again. Damned ferry must have foundered on the way over." Clancy's rumbling laugh followed Rip over to the landing, but its import failed to penetrate just then. Fred Dane had picked up his lantern and was teetering his way down the piling stringers as Rip gave the bell rope a yank. Dave Odell stood by, Dane's fish slung over a warped shoulder. Her rod called through the dusk, "Tell him, Fred," and crunched off through the gravel to rejoin the girl who waited alongside the Yakima stage. "Tell me what, Dane?" Rip asked sharply, as the bell's reverberations thinned in their ears. "The boss means you can ring that bell till hell freezes over, I reckon," Dane grunted, fingering the hooks and flies which decorated his hatband. "The ferry don't cater to freight wagons anymore." The hazy apprehension which had been shaping up in Rip ever since Ned Clancy had mentioned summer grays came into sharp focus in the Texan's brain now. "Who says it don't?" Dave Odell's chuckle was a thin scraping noise beside him. "Clancy leased the Brewster Ferry this afternoon, my friend. It will handle stages and horsebackers. But no wagons." Rip's hand fisted on the bell rope. "I see." Dane lit his lantern to signal the ferry tender not to answer my bell. "Is that it?" "Not bad guesswork, Rip," Dave Odell commented. Georgie Cotton joined Rip after Dane and the oldster had returned to the stage depot. "Trouble?" Rip's answering nod was delayed. He stared angrily across the blue-black ripples of the river to where the tied-up ferry was a blot against the dancing reflection of Brewster's lights. "Plenty. Clancy's closed the ferry to us. It's his opening move in a game to freeze us out of Fire Canyon, partner." Cotton's shoulders lifted and fell. He spat into the darkness, accepting this crushing news without rancor. "Then we're licked. We can't get Bart's freight across, no other way." Rip brushed past his partner, heading for the wagons. "If Clancy aims to force a range war, we got to make a stand here and now," he called back. "We'll cross the river tonight." Chapter 2. From the jockey box of his lead wagon, Del Rip fished out a coiled shell belt and a holstered 6-gun. Georgie Cotton watched apprehensively as his partner buckled on the gun harness, jacked open the Colt, and shoved a .45 cartridge into the empty chamber under the firing pin. "Don't let Ned shove you into the wrong stall now," Cotton warned nervously. "He don't strike me as a man who's let his draw go rusty since he became a range boss. Killing Clancy won't solve this thing." Rip crossed around behind the caboose and hauled a double-rigged Brazos saddle from the tailgate. He cinched the rig on his close-coupled gray Mustang and slipped the hackamore which trailed his mount. "Getting this jag of freight to Bart comes first," Rip grunted, swinging into stirrups. "That ferry is a public carrier. Clancy can't discriminate against my trade. I'm going after that ferry." Cotton stared, running splayed fingers through his close-cropped, flax-white hair. "You're loco. If Dane said the ferry belongs to Clancy, you can bet they ain't bluffing about picking who they'll carry." Rip curved the steel horse away from the caboose. His spine was ramrod straight now, his weariness shed like an unwanted garment before the urgency of his purpose. He stared down at his partner in the thickening gloom of the summer night. Unhitch and water the mules. If Clancy pulls out for Yakima before I get back, treat yourself to one drink. Otherwise, guard the freight. Rip touched the Mustang with spurs and moved off in the night, heading up the river. His departure was masked from the stagecoach depot by intervening cottonwoods and willow brake. Before he drew out of earshot, he caught the jangle of buckles through the trees as Georgie Cotton unhooked the tugs. A half-mile upstream, Rip reined down to the water's edge and, loosening his gun belt, hoisted it armpit high and tightened the buckle in anticipation of the swimming depths ahead. Directly opposite to the north was the sandy promontory which marked the site of the old Astor fur trading post. Beyond it, the Cyrus River poured its silt-filled flood into the broader blue bend of the Columbia. Both rivers were narrow at the point of confluence, offering no ford, but suitable for the crossing Rip had in mind. The steel horse dipped its muzzle into the cold water, protesting as Rip spurred it out into the sluggish back eddies. A moment later, the Mustang lost footing in the near channel, and the river rose over Rip's boots and chap-clad thighs and touched his midriff with a welcome coolness. The main current caught them then, and the flats where old Fort Cyrus had stood became an impossible objective for the swimming horse. Rip lifted his elbows above the ripples, enjoying the feel of the river against his parched flesh, and wondered if he would have to quit the saddle and cling to the steel horse's tail when they hit the turbulent influx of the Cyrus. They faced a 6-mile current in midstream, and it had already swept them abreast of the Port Columbia landing, where Cotton would be watering the teams. The thick hawsers of the ferry cable made their twin strike overhead, black threads awheel under the star-powdered sky. Then the Texas Mustang was quartering toward the west bank, flung downstream like drifting froth by the inexorable current. Disaster threatened in the rough waters marking the union of the Cyrus and the Columbia, as the swimming horse was overwhelmed by the backwash of a side-wheel steamer churning upstream toward Tenasket. The steel horse floundered in a desperate, losing fight for survival before an eddy swung them into slack water abreast of the tied-up ferry. A sprawl of out-jutting gravel south of the Brewster settlement loomed ahead, and the mare's hoofs finally made purchase on solid bottom. An eternity later, horse and rider were ashore, breasting stomach-deep salt cedar scrub and tall growth. Rip climbed out of saddle, letting the Mustang take a breather after its hard battle with the river's cross-currents. Mentally, he was comparing this mighty seaward rushing Columbia with the Rio Grande, and the Pecos, and the Nueces and the other rivers he had fought in his past. Washington's waters, just as Washington's arid desert stretches, outclassed anything Texas had to pit against a man. He emptied his cowboots, stripped and wrung out his Levi's and sopping shirt, grateful for the impromptu bath which had revived his dehydrated tissues. Exhaustion had bogged his spirits on their way out of the Scab Rock country today. The anger which charged his veins and the invigorating swim had put the man back in fighting fettle, like some intoxicating drug. Chapter 3. Back in the saddle, the .45 snugged down against his hip, Del Rip spurred up to the historic Caribou Trail which led to the Canadian wilderness and hit the outskirts of Brewster at a high lope. Avoiding the main street, he followed the waterfront shacks to the ferry landing. Against the filigreed pattern of the stars on the mirror-smooth river, he made out the black rectangle of the ferry, tied up at its mooring for the night. The fat twin cables stretched off and away, in dwindling perspective, toward the far lights marking the Port Columbia stage depot. Despite Cotton's apprehensions, Del Rip was not underestimating the caliber of the enemy he faced. He had known Ned Clancy of old, knew that the fortune which Clancy had brought to Washington Territory a decade ago was the profits of wet cattle shoved across the Rio Grande by the dark of the moon. He knew of the gun representative which Clancy had left behind on the Texas Trail, knew of the graves which the lazy boss had filled in the Panhandle and through the Brasada country. He wondered what manner of woman Sarah Long might be, wishing he had seen Clancy's intended wife in the revealing light of day. Clancy had planned this showdown tonight. His knowledge of Rip's coup in Fire Canyon had been telegraphed by his act of closing the Brewster ferry. It was a shrewd stroke to cripple Rip at the outset. Without the proceeds of his freighting contracts with Steen Bart, the Savoy trader, Rip would be unable to develop his homestead. And Clancy, by cutting this essential link across the Columbia which Rip was forced to patronize on his way to and from the outfitting posts at Spokane and Sprague, had struck Rip at the most vulnerable chink in his armor. These thoughts rode in black progression through Rip's head as he gigged the dripping horse down to the shack where Ed Pedro, the ferryman, had his office and living quarters. His call brought the old man out of his shack with a lantern. "Just a horse and rider." Pedro greeted him disappointedly. "Minimum toll is $5, young feller. Wait till morning and cross with the Wilbur mail wagon for only 6 bits. Pedro broke off, recognizing the horseman before him in the glare of the uplifted lantern. "Rip. The oily click of a gun hammer coming to half-cock focused Pedro's rheumy gaze on the Colt barrel which rested on the Texan's pommel. "I know Clancy's ordered you not to handle my business from here on out." Rip's words held a sinister timbre which belied the laugh that accompanied them. "Get that scow moving, Ed. I got 20 tons of freight waiting on the East Bank. Freight that's due in Ruby and Savoy by daylight. You've cost me an hour's delay already." Pedro's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the lantern. A second premonitory click of the Colt started him down the ramp onto the waiting ferry. "You can't get away with this high-handed stuff of forcing a man at gun's point, Rip. There'll be hell to pay when I tell the marshal about this." Rip rode his mount down to the ferry. It was more raft than boat, being formed of 3 parallel fir logs with a rail decking of cedar puncheons. Pedro cast off his lines, and a moment later the ferry groped out of its slip, the current slewing it quarter-wise against the tug of the stream, big pulleys humming on overhead cables as the rushing water under the keel logs furnished the motive power to angle the craft across the Columbia. "Douse your lantern," Rip growled from the winch-house door. "Clancy, us over yonder. I wouldn't want you to stop any bullets if he took a notion to keep you from landing." Pedro hastily complied with the order, extinguishing his lantern as the ferry reached mid-river. He had not lit his running lights, and the river was empty of traffic. The lights of Port Columbia drew closer, vivid against the ebon backdrop of the high plateau behind it. Rip hitched his mare to the ferry rail and went forward, eyes drilling the night ahead, gun palmed. His nerves had gone tight again, as suspense claimed him, wondering if the guns of Ned Clancy and Dave Odell and Fred Dane might be waiting out there ahead. But Georgie Cotton was alone on the ferry ramp when the craft nosed between the jutting of pilings and Pedro made his bowlines fast. Against the lighted windows of the stage stand, the Conestogas made lurching black shapes as Cotton drove the first team aboard. The ferry heeled over under the weight of the overburdened freighters as the mules halted alongside the downstream rail. "Now the second string, Georgie," Rip ordered softly from the bank where he had stationed himself. "Ed, be ready to shove off the instant our last wagon is aboard." Georgie Cotton's big wagons rumbled down onto the ferryboat's deck planks a minute later. Rip heard Sarah Long warning shout from the porch of the relay station where the Yakima stage was still waiting. Ed Pedro made cursing noises as he lashed his ferry mule into motion, circling the big capstan which, geared to a cable winch, would propel the ferry on its return crossing. Shouts and the abrasive drumming of feet came out of the night as Rip waited on the landing ramp, open water widening between him and the ferry's square stern. He saw Fred Dane loom beside him and attempt to leap aboard the craft, only to meet the down lash of Rip's gun barrel, which dropped the lazy H-gun hawk neatly into knee-deep water inside the slip. Rip raced along the piling tops, as he heard Ned Clancy and Dave Odell helping Dane ashore. The Texan leapt for the moving ferry and grabbed the railing for support, bracing his shoulders against the end gate of Cotton's trailer. Then, from the receding blackness of the riverbank, the clotted shadows were breached by the spurt of a muzzle flash, and a gunshot flatted through the night, a bullet whining overhead and ripping a slot through a Conestoga hood. The urge to kill was ground into Rip's mouth as he triggered an answering shot toward the east bank, heard the clamor of shouts which followed. Rip's hijacked the boat, by God. Clancy's shout spanned the widening gap of water. Dave. Fred. We'll cut the cables and set them adrift. Ed Pedro wailed an oath from the capstan as the overhead cables vibrated to the hewing blows of an axe. One cable sagged and splashed into the river astern, writhing like a boa constrictor against the phosphorescent wake. We're done for, the ferryman rasped out as the second cable collapsed, coiling loosely over the upstream rail. This tub won't stop drifting short of the Pacific Ocean. Rip knew a moment of stark despair as the clumsy barge yawed violently in the turbulent waters, the stern swinging downstream, the lights of Brewster veering crazily around. Clancy had won. The ferry was at the mercy of the rushing river now, and Rip knew they stood to lose their teams and wagons, perhaps their lives, in the first rapids they would strike. But a sharp night wind made itself felt on the taut-ribbed hoods of the wagons, and the pull and play of cross-currents and the sucking vortex of a giant eddy veered them toward the willow-hung banks below Brewster. It spun the 40-foot craft in dizzy carousel until the square prow grated with a grinding shock on the same out-jut of gravel where Rip and his horse had landed earlier. Timbers splintered against submerged rocks, and the harness mules brayed their panic into the night as the river drove the ferry hard aground. Its deck teetered at a slope which threatened to capsize the overloaded wagons. Then a final thrust of the whirlpool's rim restored the ferry to an even keel, lodged it with rock-bound solidity to the promontory, its beams paralleling the riverbank. Georgie Cotton's voice reached Rip above the clamor of the mules. We're fools for luck tonight, partner. We can drive the wagons off onto solid ground up front here. Pedro got his lantern lighted and found Del Rip pushing a $20 gold piece into his hands, double the customary toll for the crossing. In accepting the fare, Pedro forfeited the most valid complaint he could make to the Brewster marshal. The ferryman turned on Cotton and gloated. You think you licked Ned Clancy tonight? Hell, your troubles are just beginning. Pedro saw the albino's enthusiasm fade and knew a moment's contempt for Cotton's puerile ways, his utter ignorance of reality. He wondered again, as he had wondered in the past, what had brought these oddly contrasted partners together. Ed's right about this being the beginning, Rip agreed. But at least we won the first round. Yeah, said Georgie Cotton, his eyes goggling foolishly. We won the first round all right, and maybe we'll win the whole contest. Chapter 4. The wagons reached the fork of the mountain road, just as the gray light of false dawn was touching the morning mists. Because their freight was consigned to different camps, Cotton took the Ruby Road to the left, while Rip pushed on toward Savoy, the county seat. Dawn was fire behind the conifer-striped hill crests when Rip tooled his wagons into the valley pocket between Mineral Hill and the Tar Heel, and saw the hard angles of the boom camp shaping up through the fog lifting from Salmon Creek. This was Trail's End, and he should have felt exalted by the knowledge that he had delivered this freight in time to meet Bart's deadline. He had a bonus coming, and he had stalled off competing freighters eager to handle Bart and Company's trade. But the Texan felt only a sense of anticlimax, the drag of his own spent forces, the menace which overhung his personal fortunes. Rip felt a kinship for this brawling backwoods mining town, though he was a cowpuncher and a Texan, and therefore had two alien counts against him. Most of its buildings had been constructed from lumber, which Rip and Cotton had hauled over the Cascades from Bart and Company sawmills on Puget Sound. The trader had amassed a fortune, catering to the building needs of this young and lusty camp. His lumber had gone into the Sarah King Reduction Mill, the Caribou House Hotel, the courthouse. Bart shingles roofed the saloons and honkies and assay offices. A percentage of those profits had reverted to Rip, giving him the means of developing his homestead at Fire Canyon, 10 miles north. The sister camp, Ruby, was a primitive settlement with log cabins, dugouts, sod huts, and canvas tents. Savoy had an oddly civilized aspect by contrast. Its false fronts, its brick bank, gave the county seat an air of solidity, permanence. As Rip tooled his creaking tandem string down the deserted river of dust which formed the main street, he was struck by a change in the town today, an altered expression on the face of the town which he was unable to define. He saw Sheriff Liam winding up his night tour of duty by taking a breakfast tray to the inmates of the county jail. Jasper Prim lay drunk in the alley between Baker's saloon and the post office. Otherwise, the town seemed deserted, which was an unusual thing even at this hour. What's happened to this burg? Rip wondered, unhitching his spent mules inside Bart's stockade compound. And then he knew. The syndicate's reduction mill was silent. The roar of its stamps, the rumble of its ore hoppers at the far end of town were usually a trembling thunder in the background, day and night, like a waterfall's boom. Today it was strangely mute, leaving a vacuum over the glade. Rip stabled his mules in Bart's stone barn, groomed and grained his mare, and then headed for the trader's office. He found Bart at breakfast, a dour, spade-bearded man in late middle life who was well on his way toward being a millionaire. Bart invited his mule Whacker to join him at the table, and he accepted Rip's way-bills without enthusiasm. "You made your deadline, and I'll pay off with a bonus as agreed," the trader grunted. "But that mining machinery will rust in my warehouse before I find a buyer." Pouring himself a cup of coffee, Rip stared at the trader, sensing that some catastrophe must have hit the diggings during his fortnight's absence. 2 weeks ago, the mines were begging for this machinery. Cotton and I almost killed ourselves getting it here. Bart emptied a can of milk over his oatmeal mush. "That was 2 weeks ago," he said funereally. 10 days ago, a ship landed in Seattle with a ton of gold dust from Alaska. 2/3 of the miners hereabouts have abandoned their claims and pulled out for the Sound, aiming to book passage for Skagway. This Klondike strike will make the California rush of 49 look like chicken feed. Rip went on eating in silence. Bart, his appetite gone, went into his front office and returned with a sheaf of greenbacks due his freighters for the Spokane haul. The grim set of Bart's square-bearded jaw told Rip that this call of gold from the distant Arctic would somehow touch his own destiny. "Where does all this leave the Cyrus Boom, Steen?" Bart counted out the currency before answering. "It means Savoy and Ruby will be ghost towns by fall, son. Maybe you and Cotton were right, planting your flag on the cattle spread instead of staking out a mining claim like I advised when you first hit this country." Rip pondered the trader's grim prediction, knowing that Steen Bart was not given to rash judgments where they concerned his own business future. Bart was a big operator, owner of half the enterprises in Ruby and the county seat, a man who controlled vast holdings of Puget Sound timberland, and whose power in the state were rivaled only by the squaw man up on the 20-mile strip, Cyrus Jack. "I'm sending you over to Coulee City tomorrow to pick up a load of trade goods from a store I bought out," Bart said. "That will probably be the last business I'll be able to send your way, Rip. Bart and Company will probably pull out of the diggings before the summer is over." Rip built a cigarette, his mind reeling under the implications of this news. If Bart went out of business, it meant that Rip's sole source of revenue was cut off, with his savings far short of the minimum he and Georgie Cotton had deemed sufficient to stock their prospective ranch in Fire Canyon. He thought of Ned Clancy and his impending showdown with the powerful Lazy H outfit. The realization of what this body blow meant to his own prospects put a brassy taste on his tongue. If this Cooley City Hall will add to your losses, Steen, forget it. Consider my contract with you cancelled. Bart tilted back his chair and thrust thumbs to armpits. A brooding speculation touched the trader's face as he regarded the hard-bitten young Texan. Ned Clancy has been scouting your range over in Fire Canyon this week, Dell, Bart drawled. Might be you could sell out to the Lazy H and recover what you've sunk in that homestead during the past 2 years. Rip touched a match to his cigarette and pulled in a deep drag of smoke. He put on his Stetson and stood up to leave. I ran across Clancy at Brewster Ferry last night, he said laconically. Clancy already knows Fire Canyon Grays won't be open for his beef. Leaving Bart's, Rip crossed the Salmon Creek Bridge and made his way to the Caribou House, where he maintained a room for such times as he was not living on his homestead. Sleep blotted out his senses the moment he sprawled out on his bunk. When he awakened, the western sun rays of late afternoon were shafting through the window, and he realized he had slept out the entire day. He dressed and shaved. He left the hotel, making his way to the Loop Loop Casino on the main street. Shouldering through the Batwing doors, he found the big gambling hall almost deserted. Ordinarily, the Loop Loop's roulette layout and poker tables would be doing a heavy business this time of evening. Now he found only one game going, Rose Laranjo's blackjack concession. He watched the raven-haired girl, her vivid scarlet gown standing out against the smoky shadows of the deadfall, her dusky hands shuffling and dealing cards with a supple grace. The chance of talking privately with Rose Laranjo brought Rip his first relief and anticipation since his return to the diggings. The girl's lustrous black eyes lighted in recognition as the Texan moved toward her table, and she turned to the quartet of miners and said, "This game is closed, gentlemen." She cashed her customers' chips and came over to a corner table where Rip had seated himself. "It's good to see you back. A lot has happened since you left for Spokane." Rip helped her into a barrel chair and toyed with the gold bangles which adorned her slim, olive-skinned wrists. "Seems I always cry on your shoulder when trouble breaks for me," he grinned. "Bart's canceled the summer business I've been counting on. This Alaska gold rush has put a bad crimp in my outlook, Rose." He drank strength from the sympathy in the girl's eyes. In a land where women plied an older and more dubious profession, Rose Laranjo stood out as a nugget amid dross. That lady gambler at the Loop Loop, the local miners had dubbed her. She had handled the blackjack concession at the casino for a year now, fraternizing with the rough element who patronized the place, yet keeping herself rigidly aloof. A girl of mixed Spanish and Chihuahuan blood, Rip had first known this amazing woman back on the Rio Grande. Between them, from the first, had been a rapport which transcended the usual physical bond between a man and a woman on the frontier. Always she had been remote and unattainable, oblivious to the healthy hungers which her beauty aroused in Del Rip. She had been a dancer in a Laredo fandango house in the old days. Their paths had separated, and somewhere during the 10 years which had followed, Rose had brushed the sharp edges of life, and a disillusionment bordering on bitterness had caused her to become a professional gambler, mysterious and introspective. Yet always, as now, Rip found his spirit buoyed by the very nearness of this exotic, dusky-skinned beauty. He found in her a personality, a platonic affinity he had never known for any other woman in his life. "Ned Clancy aims to summer his beef in Fire Canyon," the girl said suddenly, withdrawing her hand from his. He met the full strike of Rose's black eyes and thought he read a mixture of fear and anxiety blended in their depths. "I know," he mused, and told her of last night's episode at Brewster Ferry. "If he'll buy you and cotton out, you should sell," Rose burst out passionately when he had finished. "Clancy will stop at nothing to gain control of your canyon. The girl he plans to marry wants to graze her cattle on the range you've leased from Cyrus Jack. That much is common knowledge around Savoy." He moved his chair around the table to be closer to her, and she saw the cedar-butted gun belted at his flank, something which had escaped her attention as he crossed the room a few moments ago. "You know what Fire Canyon means to me," he told her gently. "It's not like you to ask me to quit when the going gets rough. Why should I give up the choicest cattle range in Washington state? It's mine. I'll fight to hold it." Beads of sweat had broken out on the woman gambler's olive forehead, and her firmly rounded bosom rose and fell to the violence of her breathing. "You haven't packed a gun since you came west," she murmured. "I take that to mean that sooner or later you will face Ned Clancy in a shootout. I don't want that to happen, Mio." The Mexican endearment fell strange on Rip's ears after so long away from Texas. It brought vivid memories flooding through him, making him wonder again what vagary of destiny had brought this girl to a back-of-beyond mining camp like Savoy. Whatever dark and brooding secret her past held, Rip did not know, nor did he seek to invade her privacy on the strength of their long-standing friendship. It would have pleased him to think she had followed him out west, but he knew that was not the case. Rose had never shared so much as a kiss with him, though she must have known that love for her could be an easy thing to rouse in him. "If Clancy aims to make a range war of this thing," Rip bit out, "then he'll have it. Not one lazy H or dollar cow will graze on Fire Canyon grass as long as I'm alive to prevent it. I told Clancy as much." The girl's hand shook visibly as she plucked at a slender gold chain which encircled her neck, and from the cleft of her bosom she drew a small crucifix and a plain gold band which Rip had never seen before. It was a wedding ring, and it struck him in that instant as a clue to whatever loss had extinguished the vivacity Rose had once shown the world. "You must not fight such odds as Clancy will put against you, amigo," she whispered. "For you, it would only mean a bullet from ambush. That is the way Ned Clancy fights." Rip did not appear to have heard her foreboding words. "I visited the Indian agent over at Nespelem last week," he said. "The agency is ready to buy all the beef I can raise. The Colville Reservation is the largest in this part of the United States, which means that making Fire Canyon pay off is not a gamble. I'd be a fool to give it up." Rose shook her lovely head, wise to the ways of this man before her, bowing to the adamant purpose which controlled his life, knowing the measure of his courage and his inflexible decision. "You'll fight this Clancy," she predicted, "and you'll lose. Men as fine and true and staunch as you have fought him and lost Campanero." She signaled the bartender for a glass of Chianti then, and changed the subject to more trivial things. It was a right-angle departure from her previous trend of talk, but he left her an hour later with the feeling that Rose had known Ned Clancy in the past more intimately than Rip himself had known him. Chapter 5. Rip was in the saddle before daylight had thinned the gray mists next morning, feeling the need of paying his haying crews a visit in Fire Canyon before starting on Bart's week-long junket to Coulee City. He covered the 10 miles of mining road to the rim rock overlooking his homestead in time to catch the full strike of dazzling sunrise on the obsidian cliffs of the canyon, and as always the spectacle stirred him to the core of his being. The genesis of Fire Canyon's name was rooted deep in Indian legend. The description given it by some prehistoric huntsman who had marveled at the fire-bright glare of dawn refracting from its fluted scarps. The cliffs gave off that illusion of pulsing incandescence this morning, exactly as they had done on a morning 3 years ago when Campbell and his albino partner, Georgie Cotton, had passed this way on their way toward a Canadian caribou hunt. A cowman born and bred, Rip had recognized this vast rock-hemmed range as a veritable stockman's Eden. Its velvet green expanse was watered by Glacier Creek, a meandering stream which sluiced down the long gorge like a ribbon of platinum, feeding on the everlasting ice of the high Cascades, a permanent guarantee against the blight of summer droughts. Rip, like Cotton, had been a drover for a big Texas combine a year before their arrival here. They had hazed longhorns to Montana and Wyoming, and, yielding to mutually itching feet, had crossed the Bitterroots out of Idaho to explore the unsettled reaches of Washington state. From the moment of his first glimpse of Fire Canyon, Del Rip was aware that he faced a crossroads in his life. His 20s had been spent with irresponsible drifting, responding to urges to see what lay over the next hill. 100 widely separated cow camps had known him. It had been an unfettered life, free and wild, sometimes dangerous but never boring. But with his 30th birthday behind him, Rip sensed that he had come to the point in a man's life where driving his picket pin on a spread of his own was something that could not long be delayed if he ever achieved anything beyond a tumbleweed's roaming existence. Georgie Cotton, 5 years younger and still at the peak of his wanderlust, had responded dubiously to Rip's enthusiasm over Fire Canyon. He had agreed to postpone their caribou hunt and followed Rip back to the Savoy Land Office to investigate the possibilities of filing on a homestead. Before that summer was done, they had erected cabins on a contiguous 160-acre claims under the provisions of the Donation Land Act. Money to develop their ranch was their first need, and a freighting contract with Steen Bart had supplied that. Directly behind their homestead boundaries, Fire Canyon's sheer cliffs narrowed like an hourglass, the connecting notch known as Keyhole Pass. Beyond the keyhole, the canyon widened to as much as 5 miles from rim to rim, snaking northwesterly into the country known as the 20-mile strip which Congress had set aside from the Indian lands they had opened to white settlement. Except for an unfiled section of public domain at Keyhole Pass, ownership of Fire Canyon's upper range was vested in the hands of the celebrated Pioneer Lake pioneer, Cyrus Jack. Rip had had little difficulty in getting a year's lease on Fire Canyon's entire length from Jack, with an option to renew it annually as his ranch expanded. The squaw man at Pioneer Lake was interested primarily in future speculation of timber and mineral rights on the strip. Given time and the Indian Agency's market for his beef, Rip was confident he could transform Fire Canyon into a spread which would rival the big outfits at Yakima and Ellensburg. This coming fall would see the importation of bulls and she-stock to form the nucleus of his future herd. Reining up on the rim rock overlooking the twin homesteads, Rip hipped over in saddle and let his eye follow the eroded walls of volcanic glass which twisted their serpentine way into the haze-filled timberland of the 20-mile strip, with the Canadian Rockies sprawled in remote, brooding grandeur on the northern horizon. From this elevation, he could see the tents of his hay crew pitched on the edge of Glacier Creek where it entered the notch of Keyhole Pass. In the hayland beyond, he could see a dozen wagons, top-heavy with cut hay, crawling turtle-like down the road toward their homesteads. The ricks were driven by jean-clad, straw-hatted nesters from the belt of farmland which covered the Cyrus River Valley from Malott to Tenesket. These farmers were at work harvesting the hay crop which would winter their own horses and milk cows, as well as the beef cattle Rip intended to bring up this fall. Directly below him, Rip scanned his long ranch house and the neat whitewashed corrals and outbuildings which he and Cotton had built during the past year. A mile across the sprawling mouth of the canyon, close to the North Cliffs, a smaller shack marked Georgie Cotton's homestead. A wisp of smoke was spiraling from the rock chimney there, proof that his partner had returned home after unloading Bart's freight at Ruby yesterday. Rip put his horse down the steep road into the canyon, circled his homestead grounds, and crossed the flats to Keyhole Pass. A half-mile beyond the Nestor's tents, he approached a bucolic hay-shaker riding a mowing machine. A notch of worry furrowed the farmer's sun-brushed visage as the Texas cowman pulled up beside his team. "How's it going, Dreyfus?" The farmer climbed from his bucket seat to extricate a mangled rattlesnake from his cutter bar. His rheumy eyes avoided Rip as he answered in a Hoosier's drawl, "Figure the canyon will yield 1.5 tons, maybe 2 tons of prime hay to the acre, Mr. Campbell. If we can harvest it, that is." Rip cuffed back his Stetson, sensing that trouble had visited the hay crews in advance of his own arrival here. Why not? I own this grass. We'll split 50-50 on every ton you cut. Don't the deals satisfy you and your neighbors? Dreyfus waved at a passing hayrick, bound for a farm on the river bottom east of Fire Canyon. We're not trying to hedge out on our bargain, son. Us hoe men are grateful for this hay. But a passel of gunslingers rode in from Yakima day before yesterday. Ordered us to leave this grass stand for cattle. They aim to summer here. Rip laughed harshly. Ned Clancy had left his hint of gunsmoke reprisal behind him in an effort to intimidate these rustic sodbusters into abandoning the hay harvest. I know. But you'll get your hay if I have to bring in troops from Fort Colville to fight off those Yakima range hogs. Keep your rakes and mowers on the job. I'll handle the policing of this canyon. Dreyfus climbed back on his mower. He mopped his grimy face with a faded bandana and scowled moodily. I got a wife and kids to think about, Mr. Campbell. Don't count on me or any of my neighbors toting a rifle along with our pitchforks. Most of us lost our homes because of cattle wars back in Nebraska and Kansas. I, for one, don't aim to get mixed up in no shootout fracas. Rip put his horse around and headed out of the keyhole, overhauled the outbound hay wagon at a gallop, and reined up at the gate of Georgie Cotton's yard. His partner emerged from the cabin as Rip was watering the mare down by the creek. Daylight revealed the strange physical appearance which had warped Georgie Cotton's personality. An albino, Cotton's hair was the dead white of carded cotton fibers. His lashes and brows were so thin and colorless as to give his milky face a naked, grotesque appearance. No amount of rain or sun or wind could darken the fish-belly pallor of his skin. His eyes were the deep pink of a rabbit's, and it was this freakish lack of pigmentation which had tainted Georgie Cotton's entire life, warped his philosophy, made him belligerent and neurotic in all his human relationships. It was strange, almost macabre partnership, this bond between Georgie Cotton and Del Rip. It had had its beginnings on a trail drive to Dodge, 5 years before. A foray by a Comanche war party had stampeded the herd after their crossing of the Red, and Cotton had been trapped in the path of the Longhorn juggernaut. Rip, acting as trail boss, had swung an unerring rope to pluck his albino flank rider from certain death. And Cotton's pathetic, almost childish gratitude had been the basis of their partnership. From that moment on, Cotton had attached himself like a leech to the whippy-built trail boss. Rip, seeing an opportunity to salvage something from a drifting human derelict who was a victim of his own complexes, had brought Cotton west with him. In their Fire Canyon homesteads, Rip had seen a means of giving the albino some worthwhile purpose for living, some shield for his tottering sanity. The partnership had been a cross for Rip to bear from the first. Cotton's basic moral structure was unstable. He was given to strong drink and gambling. He had a predilection for bad women and gunplay, which had brought their partnership to the verge of a break on more than one occasion. Only a deep underlying sense of pity and responsibility toward a weakling had given Rip the forbearance necessary to keep their friendship on a going basis. Drinking again? Rip greeted bluntly, noting the bleary glaze on Cotton's ruby irises, the unsteadiness of his gait as the albino lurched down the slope from the front gate. I thought I told you to lay off booze. A man who can't handle his liquor and tries to pick a fight every time he... Cotton grabbed a hitching post for support, his breath coming in gusty whistles. Damn it, you're packing a gun. Why don't you use it? Afraid it'll get tangled in your apron strings? Rip sucked in a slow, deep breath, curbing the anger that seethed close to the surface as he saw Georgie Cotton's splayed fingers poise above the stock of a sidehammer root pistol at his hip. Knowing Cotton's mercuric temperament, Rip had long since exacted a promise from the cowboy never to tote a gun, drunk or sober. Pull in your horns, Georgie. I dropped by to tell you that our summer contract with Bart & Company is washed up. It was stunning news, spelling catastrophe for everything they had slaved to build up here in Fire Canyon. But Cotton's chalky face wrinkled in a grin, his recent passion ebbing from him as quickly as it had flared up. It's good by me. Never liked mule whacking no-how. Rip's eye ranged along the barbed wire drift fence which blocked off the mouth of Fire Canyon, marking the common boundary of their homesteads. That fence was the tangible barrier which would face the pool, herd which Sarah Long and Ned Clancy were pushing up the trail from Yakima. Disregarding his partner's callous indifference to their dilemma, Rip stepped into saddle. I'm pulling out this afternoon with one wagon, he said, heading for Coulee City on the last run we'll make for Bart. I want you to water my tomato vines and milk the cow while I'm gone. And I want you to stick close to the spread till I get back, do you understand? A humility touched Georgie Cotton, his usual reaction of remorse chastening him after a flare-up at his partner's discipline. You can depend on me to do the chores. I ain't forgetting you saved my life back in Oklahoma. You're an hombre to ride the river with. Annoyance carved a crease between Rip's eyes as he picked up his reins for the return ride to Savoy. I wish you'd forget that Oklahoma business, Georgie. You don't owe me a thing. We're partners. That's enough. Georgie Cotton's mouth slackened into a doltish grin as he watched Rip ride off across the canyon floor, pass his homestead grounds, and vanish beyond the far cliffs. Then, touched by the backlash of his own unpredictable emotions, Cotton squared his shoulders and headed back to his cabin. Waiting at a deal table, there were Ned Clancy and the ubiquitous Dave Odell, the oldster clad in a Confederate battle tunic whose brass buttons carried the tarnish of 30-odd years since Appomattox. Rip's heading for Coulee City, EA, the lazy H-boss remarked, picking up a whiskey bottle from the table as Georgie Cotton pushed the door wide open behind him and stood glowering at his two visitors. Have another drink, Georgie. Cotton brushed a hand across his flabby mouth, dropped it to squeeze the butt of his gun. Get out of here, he snarled waspishly. I've changed my mind. Ought to be horsewhipped for even giving a second thought to your offer to buy out this homestead. If I'd swilled much more of that rot gut, you'd talk me into double-crossing the best partner a man ever had. Ned Clancy appraised the albino, pursed his lips thoughtfully, and then got to his feet. Let's drift, Dave. Mr. Cotton ain't in a mood to talk business this morning, I take it. Cotton stood aside as his visitors left the cabin. And don't be coming back with your bottles of snake poison, he shrieked, a sob trembling in his voice. I ain't selling out my land, come hell or high water. Rip and me control Fire Canyon, and we don't aim to let go our hold to no Yakima range hog. Clancy and Dave Odell walked over to Cotton's lean-to barn and let out the saddle horses they had rented in Brewster the day before. Concealing the horses where Rip had missed seeing them was a precaution which Clancy had occasion to be thankful for. On their way through the wire gate, which the outbound hay wagon crew had neglected to close behind them, Odell eyed his companion quizzically, unable to fathom the complacent grin which Clancy had carried away from their abortive interview with Campbell's partner. Looks to me like we got some wire cutting ahead of us, the medico commented. Buying a 160-acre right-of-way into Fire Canyon ain't in the cards. Clancy grinned expansively. I haven't played my ace in the hole yet. I'll send Sarah over to Dicker with Cotton tomorrow. She'll cool him down. Odell scowled and kept his secret thoughts to himself. Every man ever born has his price, Clancy went on. Cotton's price won't come high, especially when Sarah goes to work on him. That albino gimp will open a quarter-section hole into Fire Canyon before our trail herd sights this fence. You can bet your last blue chip on that, my friend. Odell lapsed into a coughing spell, which left him spent and gasping. A medical man, he knew he carried his own death sentence in his diseased lungs. Time was running short for him. I hope so, he wheezed. Rip's got the law on his side. It'll take more than bluff or gunsmoke to pry our way into Fire Canyon this summer. Maybe Sarah's your answer. But I doubt it, he thought to himself. Chapter 6. At 3 o'clock, Rip pulled out of Bart's compound with a payload of kegged nails and tar paper rolls in his single wagon, consigned to the Indian Agency at Nispelem. A depression lay on his spirit, engendered by Steen Bart's gloomy forecast of Savoy becoming a ghost town by fall, and Rose Laranjo's prescience that a Finnish fight with Ned Clancy would end disastrously for him. Rose, provocative in a satin dressing robe, stood framed by the upper gallery door of the Loop-Loop as he swung the mule string out into the deserted street. Her smile was erased from her lips as she saw the stock of a Winchester booted under his saddle fender. That rifle usually reposed under the seat of the Conestoga, a weapon carried solely for the purpose of bagging game to supplement his rations on a long haul through primitive country. Its presence alongside his pommel now told the girl that Rip Campbell had drawn stakes in a game which necessitated his being ready for any emergency he might meet, day or night from now. A block beyond the Loop-Loop, Rip was startled out of his lethargy by hearing a feminine voice hail him by name from the wooden awning porch of the Caribou House. Aside from Rose Laranjo, there were no women to be found closer than Straight Edge Lulu's body house in Ruby. He halted his team and peered curiously at the hotel. A young woman in her early 20s, wearing a flat-crowned marbled Stetson work shirt and split riding skirt, came down the steps and crossed the footbridge over the creek, her spurred boots spraying little puffs of dust as she halted before him. He had never seen her around the diggings before, he was certain. Her beauty was too striking to have been overlooked in this thoroughly masculine camp. He mentally ticketed her as the wife of some visiting engineer. A wealth of burnished wheat-gold hair cascaded to her shoulders, in vivid contrast to the deep amber brown of her eyes. Not until he saw the dollar sign worked out in brass studs on her belt did he realize that he was facing Sarah Long, whom he remembered only a vague outline at the Port Columbia Stage Depot 2 nights before. "Didn't take the stage south the other night, eh, ma'am?" His greeting was couched in a dry humor, which brought a slight flush to her cheeks. He scanned the girl's supple figure in bold appraisal, mentally approving the lift of her firm young breasts under the faded shirt, the even whiteness of her teeth. "Mr. Campbell, if you can spare a moment, I'd like to discuss something with you. Something vitally important to both of us." Hat on saddle horn, a cigarette curling smoke beneath the fingers of his left hand, Rip's eyes hardened into bleak slits. "As Ned Clancy's intended bride, I reckon you want to discuss summer grays, ma'am. That issue is closed tighter than a pair of mail-order boots, so far as Fire Canyon is concerned." Sarah's long, dark eyes glittered, putting a vitality there which added to her natural attraction. The unblinking intensity of her gaze told Rip that, although this girl was an enemy of all that meant anything to his life, she was a woman of unquestioned charm, and therefore doubly dangerous. "Aren't you being a dog in the manger, Mr. Campbell?" she asked accusatively. "You know the drought has burned up Yakima Range this year. Lazy H and Dollar will have to get summer grays or face a die-off before Roundup. As I understand it, you aren't running a single steer in Fire Canyon." Rip remained untouched by her logic, the thought needling him that Clancy was behind this meeting, using the girl as a go-between to gain his objective. "I'm not a dog in the manger, Miss Long. I'm not letting Fire Canyon grass go to seed. It's being harvested to tide me over the winter. Cotton, and I hope to stock the canyon by fall." The girl made circles in the dust with a dainty boot toe. "Couldn't we rent the use of your grazing range until our October beef gather?" "What's the matter with the grays outside the canyon? Cyrus Jack owns half the strip from the river to the Cascade Divide. He'll lease you whatever your herd needs." Sarah bit her lip, anger showing in her eyes now. You know how rough the strip country is. Inside your canyon, a dozen riders could keep our cattle bunched all summer. It's only fair to warn you. Ned has used Fire Canyon in the past and he will again. Until you actually have stock to feed on that grass, he feels that you have no legal right to deny us grazing rights. Rip donned his hat and yanked his reins. Adios, ma'am. I don't think Clancy has any doubts as to where the legal rights lie in this case. Sarah Long jumped back to avoid the heavy wheels of the Conestoga, and her defiant shout lashed up at him. You cut a wide swath now. If Ned wanted to, he could sue you for your last dollar, for wrecking the ferry he leased from Ed Pedro down in Brewster. Rip's retort reached her through the whirling dust. That ferry wouldn't have been wrecked if Ned and his friends hadn't cut the cables, ma'am. He crossed the Cyrus by way of the Omak Ford at dusk, and camped that night at the claim deep in the Colville Indian Reservation. Chapter 7. The next day, he unloaded Bart's freight at the Nispelem Agency and turned his mules due south to cross the Columbia at Wild Goose Bill's Ferry the following morning. This third day on the road would find him bucking the sun-baked Scab Rock Badlands on the high sage-scented desert plateau. He derived no comfort from the knowledge that this was probably the last time he would have to endure the ordeal of crossing the Basin Desert. The cancellation of a lucrative summer freight contract with Steen Bart, due to the unforeseen exodus of miners to the Yukon Gold Rush, had come as a crippling blow to his dreams. Every passing hour drew Ned Clancy's trail herd closer to an open showdown at the entrance of Fire Canyon. Facing the lazy H-gun-hung crew loomed as a tough prospect, for Rip was virtually playing a lone wolf game. He knew he could not depend on the loyalty of Georgie Cotton. If the showdown involved a gunfight with Lazy H, Sheriff Irv Liam, the law of Savoy would back him to the limit, he knew. But having the government behind him would be of scant help if Clancy breached the homestead fence and shoved 2,000 or 3,000 head of hungry cattle onto Fire Canyon grass. A second visit from Clancy's emissaries to the hay harvesters would result inevitably in the river bottom farmers pulling out of Fire Canyon en masse. That would leave his lease wide open to the inroads of the Yakima steers, and by the time he could get a restraining injunction filed against Clancy in the circuit court, the damage would be irreparable. By midday, Rip was faced by the abyss of Grand Coulee, forcing him to veer southwestward across the bitter expanse of sage and greasewood and lava outcrops. His destination, the railhead of Coulee City, lay across a break in the Great Chasm near the Dry Falls. Lack of forage for the mules forced him to abandon travel during the heat of the afternoon. He doled out water to the suffering brutes from the barrel he had filled at the Columbia River. As soon as dusk came, he hitched up and pushed on. A full moon rode the cloudless sky, and its Argentine glow threw the 400-foot cliffs of Dry Falls into vivid, awesome relief. His wagon skirted the one-time cascade where the waters of the Columbia, thrown out of their original bed by the action of glaciers and prehistoric earthquakes, had once formed a cataract by which the glories of Niagara would be reduced to a seeping trickle by comparison. The old bed of the river made rough going for the wagon, but the lights of Coulee City lifted above the far horizon. Rip was determined to keep the mules going all night if need be, to achieve his goal short of another scorching day. He was dozing in saddle when, from the clotted shadows of a Scab Rock outcrop at the brink of Dry Falls, the cool night was cracked by the shattering roar of a gunshot. A bullet whipped past Rip's cheek as he straightened in saddle. He moved by instinct then, snaking the Winchester from his scabbard and leaving the stirrups in a rolling dive. Muzzle flame from a rifle bore lanced the darkness ahead of the spooked mules as he sprinted for the shelter of his wagon box, and an invisible force sledged his left shoulder and slammed him face forward on the rubble. Pulling himself to his knees, Rip groped to recover his fallen rifle and levered a shell into the breach. Gun smoke tarried above the lava outcrop where the dry gulcher was hidden, its smudging umbrella haloed by the moonbeams. He drove an answering shot in that direction, heard his copper-jacketed bullet ricochet into the awful blackness of the lower coulee. A yell somewhere behind him warned Rip that he was boxed in between cross-firing guns, that he was silhouetted against the white canvas of the Conestoga hood. Crouched low, he headed in the only direction left open to him, toward the brink of the dry falls. Bullets quested after his darting body from two angles, as he flung himself into a patch of bubble-pitted lava on the very lip of the chasm. The mules stampeded for 50 yards and came to a halt in a shallow coulee near the outcrop where the first bushwhack shot had breached the night. Not until he tried to rest his Winchester barrel across a lava chunk did Rip realize that he had been hit. A numbing sensation was spreading down his arm, across his left shoulder, and his fingers came away sticky with a warm, viscid ooze when he explored under his shirt. After this first numbness of bullet shock left him, he knew that a searing agony would set in, reducing his own effectiveness at bagging a target. At least 2 bushwhackers were converging on the Conestoga now. Above the ringing in his ears, Rip caught a liquid sloshing sound, and a vagrant breeze brought the fumes of spilled coal oil to his nostrils. Rip lowered himself to the sanctuary of a yard-wide ledge below the rim, knowing shoot-out was soon to come. His flesh crawled at the prospect of toppling into the empty depths under his right elbow. 1,000 feet below, he saw the twin lakes of stagnant water below the cliff talus, reflecting the high-riding moon like the eyes of a corpse. Discarding his Stetson, Rip lifted his head above the rim rock in time to see a spurt of ruddy flame blossom in the night as his attackers set fire to the wagon. If this was an ordinary hold-up by desert bandits out to loot a passing freighter, it seemed unlikely that they would be bent on destroying the empty wagon in this fashion. He saw the mules break into a stampede, panicked by the flames which enveloped the prairie schooner. Horror bit into him as he saw the team veer to the right, headed for the yawning chasm brink. Seconds later, the team went over the edge, the Conestoga teetering against the moonlit sky, its hood blazing like a torch. Nausea crawled into the pit of his stomach as he watched the long, plummeting drop of the 10-mule team and the big wagon, hurtling like a comet down the vertical wall of the dry falls toward the broken talus which sloped to meet the prehistoric lakes in the pit of the gorge. The fire Conestoga seemed to explode as it struck bottom. An eternity later, it seemed, the appalling crash of mules and wagon volleyed up from the shadow-blocked depths to assault Rip's ears as he crouched, numb and bleeding, on the ledge far above. "Lay this close to your chest now," came a guttural voice through the hushed quiet. "Campbell's hit, but he ain't out of the fight by a damned sight. He's trapped on the rim yonder." The voice struck a familiar chord in Rip's memory, but he couldn't identify its owner. He pushed the carbine aside in favor of his Colt 6 gun, knowing his left arm would soon be paralyzed and that the short gun would serve him best in a close-in fight. He unknotted the bandana from his neck and snapped the dust out of it, wadding it into a makeshift compress. His hand shook as he unbuttoned his shirt and explored under it, feeling the slow well of blood where a slug had ripped the edge of the muscle high on his left arm near the point of his shoulder. The bone had not been nicked. The wound was more painful than serious. The abrasive sound of a bobbed boot sole on lava reached his ears, but the tricky shift of the breeze made it impossible to orient the direction of the ambusher's movement. The moon put the ground line in sharp relief, and Rip waited for the shape of a skulking attacker to cross it. The bandana stemmed the flow of blood down his sleeve. He slowly knuckled the knurled hammer of his peacemaker to full cock, his eyes raking the rim rock along the full arc of his vision. A long period of nerve-sapping waiting followed. Occasionally, the furtive sounds of his attackers deploying into position for shoot-out reached his ears. Cicadas trilled in the bunch-grass thickets. Somewhere far off, a coyote bayed at the moon. Something twitched the twigs of a greasewood clump directly above the ledge where Rip was cornered. But he held his fire, not sure if a gust of wind had caused the foliage to move. Further to his right, metal scraped on rock. A stalking gunman was bellying across the ground, thrusting a rifle ahead of him. Too late, he realized that the moonlight had swung around enough to put his ledge under the full betraying glare of its beams. He was a prime target now. The wind died off. The cloying scent of sage bit into Rip's nostrils. Overhead, a shooting star scratched its white, dissolving spark across the heavens. Far below him, the shattered wreckage of the Conestoga had started a brush fire, the smell of smoke lifting in an acrid chimney current up the cliff. The greasewood clump vibrated again, and moonlight glinted off the muzzle of a Springfield rifle thrust tentatively through the foliage. He calculated the angle of the gun, knew that the man behind its sights had not yet spotted his hideout. He steadied his Colt barrel on the ledge rim and squeezed off a shot. On the heels of the whip-crack report, Rip heard a brief threshing noise in the gravel behind the greasewood, the gagging exhalations of a man. Spur chains jingled as boot toes made a rotaplan on the flinty rubble, and then the noises ceased. The black muzzle of the .45 still protruded from the fork of the greasewood bush, canted toward the moon. Maybe he had dropped a man. Maybe it was a ruse to draw him out of hiding to become a target for the second ambusher. He heard someone whisper, "You hit?" But no answer. Then came the furtive sound of a man crawling on all fours directly above him, invisible behind the rim rock. The noise ceased in the vicinity of the greasewood, and the low, dismayed oath reached Rip's ears. Pain was mounting steadily in his shoulder now, forcing him to grind his teeth against crying out and betraying his position. The shadows altered imperceptibly along the fluted rocks as the moon cruised down the nighttime sky. He estimated that a full hour had dragged by before another noise reached him. It was the drum roll of horses' hoofs headed southwest. 2 horses, traveling across the scarred channel of the dry riverbed. The ring of steel-shod hoofs on volcanic rock gradually dwindled and left a brooding silence over the empty land. This sound of a withdrawal posed a problem. The horses might have belonged to passing cavalry scouts bound for some army post, or they might have been the mounts belonging to his ambushers. A wrong guess now would be fatal. It did not seem likely that his ambushers would withdraw, leaving him in possession of the field. He was too cagey to take for granted that his bullet had tallied a target. The Springfield left hanging in the greasewood could be bait to lure him out of hiding. On the other hand, without so much as a pocket of shadow to take concealment in, Rip knew it would be suicidal to wait until one or the other of the gunmen crawled around the perimeter of Dry Falls and cut him down at long range. Thrusting his throbbing left arm through his shirt front to support it, he came to a kneeling position, flesh braced against the expected shock of point-blank lead. But nothing stirred on the skyline. Crickets sang their sedative lullaby from the sage clumps. The night was so still, he could hear the crackle of the fire which was licking the dead grass at the bottom of the coulee. Taking the long gamble, Rip climbed off the ledge which had been his sanctuary and inched closer to the greasewood out of line of the rifle muzzle. Veering a dozen yards to the left, he topped the hump and had his first look behind the greasewood clump. A sprawled shape made an angular blot in the shadow of the wood. The smell of blood in his nostrils was most likely his own, but he saw the moon refracted in a diamond point from a crawling black puddle beside the formless shadow. Searching the broken riverbed beyond, Rip finally made up his mind as to the shape events had taken. He had downed one of the bushwhackers with a lucky shot. The remaining gunmen had elected to beat a retreat rather than run the risk of a siege. Standing up, thumb alert on gun hammer, Rip moved forward and halted beside the body which lay in the grotesque posture of death beside the greasewood. A cowboy, judging from the bat-wing chaps which encased the saddle-warped legs and the steeple-peaked Stetson which had rolled to one side. With a boot toe, Rip rolled the slack, loose weight of the corpse over on its back. His bullet had smashed the stalker dead center of the forehead, and a curtain of blood and dirt masked the contorted face. The jutting beaver teeth, under a blood-clotted ram's horn mustache, were vaguely familiar to him. Then, glancing at the dead man's hat, Rip tagged his victim. The felt band of the black Stetson was impaled with a collection of dry flies and fishhooks. "Fred Dane," he muttered aloud and slid his gun into leather. "You've done your last fishing this side of hell, hombre." Identifying one of his ambushers as Ned Clancy's personal bodyguard removed the last mystery behind the destruction of his mules and wagon tonight. Clancy, learning through some source, perhaps from Sarah Long, that the man who blocked his summer range was making a trek to Coulee City, had dispatched 2 of his lazy H-gun hawks to wait for him here at Dry Falls, knowing it was the only means of crossing Grand Coulee from the Indian reservation. For the first time since the strike of lead against his own flesh, Rip realized now the seriousness of what Clancy's men had accomplished tonight. His best wagon and the pick of his mules were now buzzard bait and kindling wood in the pit of the lower coulee. Clancy had made a second strike at Rip's source of livelihood, augmenting this blow with a direct try on Rip's life. If he had had any doubts as to the limit Clancy would go, this business at Dry Falls removed them. The chips were down in a game which had a Boot Hill grave waiting for one or both of them at its finish. Rip clambered back down to the ledge and recovered his Winchester and Stetson. Back on the rise where Fred Dane's sightless eyes stared at the western moon, the Texan wrestled briefly with a vindictive impulse to hurl the lazy H bodyguard over the rim. Instead, he picked up Dane's fishhook bristling hat and, shouldering his rifle infantry fashion, headed toward the lights of Coulee City, 5 miles by crow flight across the desert. The coyotes could quarrel over Dane's corpse tonight. Rip knew that getting medical attention for his wound was his first need. If he remembered correctly, there would be a stage leaving Coulee City for the Fire Rim country around noon tomorrow. He would board it, with a dead man's hat as his only extra baggage. Chapter 8. Cattle, bearing the Lazy H and Dollar brands and earmarks, plodded up the cliff-bordered bottoms of the Columbia River, all ribs and gaunt from a hard winter and a burned-out spring. Bracketed by yipping outriders, Ned Clancy's pool herd was strung out in a dusty column which measured 5 miles from its point to the drags. Behind them lay the parched Ellensburg Hills, the river settlements of Rock Island and Wenatchee. Directly ahead was the cluster of shacks marking Entiat. The majority of these 3,000 head of bawling cattle belonged to Ned Clancy. The remainder were Sam Long's legacy to his daughter, and a smattering of mavericks picked up en route through the Colocum Pass by Clancy's hungry looped drovers. Clancy was waiting for his herd's arrival when they forded Entiat River. With the unerring instinct of a stockman, he saw that the pool herd was beginning to take on tallow during its leisurely advance northward, and grass improved from here on. Paced by a chuck wagon, the herd was within 100 miles of its summer range at Fire Canyon now. Riding out to confer with his trail boss, Clancy left orders to favor the stragglers, nurse the she-stuff along, and take it easy. He had plenty of time. A few months on the lush grass of the Cyrus would put Lazy H and Dollar Beef in shape for the fall gather and the short drive through Snoqualmie Pass to the slaughterhouses in Seattle. And with the Yakima and Oregon ranges ruined by drought this year, Clancy stood to rake in a fat profit on a beef short market. The feed and water of Fire Canyon would guarantee that. Turning back up the Caribou Trail toward the Cyrus, Clancy rode with a vast contentment suffusing him, a welcome release after the strain of past months, when he had seen his fortunes shriveling under the tropical hot Washington sun. A proud, ruthless, and thoroughly unscrupulous cattleman, Ned Clancy's sleep was not deviled by so much as a shred of worry concerning the end of this cattle drive. He rode with the firm assurance that the temporary nuisance of Rip Campbell's presence at Fire Canyon would be disposed of long in advance of the herd's arrival at the homesteader's drift fence. He had known Rip casually, as a happy-go-lucky saddle bum back in Texas a decade ago. It had come as a surprise to find that the erstwhile Chisholm trail drifter had acquired ambitions to build a spread of his own out here in Washington. But Clancy was quick to see that Campbell's scheme to introduce big-scale Texas methods of cattle raising to the unsettled Cyrus had possibilities which he, Clancy, might well adapt to his own long-range objective of dominating the cattle industry of this northwestern frontier. Whereas Clancy owned leagues of rich cattle range in the Yakima country, he had savvy enough to foresee other rainless years such as this one. If, by gaining title to permanent summer range in Fire Canyon, he could assure the prosperity of his cattle empire, Clancy was prepared to take any steps to wipe out any opposition which might confront his greedy ambition. Sarah Long figured in that ambition. When Clancy had first arrived in Washington, well-heeled with the proceeds of his crooked loop and running iron back in Texas, his only neighbor had been aging Sam Long, one-time brevet colonel under Jeb Stuart. Long, coming to Washington Territory shortly after the humiliation at Appomattox, had founded the Dollar Ranch, married, and begot a daughter, whom he had named after the snow-clad peak which overshadowed his wife's home in California. Colonel Sam had looked with distrust upon Ned Clancy, fearful of how far his fellow Texan's shadow might fall. He had seen Clancy build up the vast Lazy H outfit, freezing out small tally ranchers with the aid of the gun-hung crew he had brought with him from the Lone Star Plains. Long had died last winter, thereby removing the last obstacle to Clancy's long-range scheme to monopolize the privately owned grazing range in the state of Washington. Sarah Long was 20 years younger than Clancy, but he had courted her with an ardent devotion which had slowly overcome her father's opposition to the match. Only on the death of old Sam in his 90th year had the girl finally consented to wear Clancy's ring, and then with a patent reluctance which had piqued Clancy's prim. To Clancy, such a marriage was based less on love than on more practical business grounds. Once Sarah became his bride, the dollar would automatically fall into the sphere of control which the Lazy H wielded in the Yakima country. A man of unquestionable social charm and education, Ned Clancy chose to consider his forthcoming marriage to Sarah Long as icing on a very delectable cake. The rambling California-style ranch house, which Clancy had built on a tawny bluff overlooking his cattle empire, needed a hostess. And Sarah's beauty made her a prize well worth capturing, even without the added inducement of Dollar's fertile acres of Natchez Valley graze. As Sarah's intended husband, Clancy knew he enjoyed the girl's complete faith and unswerving loyalty. His personal integrity was something she had never questioned, despite the hints which Colonel Sam had implanted in her regarding Clancy's rustling activities back in Texas. However Clancy had managed to expand his range, Sarah accepted his version of astute business dealings and fair payment for value received. Stories of night raids by Lazy H riders, of ranchers left dangling under cottonwood limbs, as the price of their defiance to Lazy H and its spreading power. These stories Clancy could pass off as ugly rumors started by jealous inferiors. And, knowing Sarah's deep-seated inheritance of honor and square dealing, Clancy was careful to curry the girl's respect in every way he could. Midway to Brewster, where Clancy intended to await his oncoming pool herd, the Lazy H cattle baron was hailed from the shadow of the beetling ribbon cliffs by a familiar voice. Reining his big stallion in the direction of the voice, Clancy saw the familiar sunken-chested figure of Dave Odell emerge from a willow thicket at the river's edge. Excitement put a flush of color on Clancy's cheekbones as he spurred down to meet his henchman. Exactly where his path had first crossed Odell's, even Clancy could not remember precisely, but a close rapport had always existed between this ambitious wide looper and the broken-down ex-Confederate surgeon. Crowding 70, Dave Odell had been a practicing physician in an obscure Texas trail town during the Reconstruction years which followed his mustering out of the Confederate forces. But drink and opium had made Odell a pariah of his profession, a traitor to his Hippocratic oath. His habit of administering to patients who visited him in the dead of night, owl hooters with a bounty on their scalps, and gunshot or knife wounds of doubtful genesis on their persons, had given Odell a notoriety and a crooked reputation. At any rate, the oldster's genius with scalpel and suture needle had saved Ned Clancy's life on a certain occasion when a Texas Ranger had put a bullet in Clancy's lung following an unsuccessful attempt to steal a herd bound for Abilene. Odell, in the early stages of tuberculosis even then, had carried the wounded rustler to Medora and devoted the next 6 months of his life to concealing Clancy from the posses seeking to cut his sign. He had nursed Clancy through a convalescence when another medico would have given up his patient as lost. As long as that bullet scar remained on Clancy's chest, he owed an unshakable allegiance to Dave Odell, the only loyalty that the man was capable of. And on that basis, their Damon and Pythias relationship had its inception. When Clancy had come west to shake off the law noose that was tightening around him in the Brasada country of the Upper Pecos, Ned Clancy's companion in flight had been Dave Odell. With the ascending star of Lazy H. Fortune, Odell carried the title of Clancy's foreman and was his inseparable companion and personal advisor. "You killed him," Clancy greeted the raw-boned old man. Odell shielded a cough behind a palsied palm, and when he lowered his hand, a stain of crimson lingered on the corners of his mouth. His forearm was pitted with hypodermic scars, and his faded eyes were pinpointed with narcotics now. "Well, Ned, I'll answer that one with a yes or no." Clancy swung out of stirrups, his flat brows jutting like awnings over his narrowing eyes. "What in hell does that mean, yes or no? He's either dead or he damned better had be." Clancy's piercing flint-black eyes lanced through the willows behind Odell. "Where's Fred?" Odell rubbed the worn stock of his ancient Spiller and Burcampain pistol, avoiding Clancy's glance. "I left Dane back at the Dry Falls. We jumped Campbell's wagon, set it afire, and hazed it over the cliff. But Fred got careless. Forgot there was a full moon. Rip blew his brains out." Clancy pulled his bridle reins back and forth through his powerful hands, his jaw sagging as he took the brunt of this shocking news. Fred Dane had sighted Clancy for years before Odell had joined the triumvirate. He and Dane had shot their way out of more than one tight corner together, back to back. What happened to Campbell? Odell's interest appeared to be fixed on the black lava seams which laced the eroded face of the ribbon cliffs overhead. "Well, Dane plugged him. He forted up in the rocks, and I reckon he bled to death there." A grim prescience of disaster flowed through Clancy. "Out with it, Dave. It ain't like you to beat around the bush with me. You ain't sure Campbell cashed in his chips?" Odell fished a bottle from his tunic and fortified himself with a stiff dram. Having long since diagnosed his own incurable disease, Odell kept himself alive with alcohol and morphine. "I lit a shuck soon as I found Dane was past my help, Ned. I'd say Campbell bled to death, but I didn't dally around till daylight to make sure. I'm too old a goat to risk my horns on that." Clancy was silent for a long interval, his knuckles whitening over the stocks of the twin Colts slung for cross-draw under his fustian town coat. "I should have handled him myself," he said finally. "Get your horse and come on, Dave. We'll eat at Brewster." Dusk found Clancy and Odell at the ferry landing opposite Fort Columbia. The Ribbon Cliffs, forcing a closure of the Caribou Trail, meant the oncoming herd would have to cross to the east bank of the Columbia. By noon tomorrow, the cattle would reach Port Columbia and make their crossing back to the west side where the river was narrowest. Pedro's ferry cables had been repaired, and the raft, towed back upstream from the bar where it had landed with Rip's wagon, was once more in operation. At the moment, it was shuttling back to Brewster, loaded with the red and yellow stage from Wilbur and Coulee City. When the ferry nudged into its slip, The stage driver mounted his boot and drove the thorough-braced Concorde up the ramp and halted in front of the Brewster station, directly opposite Pedro's shanty. Clancy, his chair tilted back against the wall of the ferryman's house, was dozing when Dave Odell plucked his sleeve. "Reckon my diagnosis of Campbell's wound was a trifle on the optimistic side, Ned. Look there, and remember you left your shooting irons in your bags." The color drained from Clancy's swart countenance as he caught sight of the tall, bow-legged cowpuncher who alighted from the Cooley City stage and headed toward the ferry landing. Rip halted in front of Clancy, his smoke-gray eyes shuttling between Dave Odell and the Lazy H boss. His left hand came out from behind his back, and he tossed a blade hat on the step at Clancy's feet. "See you at Fire Canyon next week, Ned. Meanwhile, there's a little keepsake for you in case you want to go fishing." The Texan turned on his heel and strode back to catch the departing stage for Savoy. "Fred's hat," Dave Odell muttered, staring at the bullet hole in the brim of the bloodstained hat. "Well, Campbell knows what he's up against anyhow. He doesn't know I was with Fred that night, or I wouldn't be here to brag about it now." Chapter 9. The broken-down prospector, who enjoyed the dubious distinction of being Savoy's town drunkard, was on hand at the relay station when the midnight stage pulled in from Brewster. A lone passenger alighted from the Concorde, and Jasper Prim hobbled over to make his customary plea. "I'm dead beat for nourishment, and you can't eat free lunch at Baker's Saloon without buying a drink, stranger. Besides which, my wife Jenny is fixing to have a baby, and I'm needing a bracer." Prim's whimper broke off as he recognized the drawn lines of Rip's face in the glare of the stage lamps. Ordinarily, the genial Texan was good for $1 and a few joshing words, but tonight Rip brushed off the beggar's outstretched palm and stalked grimly across the street to Bart & Company's office. He found the bearded trader playing checkers with Irv Liam, the sheriff. After a moment's hesitation, Rip decided to let the lawman in on his failure to reach Cooley City to pick up Bart's merchandise. "Clancy's cattle are bedded down this side of Pateros tonight," he finished up. "Which means they'll hit my Fire Canyon fence in 2 or 3 days at the outside. I can't make the Cooley trip with my other wagon, or send Georgie over there either." The trader fingered his beard thoughtfully. "No matter. I just have that more inventory I couldn't dispose of. Sorry you lost your outfit, son. Never rains but it pours, seems like." Sheriff Liam, apparently concentrating on his next move, rubbed a leaf-brown ear and spoke through his drooping waterfall mustache. "If you can prove Ned Clancy was behind that ambush, swear out a warrant for his arrest, and I'll be glad to serve it. If somebody don't put a rope around that guy's neck, he'll be running for governor." Rip, his hand on the doorknob, shook his head in negation. "Dane's dead. I didn't identify his partner. Clancy was behind the deal, obviously. But proving it is something else." Rip stepped out into the night, saw that the Loop Loop Casino was locked up, an unheard-of thing for a gambling house which did its best business in the hours after midnight. After a yearning glance at the window of Rose's upstairs bedroom, made his way to the Caribou House. Sheriff Liam was breakfasting in the hotel dining room when Rip joined him next morning, refreshed after a good sleep. He was wearing a clean shirt, which concealed the lump of bandage taped to his left shoulder. Liam waited until Rip was building a smoke after his meal before saying what was on his mind. "I was talking to Jasper Prim after I seen you last night. Had to lock the old coot up to sleep off a binge. It seems Jasper has been on a hunting trip over Fire Canyon Way." Rip grinned at the picture that conjured up. "Aiming to feed that new baby a venison steak when the stork shows up." Liam's face was dead serious as he teetered back his chair, polishing the star on his lapel with a big thick-nailed thumb. "You know that section of public land between your homestead and the 20-mile strip at Keyhole Pass? I ought to, Irv. Been trying hard enough to get you or some other reliable person to prove up on it, to protect my back. Don't tell me Prim wants to file on it. Liam scratched a stubby jaw with his pipe stem. Not hardly. But Prim says somebody's fencing that piece, and is throwing up a homestead cabin smack in the middle of the keyhole. It wouldn't be so good, say, if Ned Clancy got the idea of taking a donation claim right at your back door. Rip's chair legs hit the floor as he came to his feet. The keyhole had always been the weak link in his plan to eventually control the entire length of Fire Canyon. If a hostile owner moved in, he could legally demand right-of-way between Rip's and Georgie Cotton's homestead through the mouth of the canyon. That possibility had long been a nightmare to the man. The courthouse opens in a couple hours, the sheriff went on, a toothpick waggling under his mustache. Barney Cole can tell you soon enough who filed on keyhole. Rip lifted his Stetson from a nearby antler rack. Hell, I can be out to the canyon by then. I'll find out for myself. He was saddling his mare over in Bart's Bam before the Savoy sheriff caught up with him. I'll ride out with you, son. You might find a gent with an itchy trigger finger squatting on that section. Rip jerked his saddle cinch tight and mounted. No thanks, Sheriff. Filing on an unclaimed chunk of government land is nothing a sheriff can object to. Of course, Liam called after him, this whole thing might be another of Prim's whiskey tales. The mare was lathered and blowing when Rip reached the south wall of Fire Canyon and directed his gaze toward the narrowing notch of the keyhole. Chapter 10. Jasper Prim's report had been no figment of a drunkard's imagination. A pile of notched fir logs had been snaked over to the keyhole. 2 men were already at work, even at this early hour, fashioning a foundation from rocks brought from the bed of Glacier Creek. A row of fence posts had been set across the section line. Reels of barbed wire gleamed in the morning sun rays from the bed of a springboard wagon parked near the creek. Wire purchased from Bart's stock. Rip made another grim discovery. The nesters he was depending upon to harvest his hay crop were nowhere to be seen. Their tents were gone, and their rakes and mowing machines were nowhere in evidence. The sodbusters had deserted the sinking ship during his absence. Rip spurred his winded Mustang recklessly down the road which ribboned down the shoulder of the canyon and reached his own homestead. The anguished bawling of his milk cow pulled Rip's attention from the keyhole situation. He tarried to pay his log-walled barn a visit. The cow's udder was swollen with pent-up milk, indicative that Georgie Cotton had been derelict in his duty to the suffering animal during Rip's absence. Cursing, the Texan wasted a quarter hour stripping the cow, pumping the water trough full, and forking fresh hay to the neglected beast. Back in saddle, he skirted his cabin and rode across the flats in the direction of the new homestead claim at the keyhole, when a scene of activity over on his partner's homestead brought him up short, his original mission pushed from his mind. A crew of men was strung out along Cotton's drift fence, cutting barbed wire and yanking posts out of the ground with lasso ropes. The barrier which Rip had counted upon to indicate the deadline for Clancy's pool herd was being obliterated before his very eyes. Loosening his saddle gun and scabbard, Rip put the mare at a dead run across the intervening flats, forded Glacier Creek, and reined up in front of Georgie Cotton's tar paper shack. Georgie, his bellow started echoes from the looming cliff. What in hell have you been? He broke off as the cabin door opened on bullhide hinges, and the trim figure of Sarah Long stepped out on the clean-swept stone flags of his partner's porch. The girl from Dollar Ranch was hatless, the sun catching highlights in her cascading blonde tresses. She looked mannish in a pair of high-cuffed bibless Levi's, and her shirt sleeves were rolled back to reveal arms whitened with baking powder. Ground-tying the mare, Rip headed for the cabin, a storm of conflicting emotions keeping him speechless even when the girl gave him a cordial invitation to join her at breakfast. "Where's my partner?" he blurted finally. Devils danced in Sarah's brown eyes. "Mr. Cotton is staying over in Savoy until you return, I believe," he said. Rip gestured toward the drift fence. Who's that out yonder tearing down fence? What are you doing here at Cotton's? Sarah swatted her palms together, flour clouding up to obscure her half-smile. Those are dollar cowhands, Mr. Campbell. They work for me. I own this homestead as of Wednesday noon. You. Rip swayed on his feet, unable to comprehend this cataclysmic turn of events. I never called a woman a liar, ma'am, but Cotton wouldn't sell me down the river. Not without consulting me first. Sarah leaned back against the door casing, folding her arms across the swell of her breasts. I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, but you're mistaken. Mr. Cotton sold me this homestead the day you left for Cooley City. For $1,000 in cash. Do you want to see my deed? Knots of muscle swelled at the corners of Rip's jaws, as a deep festering hurt took root in his breast. The ambush at Dry Falls, this stab in the back over at the keyhole today, even the threat of imminent range war which Ned Clancy's approaching cattle presaged, these calamities were tangible, something a man could fight in his own way. But to have a trusted partner play the Judas role in his absence, to be double-crossed by a man who owed Rip his life, his one chance of salvaging his manhood, this was a tragedy too deep to absorb at one blow. Please don't look at me that way, Mr. Campbell, Sarah implored, her arrogance fading as she stepped toward him. After all, everything's fair in love and war. And this is surely war between us. My whole future is tied up in gaining right-of-way for my stock to enter Fire Canyon. Mr. Cotton is not your slave or your chattel. He had a perfect legal and moral right to accept cash payment for property he held in his own right. Rip's lungs expanded to the slow, deep pull of his breath, his face ashen as the face of a pugilist who has sustained a crippling blow, his brain as yet incapable of realizing the potentialities of disaster which Cotton's perfidy would bring. Yeah, he said numbly, everything's fair in love and war. Even to tipping off a killer, that I'd be prime ambush bait out at Grand Coulee, I suppose. A frown altered the girl's face, pulling the anger from her eyes. She drew back her hand in the act of touching him. Grand Coulee? Ambush? What are you talking about? He laughed then, harshly and on a rising scale. His hands fisted, every instinct in him calling out for physical reprisal, his rage checkmated by the barrier of sex. Don't lie to me. Don't deny you sent Fred Dane out to ambush me. Well, I had to kill Fred Dane. You can laugh and forget that. I never will. Sarah recoiled from the ferocity of his eyes, seeing a berserk quality enter his uncurbed temper. I know nothing of Dane's activities, she said hollowly. Surely you don't think I'd condone anything as violent as... He was gone then, striding back to his waiting horse. He swung into stirrups and left Cotton's gate at a run. For a long minute the girl remained at the cabin door, a sense of shame touching her, a feeling akin to disloyalty to her better self, which erased what triumph she had felt at engineering a tactical victory over this homesteader she considered to be an enemy. The strike of hoofs approaching from the east drew her gaze away from Rip's departure toward Keyhole Pass. Sarah pulled her gaze around to see Ned Clancy riding through the gate from the direction of the fence-cutting crew. It worked, the lazy H-boss shouted exultantly as he stepped down from his stallion. I thought Cotton would be putty in your hands, but I hardly expected to find a 160-acre gate wide open before I got back. She evaded his attempt to kiss her, and not until then did Ned Clancy pause to see the haunted look in his fiancée's eyes. What's troubling you this morning? Sarah stepped back, her eyes imploring him. Tell me the truth. What happened to Fred Dane? Clancy's smile faded, his eyes shuddering as if to conceal the guilty knowledge that lay behind them. What do you mean? Campbell was just here. He says Fred tried to ambush him over at Grand Coulee night before last. He says he had to shoot him. Clancy's jaw snapped shut. He stalled for time to compose his thoughts, by clipping the end off his cigar and lighting it. "Matter of fact, Dane is dead," he admitted. "I sent him back down to meet the herd, as you know. He got himself knifed by a Jezebel down in the red light district Saturday night. Dave brought me the news at Patero's. I helped bury Fred yesterday." Tears brimmed the girl's lashes as she stared back at the man she intended to marry, a tiny worm of disillusion screwing into her thoughts for the first time since she had accepted Clancy's betrothal ring. "You wouldn't lie to me about Fred." Clancy was smiling again now, his arms extended toward her. A moment later, she was pressed against him, sobbing uncontrollably against his lapel. "Of course I told you the truth. It's my word against Campbell's. Which of us are you to believe?" Chapter 11. The two burly stone masons, who were laying the foundation for the Keyhole Pass cabin, paused in their work as Rip rode up. He recalled having seen this pair around Savoy before, and had the impression that they were muckers at the Sarah King diggings. "Which one of you filed on this land?" The workmen exchanged glances, sensing the threat in the man on horseback's voice. "Neither of us, feller. We just took on this fencing and cabin-raising job to kill time while the mines closed down. Got the job from Nick Gordon, the shaft house foreman. Since when is a mining engineer interested in a homestead? There's no mineral in Fire Canyon. It's been prospected from end to end. Gordon knows that." The spokesman shrugged. "Gordon didn't file on it. Somebody braced him for day labor, and he give us the job. That's all we can tell you. There was nothing to be gained by dallying here." Rip wheeled the mare around and started back to town. The county courthouse was open when he reached Savoy, and he went directly to the land office. Barney Cole, the county recorder, was going through his morning mail. "I'd like to see your plat of Fire Canyon," Rip requested brusquely, without preliminaries. "I want to find out who filed on that public land near the Keyhole this week." Cole cuffed back the celluloid eyeshade which covered his bald head and grinned competently. "No need to open the archive for that dope. Your lady friend over at the Loop Loop took a notion to be your neighbor." Rip's jaw dropped. "Meaning Rose Laranjo?" "That's right. Gambling's dead around here. Maybe she wants to settle down and grow a garden." Rip left the courthouse in a haze of relief and bewilderment. Not until he was hitching his Mustang at the rack in front of the Loop Loop deadfall did the full import of Rose's surprise move become clear to him. "She heard about Cotton selling me out, so she filed on the Keyhole. With Rose homesteading that piece, Clancy can't shove a single critter beyond her fence." The implications of the girl's coup buoyed Rip's spirit like a narcotic in his bloodstream. Between the Lazy H herd and the Upper Canyon, Rose's homestead stood like a barrier, as effective as if an avalanche had blocked the Keyhole. There could be no other explanation for the girl's move. In his absence, she had countered Georgie Cotton's treachery with a master stroke, plucking victory from what had seemed irrevocable defeat. Rip mounted the casino steps and pushed through the batwings, his eyes sweeping at once to the blackjack table in the far corner. He was in luck. Rose, wearing a full-skirted Spanish gown, which made her resemble a damsel from Old Castile, was fitting a new baize cover to her gaming table. A lone customer stood drinking at the casino's bar, standing in Rip's path as the Texan headed toward Rose's corner. Not until he was abreast of the man did he recognize Georgie Cotton, and sight of his traitorous partner halted the man alongside Cotton's elbow. On the bar in front of the albino was a half-empty whiskey bottle, a shot glass, and a buckskin poke from the puckered mouth of which had spilled a heap of gold specie. "Spending your double-cross pay on drinking, Georgie?" Rip's voice cut through Cotton's alcoholic fog. "How do you think you'll feel when that money's gone and you have to live with yourself?" Cotton clutched the plump leather sack with trembling hands. He swiveled slowly to meet the full impact of Rip's scorn. His corpse-white face took on 2 spots of color over his cheekbones as he tried to focus his pink eyes on the man he had betrayed to the enemy. "I had a right to sell out. Who in hell do you think you are, my guardian?" Cotton's voice was thick with whiskey. His side hammer pistol was thrust under his belt, and his eyes were bright with a malevolent defiance. A sneer plucked at the corners of Rip's mouth. "Sure," his reply came gently. "You had a right to sell out. The homestead belonged to you. You owed me nothing. Forget it." Cotton lurched away from the bar as Rip started toward Rose again. The albino jerked the drawstring of the gold poke taut and spun it on a forefinger. "I'll split the payout with you. You damn bastard, take it all. Here. Catch." As he spoke, Georgie, Cotton tossed the bag of specie in a looping arc toward Rip's face, in a feint to mask his simultaneous reach for the 5-shot revolver at his hip. Reading the trick even as it came, Rip parried the leather pouch in midair, batting it back against the albino's chest. He followed up with a pounce which caught Cotton's gun arm on its upward jerk from his belt. They grappled. Cotton's left knee battered at Rip's crotch as they struggled for possession of the gun. A hard twist of both hands on Cotton's wrist brought a bellow of pain from the albino, and the unfired gun dropped into a sandbox beside the brass rail between them. Cotton wrenched himself free of Rip's trap-like grip and scooped the whiskey bottle off the bar. Rip ducked under the swinging bottle, felt it graze the bullet wound on his shoulder with an impact that shot fire through his vitals. The bottle left Cotton's grasp and splintered on the floor behind them. The bartender's nervous yell was lost on Rip's ears. "Gentlemen," he shouted. "Gentlemen, I'll tolerate no violence in this house. Take your argument outdoors." Rip rocked Cotton back on his heels with a blow to the nose which brought crimson spewing from the albino's nostrils. Stepping wide, Rip unbuckled his gun harness and flung it on the bar, his eyes never leaving Cotton. "We can settle our accounts without gunplay, Georgie. Come on." All reason had left Cotton's liquor-fuddled brain now. He lunged at his former partner with fists flailing, the craze to kill blazing in his red-shot eyes, curses spilling from twisted lips. Cotton's frenzied assault drove Rip back against a poker table, upsetting it with a dry clatter of spilling chips and a crumbling chair. Rip lost his footing on the puddle of spilled whiskey behind him, and he went down, powerless to dodge Cotton's outlashing boot. The kick grazed his jaw, snapped his head back. Through a red gauze of pain, he saw the albino leaping for him, butchering his flesh with kicks and blows, as Cotton pulled the fight to the level of a saloon brawl, kicking, gouging, no holds barred. Rip rolled free and came to his feet. He snatched up a croupier's stool from the roulette layout and beat it over Cotton's shoulders. But still the albino bored in, murderous, bawling deep in his throat like a wounded bull after a matador, driven by an insane passion to stomp the life from the man who faced him, a powerful maniac whose strength was doubled by the drunken fury which possessed him. The batwings flashed open and revealed the crouched figure of Sheriff Liam on the threshold, as the two fighters slugged their way in a serpentine path through the rows of gaming tables. Rose Laranjo's passage was a breath of perfume, and a rustle of silk as the girl fled across the barroom to where the sheriff stood, hand on gun butt, bitter lights in his eyes. "Stop them, Irv. In God's name, stop them before they kill each other." Liam shook his head, watched Rip chop Cotton's face to a bloody ruin, as they smashed each other toe-to-toe in the middle of the casino, men evenly matched for weight and reach, and a mutual determination to make this a finish fight, the swan song of their broken partnership. "Cotton sold Rip out," Liam said mercilessly. "Unless he tries pulling any tricks, I'll let Campbell dish out the medicine Cotton's got coming to him." Rose averted her eyes as the fury of battle carried the two men against the bar with a resounding crash, trading uppercuts with a furious abandon which brought no pain to either man. Cotton retreated along the bar, tiring fast. He stooped once to seize up a brass cuspidor, and hurled it, screaming, at the bruised visage of the Texan who followed him relentlessly, carrying the fight to him. Rip ducked the hurtling bludgeon and leapt to block Cotton's possible retreat toward a side door, fists lancing through the albino's defenses to pound Cotton's lips to a jelly and bruise the albino's chest and stomach with a merciless rain of blows. Sheriff Liam pulled Rose clear of the doorway as the brawling pair veered away from the end of the bar and hit the batwings, locked in a grapple. They crashed heavily to the porch outside. Cotton was the first on his feet, stomping Rip's skull and back with spike-heel boots. Liam followed them through the fanning doors, gun half-drawn, as he saw Cotton's bloody fingers lock on Rip's throat, thumbs probing for the windpipe, his sunflower rowels raking Campbell's flanks and thighs, slashing his bullhide chaps to ribbons. Rip broke the strangling grip on his neck and reared to his feet, smashing a haymaker to Cotton's solar plexus, which carried the albino backwards to hit a porch post with splintering impact. Recovering, Cotton's fist stabbed to his belt. Sunlight flashed on naked steel as the albino got a Bowie blade from its sheath under his Levi's. The sheriff's gun was in the open now, but before the lawman could intervene, Rip launched himself under Cotton's thrusting knife. His head caught the albino in the short ribs, butting him in a backward somersault over the casino's porch rail. The knife clattered out on the plank sidewalk as Georgie Cotton collapsed moaning in the weeds alongside the porch. He was whipped, utterly spent. Rip's shirt dangled in rags about his heaving chest. He stumbled down the steps and reached down to grab his erstwhile partner by the armpits, hauling him to his feet. "Your horse is at the rack, Georgie." His voice gusted like a crow's caw from his laboring throat. "Straddle it and ride. There ain't room in the Cyrus for the two of us after today." Mopping blood from his eyes with a ragged sleeve, Georgie Cotton lurched dazedly across the sidewalk and clutched the end of the hitch rack for support, blood dripping in gobbets from his crushed nose and mouth to stipple the dirt, his head bowed on his chest. Cotton was beyond speech or movement when the casino's trembling bartender came outside with the albino's gold poke and gun. Sheriff Liam seized the latter, emptied the loads from the cylinder, and walked over to thrust the empty gun into Cotton's hip pocket. "You heard what he said," the sheriff rasped out. "Hit the trail, Georgie. And keep going. I'll lock you up for life if I catch you inside my county again." It took the combined efforts of Liam and the bartender to hoist Cotton aboard his gelding. Sagging in saddle as if his spine was broken, Cotton stared around dizzily while the bartender stowed Sarah Long's gold into a saddlebag. Fumbling with his reins, Cotton peered through swollen lids, hunting until he located Rip leaning against a porch post, gasping air into his tortured lungs. "I'm pulling stakes," croaked the albino. "But fog your guns next time our trails cross. I ain't forgetting this, damn your black soul. Not ever." Clinging to saddle horn, Cotton spurred away from the casino and headed the gelding down canyon toward the Ruby diggings. Sheriff Liam crossed over to the porch of the Sarah Exchange Bank and posted himself in a rocker there, keeping an eye on Cotton until the banished albino was lost behind the pines at the south end of town, headed into exile. Rose materialized at Rip's side when the Texan brought himself groggily out of torpor, his eyes bleak with disillusion that allowed no trace of celebration over this hard-won brawl. "Breaking a friendship isn't easy," the girl's whisper reached his throbbing ears. "Don't let Georgie's parting threat bother you. He won't stop riding till he gets back to Texas, where he belongs, that I know." Rip lowered his eyes to meet the message of faith he read in the gambler's somber gaze. For the first time, he recalled the reason that had sent him into the gambling house. "I wanted to thank you for making that keyhole deal for me, Rose," he said huskily, words coming hard. "Clancy would have had me hog-tied for branding if you hadn't moved in to scotch his play." She pulled his head to her and kissed him once, lightly and impersonally on his bruised cheek. Old hunger swept Rip again as he rubbed his aching jaw against her glossy raven hair, holding her thus for a long moment. "I had my reasons," she told him. He felt her withdraw behind the mantle of aloof mystery which would forever be a barrier between them. Chapter 12. Dust roiled up from the Caribou Trail as the lazy H and Dollar Pool herd approached the fruit orchards of the nesters around Omak Ford. It was a dust that built a curtain across the zenith and turned the sun to a copper rivet, tempering the unseasonable heat which was slowly turning the foothill forests into a tinderbox. Farmers watched the sprawled brown tidal wave of hoofs and horns approach their unfenced apple orchards. They were apprehensive of what Ned Clancy's drovers would do when they reached the outer limits of the plowed and planted bottomlands. At a community meeting 2 days before, the sodbusters had voted reluctantly but in solid majority to abandon their haying contract with Rip. The level heads among them, veterans of cattle wars in other places, knew the potential battleground which Fire Canyon had become. Hints of the Lazy H's violent methods of expanding its cattle empire had trickled up the trail from Yakima, and these nesters had no stomach for hang rope or raiders' torches by night. It was with relief, then, that they saw the oncoming herd quit the greening river bottom and move into the eroded coulees which serrated the lofty tableland which formed a buffer between the pine-mottled foot spurs of the Cascades and the river valley. For the nesters, the emergency was at least postponed, and there were few among them who believed that a lone cowman like Rip could long stand against the pressure of Clancy's cloven-hoofed juggernaut. Throughout the sweltering day, Yakima riders hazed the bawling stragglers up the clay-baked breaks, bunching the herd on the grassy bench of Pogue's Flat. A mile due west of this bedground, the frowning obsidian ramparts of the Cascade Range were broken by the broad maw of Fire Canyon, its remoter extremity pointing like a crooked finger into the snow-watered Eden of the high hills where the drought had not yet penetrated. It was too late in the day to push the herd into the canyon. Ned Clancy had learned of minor formalities to get out of the way before the vanguard of the beef drive started its entry onto long-awaited summer range. Sarah Long had moved out from the Savoy Hotel to live on the Cotton homestead for the summer. She informed Clancy of the barbed wire fence which had mysteriously been strung across the narrowing hourglass formation of the canyon at Keyhole Pass. That fence had been completed secretly during the week, connecting up with the back line of Rip's homestead on the south half of the canyon mouth. It formed an unbroken barrier from cliff to cliff, duplicating the fence which Dollar Cowhands had removed from Cotton's frontage in advance of the herd's arrival. As evening's blue dusk was pooling between the rim rocks, Clancy rode toward the keyhole with Sarah Long and the ubiquitous second, Dave Odell, flanking his stirrups. Clancy scorned to make any show of force by bringing an armed crew with him. Whoever had dared file on the homestead rights to the keyhole was obviously in ignorance of the powder keg he had chosen for a claim. The walls and rafters of the new homestead cabin had been raised between Glacier Creek and the Keyhole Notch, 50 yards from the triple strands of barbed wire which close Fire Canyon to the cattle herd bedded down on the outer flats tonight. As the three riders drew rein at the wire gate, Clancy's halloo brought 2 men and a girl from the doorless and windowless cabin. Clancy recognized their sharp-cut silhouettes against the red wash of sundown glow through the keyhole, and sight of them brought him quickly erect in saddle. "What's she doing here?" he wondered in a soft voice, as if to himself. His eyes were on Rip and the Savoy sheriff, Irv Liam. Sarah bent a curious stare at her fiancé. "She's the lady gambler at the Loop Loop Casino, isn't she? You've met her before." Dave Odell, preoccupied with a whiskey bottle to ease off the pains of a recent coughing spell, did not fail to notice the quick alarm which clouded Clancy's eyes as Sarah spoke. "She used to dance in a honky-tonk in San Antonio, Sarah. Everybody west of the Pecos knows Rose." Rip Campbell and the sheriff dropped slightly behind the dusky-eyed Spanish girl as she reached the fence, her gaze striking Clancy with an unblinking intensity, her carmine lips parted in an inscrutable smile, alike hostile and provocative. "Evening," Clancy said, lifting his hat. "What are you doing here?" Strange and obscure cross-currents flowed between this pair for a moment. Rose shifted her attention to Sarah Long, her glance carrying on to Dave Odell, who sat his horse with the silence of a graven image, shrouded in his own thoughts, knowing more than his poker face revealed. "This is my homestead, Mr. Clancy," Rose said in the softest of voices. "I want you to know that, in case you have any idea of running your cattle through the keyhole tomorrow." Clancy was silent for a long moment, tasting the bitter realization that he had been outmaneuvered by this frail girl from a Savoy gambling den. His eyes narrowed a little. "I've got 3,000 odd critters out on the flats," he said finally. "This fence won't stop them when they get started up Glacier Creek." The sheriff sauntered over to the wire gate, leaning his elbows against the taut wire, his voice casual. "Miss Laranjo owns the keyhole, Clancy. I'll be camped on the rim rock with a shotgun and 4 or 5 deputies all this week. I'll guarantee that not one hoof trespasses on this woman's property without her consent." Clancy purpled, turning his gimlet stare on Rip, a brief wonderment touching him as he saw the livid bruises and scabbed cuts which had converted the Texan's face into a green-mottled caricature. "This your idea? Blocking off the canyon with a female's skirts?" Rip appeared engrossed in shaking tobacco into a cigarette paper troughed between his fingers. Twisting the smoke and cementing it with a swipe of his tongue, the cowman directed his answer towards Sarah Long. "You've got gall, Clancy, talking about using a woman's skirts." The inference in his voice stung Sarah and brought an amused smile to Rose's lips. Draping a Mexican shawl about her shoulders, the Spanish girl turned and headed toward her half-finished cabin. Liam and Rip remained in their tracks, watching Clancy's forming reactions with languid amusement. "You got a legal right to haze those cattle as far as this fence," the sheriff averred, "seeing as how Miss Long here has bought Georgie Cotton's land. But that's as far as you'll go." Dave Odell stirred in saddle, returning his whiskey bottle to the military surgeon's kit bag strapped to his pommel. He eyed Clancy slantwise and drawled sagely. "Looks like you're outfoxed here. The laws closed this gate on us. You can't graze 3,000 mossy horns on Cotton's homestead indefinitely." Clancy picked up his reins, lashing his foreman with an angry glance. "Keep your horns out of this, Dave. Sarah, ride back to camp. I've got a few words for the Tin Star here that don't concern a woman." Sarah Long thrust out her chin, shaking her head adamantly. "No, Ned. Some of those cattle belong to Dollar. Whatever you're going to tell Mr. Liam, I have a right to hear." The Savoy lawman laughed softly. "Nothing Clancy's got to say interests me, ma'am. He's caught pulling a Sandy, and he knows it. The devil himself couldn't force Rose's fence, as long as I've got a cartridge left or a crook in my trigger finger." Clancy's face was apoplectic. In Sarah's presence he forced himself to back down, yielding to the inevitable. "You've closed off the front end of Fire Canyon," he directed his venomous admission to Rip. "But there's still the back door, my Texan friend." Clancy wheeled his blue roan and hammered off across Cotton's Prairie, Dave Odell and the Dollar Mistress riding after him. "Back door," Rip echoed, firing his cigarette and turning his smoky eyes on the sheriff. "I don't understand what he means." Sheriff Liam jabbed his corncob pipe between toothless gums and fished in his vest for a match. "Easy to figure, son. 4/5 of Fire Canyon lies in the 20-mile strip. Clancy knows he's buffaloed at this end of the canyon. He'll chase his steers onto Cyrus Jack Range, make a deal with Jack, and before you know it, you'll find Lazy H and Dollar Beef spread over the back end of Fire Canyon from hell to breakfast." Rip thought that over at length, chewing on the possibilities that Liam was on the right track. "Jack may be a greedy squaw man squatting on range he got from allotments to his Injun wife," he admitted, "but he's dead honest and square as a section corner. He leased Fire Canyon to me. He won't turn around and open it to Clancy, not for all the gold Lazy H could fork over." Rose joined them in time to hear Liam's reply. "Sure, Cyrus Jack is honest, but he'll grant grazing rights to Clancy. You'd have to hire an army of line riders to keep Lazy H steers from drifting where the grass grows greenest, which would be Fire Canyon. The back door to your spread is wide open from the north. Rip ground his fists together for a moment, then pushed by Rose Laranjo and disappeared behind the unfinished cabin. He reappeared a moment later, astride his gray dust saddler. "Take Rose back to town, will you?" he asked Liam. "You've spiked Clancy's guns. He won't cut this fence." "What are you going to do?" Rose asked anxiously, her eye on the 6-gun tied to thigh. "I'm riding up to Jack Place at Pioneer Lake tonight. I've got to beat Clancy to the punch. This time tomorrow, that trail herd will be scattering over the strip. I've got to make sure Cyrus Jack will protect my lease." Liam unfastened the wire gate and let Rip ride through. Rose's face was furrowed with worried lines as they stood watching his departure, a tall and indomitable figure in the saddle, heading through the violet haze of sundown on his way out of Fire Canyon. "There goes a man," the sheriff muttered through his pipe smoke, "who don't know when he's licked." Rose's hand went in habitual gesture to the gold cross depended from her necklace. "If you think he is licked, you don't know him as I do. He won't stop fighting Clancy until he's dead." Liam made a despondent gesture with his pipe stem. "We did what we could for him, but it wasn't enough. We just give Rip a breathing spell that won't last out tomorrow. Once Clancy's beef hits Jack Strip, the deal is out of my hands. My jurisdiction don't extend over the county line into the back half of Fire Canyon. And Clancy knows that." Chapter 13. The trail-wearied Lazy H crew was tossing its supper dishes into the wreck pan of the chuck wagon when Clancy and Sarah Long and Dave Odell cantered out of the sunset from Fire Canyon. They were hunkered over the tongue of the hoodlum wagon, eating the meal which the dollar cook load rustled up for them, when they saw Rip leave the canyon mouth and skirt the bedground on horseback a mile distant and headed north. Ned Clancy suppressed a half-formed impulse to order one of his crew to track the Texan down and make certain that the man had taken his last ride. Sarah's nearness precluded any such open violence. Clancy was aware that his fiancée was still nursing doubts as to the true cause of Fred Dane's killing, and he was a man of great caution when the chips were down in a high-stakes game. "I wonder where would Rip be riding?" Dave Odell, thinking out loud, voiced the same question which nagged the edge of Clancy's thoughts. "Let's see. There's Oro Town and the Custom House at the Canadian line. Or Cyrus Jack Ranch at the head of Pioneer Lake." Clancy carried his tinware over to the chuck wagon and lit a cigar. When he rejoined Sarah and the old medico, his plans had been shaped. "I hate to ask this favor of a woman, but I can't spare a man. Besides, you're the ideal person for the job." "What job?" Clancy squatted at the girl's side, his eyes fixed on the black-limbed horizon line to northward. "It's a cinch Campbell is heading for Jack's ranch to try and talk the old squaw man into refusing to open the strip to our beef. And he might succeed. Jack is jealous of his power. He wouldn't like to see a big-scale rancher get a toehold in the Cyrus." Sarah's eyes searched Clancy's face with grave concern. "What do you want me to do?" "If you was to make a deal with Jack for your dollar stuff, he wouldn't refuse. I know Jack, his vanities and his weaknesses. He's a sucker for a pretty face. Jack needn't know that Lazy H beef is mixed up with dollar." Dave Odell took his cue and ambled off toward the rope corral. When he returned 5 minutes later, he led a leggy bay stallion with a dollar brand on its rump. Clancy had evidentially given Sarah her instructions. As he helped her mount, he said apologetically, "You'll be perfectly safe, darling. It's only 20 miles to Pioneer Lake, and Jack's squaw will put you up overnight." He pushed a weighted leather poke into her saddlebag. "Money talks with Jack. Remember to keep Lazy H out of this. Dicker with him for grazing rights for 3,000 odd head." Belatedly, Sarah bent down for his parting kiss, feeling as always an unaccountable reluctance to share his caress. "Summer grays will be waiting for us when the herd crosses into the strip tomorrow," she promised him. "Your charms worked with Cotton," Dave Odell put in slyly. "An old gaffer like Cyrus Jack will be a pushover." The darkness hid Sarah's abashed grimace. "I'm not proud of my conquest over Cotton. What good does his homestead do us now? We're out $1,000, that's all." With that she was gone, spurring off toward the north, soon lost in the roundabout shadows. Clancy turned to Odell and grumbled irritably. "Damn it, why did you have to mention Cotton? A man's got to play his hand the way it's dealt him." Odell shuffled off to get his bedroll from the hoodlum wagon. Clancy finished his cigar, lost in his thoughts. In spite of the impasse which Rose had flung in his path today, the Lazy H-man was in smug spirits. Fire Canyon was far from lost to him. Its use was vital to his summer plans, for he was short-handed, and once his beef was thrown onto Fire Canyon grass, keeping them bunched until fall roundup would be a simple thing to accomplish with a skeleton crew. The Savoy Sheriff was nullified as an opposing factor once the Yakima Pool herd was north of the county line. Liam had already been dismissed from Clancy's mind. Toward Rose, Clancy owned a steady and mounting hatred. It galled his masculine vanity to have been outwitted by a woman, and he realized he'd have to take care of her sooner or later. With Sarah absent on her overnight trek to Jack's ranch, Clancy decided to sleep at Cotton's shack instead of with his crew. He went over to where his crew was playing poker on spread-out blankets by lantern light and ordered his horse brought up, and then returned to the chuck wagon to finish his smoke. He was waiting there when a rider took shape against the star-powdered skyline. After hailing the cook over by the smoldering campfire, the silhouette dismounted and engaged the pot wrangler in an animated conversation. Mentally dismissing the newcomer as a grub liner cadging a meal, Clancy was vaguely surprised when the rider called him by name, only arm's length away. "Don't you know me, Clancy? I'm Georgie Cotton." Clancy straightened, staring at the disheveled wreck of a man who stood limbed in the guttering pulse of the campfire's light. "Good Lord, man, what happened to you? You look like you come off second best in a tussle with a buzzsaw." Cotton dropped his eyes, turned to put his face in shadow. His clothing was in rags, his nose was a swollen monstrosity against his battered fish-belly-white face, and both eyes were puffed to misshapen slits. "Tangled with Campbell over at Savoy yesterday. The sheriff give me my walking papers. That's why I'm here." Clancy pursed his lips thoughtfully, remembering the marks of combat he had noted on Campbell's features over at the Keyhole earlier this evening. "He's sore because you double-crossed him." Cotton spat through a wide gap in his teeth where Rip's fists had caved in his jaw. "To hell with him. I'll kill the son of a bitch one of these days. Clancy, I want to rent my lasso rope to Lazy H for the summer. Here you're short-handed. I'm a top hand." It was on the tip of Clancy's tongue to refuse Cotton. He knew the man's mercuric temperament, his unstable ways. Loyalty and industry were not in Georgie Cotton. He was a troublemaker on any crew, a bunkhouse agitator to be avoided like a plague, no matter how short-handed an outfit might be. But the curt refusal died without utterance. A new possibility of Cotton's usefulness to Lazy H dawned in Clancy's brain. "You say you aim to settle your score with Campbell. You can do that and draw Lazy H pay to boot, Cotton." The albino spat again, rubbing his hands together. Before he could answer, the night wrangler came up with Clancy's saddle horse. Waiting until the wrangler had withdrawn out of earshot, Clancy played his ace. "Campbell's riding up the strip to Jack's ranch tonight, Georgie. He'll probably be back sometime tomorrow. You any idea what trail he'd take?" Georgie Cotton's face took on a malevolent vitality. "Sure. He'd cut over from Pioneer Lake to Oro and the Wanacut, hit the Loomis Road at Lily Basin, and follow it back to Fire Canyon. I've made the ride with him a dozen times." Clancy handed his reins to the albino and put a hand on Cotton's shoulder. "Here's your horse. You'll find a couple of quarts of smooth bourbon in the pockets. I can't use your rope, Cotton, but I'll rent your guns." Cotton stepped into saddle, fumbling with the straps of the saddle pouch to check on the 2 bottles of whiskey there. "How you handle him is up to you," Clancy went on. "I want him out of the way. So do you." Avarice kindled in the albino's swollen, puffy eyes. "What's in it for me, besides the fun of seeing Rip drop and kick, Clancy? A man can't wet his stomach on revenge." The knight masked Clancy's contempt. "Sarah gave you $1,000 of my money to sell him out. I'll double that if you bring me proof that he's dead." Cotton leaned from stirrups to shake on the deal. "I'll fetch you Campbell's topknot if you say so," he grinned, and rode off into the night, guided by the far cold gleam of Polaris. Chapter 14. The clang of an iron triangle roused Rip at daybreak. He had arrived at Cyrus Jack's place too late to dicker with the squaw man. He had spent the night in the long bark log bunkhouse, which Jack rented to Caribou Trail travelers at $5 per head, including breakfast. The self-styled king of the 20-mile strip had built himself a rustic citadel here at the south end of Pioneer Lake, and he did a thriving trade. The mess hall adjoining the bunkhouse was jammed with boisterous patterns this morning, a motley cross-section of frontier humanity which had never failed to intrigue Rip on his past visits to Jack's headquarters. He shared the washroom with bearded Canuck trappers from Hudson's Bay, pioneers from Europe and the East, who, despairing of booking passage on Alaska-bound steamers, were attempting the overland route to the Klondike goldfields. Buckskin-clad woodsmen, frock-coated gamblers seeking refuge from the law, stolid-faced cavalrymen from the army post at Fort Colville, assigned to border patrol duty, lumberjacks and miners, and shifty-eyed men with the look of the owl hoot on them, they were met here at Cyrus Jack's Crossroads blockhouse. The squaw man's chair at the head of the mess table was vacant when Rip entered the hall. But his portly Indian wife, Josie, was on hand to supervise her corps of giggling daughters, who plied to and from the kitchen with endless platters heaped with venison, moose steaks, steaming mugs of black coffee, wheat cakes and jellies, and country butter in 10-pound lumps. A hairy-faced prospector, en route to the States from the Yukon, was dominating the table conversation when Rip found himself a place at the crowded benches. The Alaska miner wore 3 chains of yellow nuggets looped ostentatiously across his unbuttoned plucked beaver coat, and he was boasting of a carpet-bag full of gold dust, which he had deposited in Cyrus Jack's safe for the night. "You're all damned fools not to pull stakes and head for Dawson, friends," the miner spoke through a mouth crammed with venison. "In 6 days, with a long tom and a dishpan, I grubbed $20,000 out of Bonanza Creek. Plenty more where that came from, free for the taking. Me, I'm heading for Seattle to paint the burg red before I head back north for another fling." There was a momentary lull in the babble of talk, and Cyrus Jack made his dramatic entry into the mess hall. He was a wizened little man in his middle 60s, dressed in fringed buckskins and par flesh leggings, with a Mormon's black hat topping his leonine mane of hair and a shock of cinnamon whiskers bracketing his pippin-red cheeks. This husband of the Moses squaw, Josie, had hewn his niche in Washington politics and was now at the heyday of his power. It had been Cyrus Jack who had made a personal trek to Washington and influenced Congress to set aside the 20-mile strip from the Indian lands which had been closed to white settlement. Jack was the undisputed monarch of thousands of sections of Cascade timberland and its unplumbed mineral wealth. Pioneer Lake was a Jack cistern. He had built his blockhouse here in the days of Indian warfare, and when his scalp loomed as a tempting trophy for Chief Moses's tomahawk-wielding braves, he scotched that threat by marrying Josie and adding her allotments to his kingdom. But Rip's eyes were not on Cyrus Jack as the leather-caparisoned autocrat of the frontier made his entrance. On Jack's arm, like a queen entering her royal palace, was Sarah Long. She took the extra chair which Josie had placed alongside her husband's split-seater throne at the head of the table, her eyes flashing with excitement as she saw the impact her arrival had made on this uncombed, unkempt assemblage. Some half-forgotten sense of gallantry touched the mob as it wolfed down its food, and to a man they got to their feet, waiting, as Cyrus Jack adjusted the chair behind his guest. "Be seated, gents," Jack invited, obviously pleased by this tribute from his rough patrons. "My guest of honor, boys, Miss Sarah Long. Owns the Dollar Ranch down Yakima way." Rip's eyes met Sarah's, and he knew that his trip had been in vain. Cyrus Jack was eating out of the girl's hand. He had opened the strip to Dollar and Lazy H beef. He knew that, with a despairing intuition that brooked no hope to the contrary. Like cotton, like Jack, he thought bitterly, and his voracious appetite deserted him. Clancy played his cards for what they were worth. And Sarah was his ace of trumps. "A cowgirl?" spoke up the loquacious Klondiker. "Ma'am, you're overlooking a bonanza in your own backyard. Up in Juneau and Ketchikan this minute, beefsteaks as thin as a boot sole are fetching an ounce of dust, and no fresh meat to be had." Cyrus Jack speared himself a hunk of roast moose and signaled one of his daughters for the coffee pot. "So," chuckled the oldster, $19 for a tough beefsteak. "Miss Sarah, maybe you ought to move your herd on across the border to Alaska. Them mossy horns would be worth their weight in gold up yonder." Rip, watching Sarah in spite of himself, saw that the blowhard from the Klondike had her complete and undivided attention. "Is that feasible, sir?" she asked the miner. "I mean, can cattle be driven overland to the gold camps?" The Klondiker appeared flattered. He wiped his beard with a greasy palm and leaned across the table toward Sarah. "Why not? Once out of the caribou country, you got the telegraph trail straight across Yukon territory. What do you sell a cow for here in Washington?" Sarah's glance raked down the table to fix on Rip. "Well, that is, we expect to net $20 a head at Seattle this fall." The Bonanza Creeker scoffed, slapping his hand against his knee. "Hell's fire, ma'am, begging your pardon. At Dawson that same cow would fetch $500. You got all summer to drive your beef north. You got an army of beef-hungry miners waiting for a market, and thousands arriving up the trail every week. I tell you, you could make yourself $1 million. Cyrus Jack waggled his head dissentingly. "He's joshing, Miss Sarah. Don't believe half of the hogwash you hear at my table. Why, you got better than 1,500 miles of mountain and forest between here and the Klondike. A bighorn goat couldn't follow this telegraph trail our friend speaks of. You let your beef fatten up on the strip this summer, and don't go filling your pretty little head with crazy notions." Rip left the dining hall while the petty argument raged between Cyrus Jack and the Klondike optimist. He smoked through a few cigarettes before Jack and Sarah Long left the mess hall and headed for the horse barn. One of Josie's daughters was holding a stirrup for Sarah when he entered the barn. Mounting, Sarah said to Rip without preliminaries, "Ned tells me that Fred Dane was knifed to death in Wenatchee on the way north, Dell." "Did he? Then I'm a liar." She flushed under the whiplash of his words. "I am aware that you hate my future husband," she said candidly. "I regret that more than I can tell you. But it occurred to me you might have been mistaken in the identity of the ambusher you shot over at Grand Coulee that night." Rip laughed softly. "You might ask Dave Odell about the Stetson with the fishhooks in the band that I gave Ned at the Brewster Ferry," he said. "No. Forget I said that. Odell knows who butters his biscuits. He wouldn't double-cross Ned." She stared at him numbly, her eyes unaccountably moist. Then she wheeled her bay stallion, and with a choked word of thanks to Cyrus Jack and his daughter, she sent her saddler on a dead run toward the caribou trail. Rip turned to Cyrus Jack, surprising his intense stare. "Don't say it," the squaw man snapped testily. "I already know why you're here. You had your ride for nothing. Miss Long told me you aimed to bulldoze me into closing the strip to her beef. You ought to be ashamed of yourself." Rip leaned the point of his shoulder against the barn door. "Mind telling me about the deal you closed with Sarah?" Jack scowled, and then, because he liked this hard-bitten Texan, relented from his first impulse. "She'll pay me $1 a head for summer graze, subject to my tally at the roundup this fall." Rip tugged his lower lip. "Sarah owns around 600 head of cattle. You don't stand to make your taxes, Jack." Cyrus Jack bent a queer stare at the cowman. "You're mistaken. She told me she'd be grazing around 3,000 head this summer. The herd hits the strip today." "Sure it does," Rip said, and drove across the clincher he had been leading up to. The bulk of it Lazy H beef, belonging to Ned Clancy. Ned used the girl to run a Sandy on both of us, Jack. Lazy H has its eye on Fire Canyon, not your rough land. That's why I rode up here to see you last night." Cyrus Jack was a fair and judicious man. For the first time, he sensed the fact that all was not right. That he had been duped into putting his signature to an agreement without inquiring into its possible particulars. "The hell you say," he blurted. "The girl didn't specify what brands those cattle carried. I naturally assumed it was old Colonel Sam's dollar." He grinned bleakly. "No fool like an old one. I've been took by a pretty smile. My lease didn't specify dollar or any other brand." Rip had Jack on the defensive now. He pushed his advantage. "You leased Fire Canyon to me. If I furnish the wire and posts, can I count on your crews fencing off the coolies running into my lease to keep Lazy H and dollar cattle off my grass this summer?" Jack fidgeted uncomfortably. "I ain't got the men to spare for a fencing job, son. Keeping Fire Canyon clear of drifters will be up to you, not me." Rip had his answer, knew he had played his cards and lost. Technically, Fire Canyon was out of bounds to Lazy H and dollar beef. Actually, the contract Jack had consummated with Sarah Long this very morning was an open invitation to let Clancy's beef roam where it willed. "I don't like the idea of Clancy moving in on me any better than you do, son," Cyrus Jack went on. "The man's ambitious to ramrod Washington State, I can see that. But it looks to me as if he's got us backed into a corner. Say the word, and I'll refund the money you paid me for that lease." Rip shook his head, walking over to a stall where his gray Mustang was hitched. "No. Looks like this is up to me and Clancy to fight out. I was a fool for thinking you could help me." While Rip saddled and bridled, Jack paced in the background, tugging his red whiskers nervously. "Beats me how a four-flusher like this Clancy roped himself a thoroughbred like this Sarah woman," he grumbled. "You reckon she come up here and made a fool out of me, son?" Rip ducked low under the door lintel as he spurred out of the barn. "You figure it out," he retorted. "Let me know." Chapter 15. Sarah Long let her leggy bay work off its morning steam until the green peach orchards marking the limits of Cyrus Jack's domain were a mile behind her. Then she settled the stallion into a long lope and turned her thoughts inward. The heiress to Dollar Ranch had spent most of her 20 years in saddle. She rode with the supple ease of a centaur, and a horseback jaunt of a crisp morning was invariably conducive to mental excursions, which left her oblivious to passing scenes. Thinking and self-communion were yokes the girl would have gladly shed in favor of enjoying the new landscape this morning, but there were things crowding her consciousness now which were not to be ignored. The fact of Fred Dane's violent death had left her untouched emotionally, for she had always held her fiancé's bodyguard in stern disfavor. The hang of Dane's tied-down guns, on a frontier where riders ordinarily avoided the added weight of armament, except on dress-up occasions, stamped Dane in Sarah's eyes as a man whose presence on the Lazy H payroll was due to his trigger skill rather than his worth as a range hand. But she had been careful never to question the reasons why her handsome, swashbuckling suitor had filled his Lazy H bunkhouse with case-hardened men like Dane and Dave Odell. When her ailing father had hinted that Ned Clancy hired men, as Colonel Sam had once picked soldiers for a sortie behind the Yankee lines, for their shooting skill alone, she had charitably suggested that Clancy, unlike her father, preferred to have Texans working for him. Whereas Sarah had her private doubts concerning most of the Lazy H roster, Dave Odell was an exception. She was under no illusions about the old soldier's morals. His lecherous eye never touched her without making her feel somehow unclean. She saw in him the disease-ravaged shell of a man. But Dave Odell had ministered to her father during Colonel Sam's final illness last winter, and on that score alone she tolerated Odell's lascivious innuendos and forgave him his uncouth ways. Even after Colonel Sam's death and her decision to wear Clancy's ring, Sarah had turned a deaf ear to whispers which came her way. This morning, she was remembering a conversation she had overheard in the dollar blacksmith shop when the Colonel's men gathered there to round side while horseshoes cooled in the vat. They had branded Clancy for an outright rustler and worse. But loyalty to a future husband came first with Sarah, and she had dismissed the talk as bunkhouse gossip without foundation. But now Fred Dane was dead, and a lone homesteader from Fire Canyon had openly admitted killing Dane in self-defense. She had Clancy's assurance that the Wrangler had died in a drunken brawl with a Wenatchee harlot. Which version was the true one? She realized that Rip was Clancy's enemy, and therefore her enemy. A drifter without so much as a cow to slap his own iron on, Rip was harvesting the lush hay crop in Fire Canyon to the detriment of her cattle as well as Clancy's. The fact that he had the power to stir unguessed well springs in the core of her, by the briefest of glances or the inflection of his voice when he spoke to her, had come to assume the proportions of something shameful and clandestine in her secret appraisal of herself. Listening to Clancy's arguments concerning Rip, Sarah had been convinced of her own free will that ruthless methods were in order. She had stood by, tacitly condoning Clancy's leasing of the Brewster ferry, which cut his enemy off from his freight traffic east of the Columbia. Guilt had touched her only obliquely when she had connived with Georgie Cotton to betray Campbell. In arranging a summer lease with Cyrus Jack this morning, she now realized that her business proposition had been predicted on half-truths which the squaw man had accepted in good faith. Ned Clancy was probably right in believing that Jack would not allow Lazy H beef to enter the strip. Last night, with Clancy's magical personality throwing its spell over her, the means justified the ends so far as Jack was concerned. But now, with the first flush of her easy conquest behind her, Sarah long found herself wondering what the ghost of her father might be thinking of the chicanery she had employed in opening the strip to Lazy H cattle. She had done nothing wrong in a legal or moral sense of the word. She was reasonably clear of conscience on that point. But in thwarting Rip Campbell, and in deceiving Cyrus Jack as to her true purpose for closing a deal for Summergrays, she had strayed sadly afield from the teachings of her intrepid old sire. Her self-condemnation made a vicious circle, beginning and ending with the mysterious death of Fred Dane. She was unwilling to let her thoughts touch on the possibility that the man whose children she intended to bear, whose name she would shortly assume, was a man capable of sending one of his men on an ambush mission. Yet Campbell's candor reminded her uncomfortably of her father's mannerisms. Either Rip or Clancy had lied about the true facts of Fred Dane's death. And Rip did not strike her as a man who would boast about a murder he had not committed. These things were festering in Sarah's brain when disaster struck her on a stony patch of the Caribou Trail. Her bay horse, hitting a reckless lope along the road without warning, plunged a forehoof into a weed-shrouded gopher hole and went down in full stride. Years of experience saved the girl serious injury, as she instinctively kicked free of oxbow stirrups and, using the saddle horn for a springboard, vaulted over the bay's head as it hit the dirt and slewed around on the pivot of its trapped hoof, the snap of bone sounding clear as a breaking stick in her ears. The animal's first agonized scream was timed with her landing on all fours on the flinty earth. Even as she came to her feet, shrouded with drifting dust and shocked to the roots of her teeth, she realized the bay must be put out of its misery. Colonel Sam Long had always insisted that his daughter carry a Smith & Wesson in her saddle pocket to use against a rattlesnake or range coyote, or for emergencies such as this one. She had owned the bay since it was foaled. It had been a gift from her father. Moving in a stupor of grief, she unbuckled the saddlebag and took out the revolver. The bay's anguished eyes wrenched her as she put the muzzle behind the animal's ear, looked away, and pulled the trigger. She could not bring herself to remain beside the dead horse. Instead, she moved off the trail and seated herself on a rocky shelf which jutted out into the sliding green waters of the Cyrus, there to give way to a storm of girlish sobs. Her grief was not yet spent when a rattle of hoofbeats reached her ears. Turning, she stared through flooding tears to see the whip-lean figure of Rip reining his mare alongside the slain stallion on the road. "Toughest thing that can happen to a rider, ma'am," he said gently, removing his Stetson. "Horses are people to me, same as to you. But you did the only merciful thing." He had dismounted by the time she had climbed the slope and was loosening the bay's latigo. She watched, wiping her eyes with her neck scarf, as he extricated her saddle from the dead weight of the carcass. He stripped his Brazos hull from the mare and replaced it with her own gear. "This horse is gentle," he said, swapping bridles. "I can pick him up from the Lazy H later." She sank to her knees beside the dead bay, stroking its glossy mane as a bereaved mother might caress a child. "But I can't leave you on foot. You can't cover the 20 miles back to Fire Canyon in those star boots." He hoisted his saddle over a shoulder, deriving a strange thrill from her use of his first name. "I won't have to. Jack will lend me a horse." He offered his hand, and she mounted the gray Mustang, gathering up the reins. Tears were close to her lashes as she regarded her dead bay. Reading her thought, Rip said, "I'll have Jack send down a man to bury your pet. Next time you ride up this way, you can fix up a headboard to suit your fancy. I won't let the coyotes molest anything." For a long moment their eyes met and held, and again Sarah felt the stormy rebellion in her heart, the half-sensed twinge of disloyalty toward the man she was engaged to marry. "I'm sorry we're on opposite sides, you and I," she said simply. "I wish we could be friends." He took her hand on that, but the spell was broken, and a brittle note entered his voice as he recalled her mission to Pioneer Lake and the disaster it meant for him. "As long as Clancy keeps his steers off Fire Canyon graze, there'll be no trouble," he said bluntly. "Hasta la vista." He could not know that his parting Spanish idiom, a throwback to his Texas years, had been the identical last words her dying father had uttered. He mistook the sudden sobs which choked her as a woman's grief for a favorite pony. When she had gotten a grip on herself, Rip was already 100 yards away, trudging back toward Cyrus Jack's ranch with his saddle and bridle. She turned south once more after a whispered farewell to her dead horse, and followed the caribou trail through a break in the foothill timber to enter a broad mountain meadow dappled with wild lilies in full bloom and bordered with rhododendron jungles limb-heavy with flowering masses. This was Lily Basin, though she was new to this country and did not know it. She sent the mare into an easy single-foot jog. Cotton had spent the long night among the pines that crowned a hogback overlooking the Lily Basin road. Sleep had been denied him, for the throb of bruised muscles and splintered ribs was not to be eased by anything except the passage of time. His toxic personality had been further unbalanced by the virulence of the hatred which seethed in his warped brain, a hatred which had had its beginning in the brawl with Rip at the Loop deadfall and his banishment from Savoy. The bourbon bottles which Ned Clancy had sent with him from the Lazy H cow camp last night were empty now, tossed aside in the knee-high Russian thistles which concealed Cotton's presence overlooking Lily Basin. The hogback's crest gave him a view of the entire length of the Caribou Trail where it crossed the meadow. He knew that it was a matter of time before Rip would come within range of his Winchester, homeward bound from Jack's ranch. Whiskey and brooding hate, and the frustrations which had become a part of the albino's basic character, had fused to make Georgie Cotton irrational, edgy as a coiled rattler in dog days. His rabbit-pink eyes had studied the road below, ever since dawn's early light had filtered into the basin below his ambuscade. The liquor in his veins had put Georgie Cotton's vision out of focus, made his head reel. But he was not too drunk or cold or hungry enough to miss the rider on the gray Mustang, who came in sight through the timbered gateway now. The tension mounted in Cotton as he reached for the carbine at his side and checked the shell in its breech. He thrust the octagonal barrel over a lava chunk and lined the sights tentatively on a flat patch of road directly opposite his hiding place in the path of the oncoming rider. To Georgie Cotton, waiting with the impatience of a spider in its lair, the identity of that rider was beyond question. His eyes, never keen because of their abnormal pigmentation, did not have the power to focus on details. But the erect posture of the rider told him it was Rip. So did the sweep of the Texas hat. If he needed final and decisive proof that his long-awaited target was now within gun range, the gray Mustang supplied that proof. Cotton had been with Rip when the horse, then a yearling, had fallen into their Mustang trap in the Guadalupes out of El Paso one winter 5 years back. Rip had selected the horse for his own personal mount on that long-gone fuzztail hunt. The rifle barrel wavered slightly as Cotton notched his sights on the rider's chest, following the loping mare in a level arc. He pulled a deep breath into his lungs to steady his aim, cuddling the walnut stock against a bruised cheek. When the mare was directly opposite his ambush, Georgie Cotton squeezed off his shot. The butt plate recoiled against his shoulder. Georgie Cotton reared to his knees, fanning the smudge of gun smoke away with his hat. As through a windowpane swimming with the beat of raindrops, Cotton saw the mare galloping empty-saddled across the meadow, its rider a shapeless, motionless sprawl on the road below. Ned Clancy had promised $2,000 cash on the barrelhead for proof of Campbell's death. His guns, his hat, any symbol to back up Cotton's report. But shame and panic seized the albino now, shocking him cold sober. He flung his carbine aside in the weeds, as if it had been a scaly reptile. Rip lay dead on the Caribou Trail. But consummated revenge left a flat, acid taste in Cotton's mouth. He slogged back over the hillcrest to where he had left Ned Clancy's mount. Tardily, the realization came to Georgie Cotton that his bullet had snuffed the life from the only man who had ever befriended him in his misspent career. That damning knowledge would haunt him to his grave. Chapter 16. The smudge of the cattle herd once more lay in a ragged pillowing mass against the southern skyline when Rip left Cyrus Jack Ranch astride an Appaloosa mare the squaw man had loaned him. His unscheduled return to the Pioneer Lake blockhouse had paid off with an unexpected windfall of business. Jack, making a subtle peace offering to mollify Rip after his refusal to defend the Texans' grazing rights in Fire Canyon, had come forth with the news that he had purchased a sawmill in the Upper Valley. Jack had a yen to go into the logging business for himself, to tap the rich source of revenue which had hitherto been Steen Bart's monopoly. Thus, when Rip set out for Fire Canyon at mid-morning, he carried with him a lucrative contract for a month's work of dismantling and freighting the mill, complete with donkey engine, across the mountains to the site which Jack's timber cruisers would select for future logging operations. Rip knew that Jack had the wagons and the manpower to do his own freighting, but he saw no reason to decline this largesse and he insisted on a written agreement. This prospect of adding substantially to his cash reserve meant the difference of starting his beef herd in the fall or postponing it for an indefinite period of time. But the advent of the lazy $H&dollar pool herd, written in the trail dust which feathered the skyline ahead of him, robbed Rip of the full savor of his improved outlook. He knew he would be powerless to prevent Clancy's beef from encroaching on the rich grass which stood high in Fire Canyon this season. Appealing to the federal courts for an injunction requiring Lazy H to police its own lease was out of the question. By the time the ponderous legal machinery got into motion, the damage would be done. And fencing off the canyon's innumerable entering cows would take months to accomplish. A depression that was unusual for the man settled on him as he put his borrowed mare down the trail. He turned his thoughts toward Sarah Long, wondering how a woman could look at a man with the wide-eyed sincerity of a nun, and yet be capable of baiting a trap for a shrewd man like Cyrus Jack. A woman who could break her heart over the loss of a pet animal, and yet cheapen herself into beguiling a weakling like Georgie Cotton into selling a partner down the river for a few pieces of Judas gold. Thought of Cotton brought a sadness to Rip rather than any remembered anger. He wondered where Cotton was this morning. Probably headed for Texas. Knowing Cotton's inferior mentality, his childish dependence on guidance from others, Rip doubted if the albino would reach the Rio Grande. Born under an evil star, damned by his physical handicap, Cotton was an object for pity, not hate. He would probably wind up in a Cowtown alley with a knife in his ribs, or spill his blood across some line camp poker table en route to his native panhandle. His mind was occupied with these dour prophecies as he gigged the borrowed mount through the timbered mouth of Lily Basin. The mare whinnied at sight of an empty saddled horse, grazing on the meadow floor 100 yards off the trail. Rip's following glance identified the foraging horse as his own. His first thought was that Alamo had thrown Sarah Long, though he had seen enough of her riding ability to doubt that such an accident could have happened. The next instant, his swiveling gaze searched out the sprawled figure of the girl lying in the wagon road ahead. He rowelled the Appaloosa to a gallop, cold dread knotting his throat muscles as he skidded to a halt alongside the girl, saw the clotted blood which had soaked the wheat-blonde tresses on the nape of her neck. Forgetting that he was on a borrowed mount, he vaulted from saddle and ground-hitched the mare, only to see her snort at realization of her freedom and gallop off into the meadow. Down on one knee beside Sarah, Rip parted the blood-soaked hair from her neck to reveal the shallow furrow cut through the flesh above the backbone like a trace of crimson chalk. Such a long, straight wound would not have been sustained by falling on a sharp rock. Bullet crease. A bullet meant for me. The rise and fall of the girl's lungs as he lifted her was his first proof that the slug had not scored the spinal column, killing her instantly. He judged from the amount of blood she had lost, from a relatively shallow wound, that the gunshot he had heard on his way back to Cyrus Jack's ranch must have been the one which had knocked the girl from saddle. Carrying his unconscious burden over to a cushion of dew-moist grass, he lowered her gently and loosened her shirt collar. Healthy color was already suffusing her face. Her pulse was steady and strong. The stunned nerves at the base of her skull were rallying, and she would, in all probability, come out of her coma suddenly and completely, unaware of any lapse of time. A whistle brought his mare cantering over from the rhododendron brakes. By the time the horse reached the road, Sarah's eyes had fluttered open, and she was attempting feebly to prop herself up on her elbows. Incoherent syllables formed on her lips as Rip stepped over to his horse and unlooped his canvas water bag from the horn. Using the girl's silken neckscarf for a swab, he cleansed the bullet nick as best he could, washed the dirt and gore from her hair, and bound the scarf about her neck to protect the exposed flesh from dust. "Reckon you run into a dry gulch trap that was set for me, ma'am," he told her, holding her head while she drank from the spout of the water bag. Somebody who knew my mare and was too far off to see who was riding it. She did not register what he had said, he knew. But she was able to sit up by herself. Her eyes were sightless glazed orbs as she stared at him, her brain still groping through a black tunnel. Scanning the surrounding meadow, Rip saw where an ambusher could have had innumerable choices of hideouts. For all he knew, the bushwhacker might be lurking within gunshot range at this moment. The thought sent him back to his horse, snaking the Winchester out of its scabbard. "We'll ride on together, just in case," he grinned, jerking the lever of the rifle. "You take it easy while I dab my twine on Jack's mare." The Appaloosa had not bolted far. Precluding any necessity for using his own horse, Rip unbuckled his lariat from the pommel, shook out a loop, and carrying his rifle, set off toward the grazing mare. That was the first coherent picture of him, which came to clear focus in Sarah Long's bullet-numbed brain. The throbbing pain which scalded her neck nape brought her hand up to touch the bandage which Rip had put there. She saw the freshly coagulated blood smeared on her fingertips. Through the mysterious power of association which ruled her brain at the moment, Sarah connected the wound on her neck with the rifle which Rip was carrying as he headed toward the Appaloosa. And to Sarah, the combination of evidence which her eyes beheld added up to one appalling conclusion. He had overtaken her on the trail and attempted to kill her. With a choked scream, the girl pulled herself to her feet, and seizing the mare's saddle horn and cantle rim, dragged herself clumsily astride. Terror whipped the girl's distraught sense as she clapped spurs to the Mustang's flanks and sent it rocketing down the grassy basin, expecting any instant to hear the crack of Rip's rifle and to feel the stunning jolt of a bullet between her shoulder blades. Her sudden getaway spooked the Appaloosa mare, sending it off at a tangent before Rip could get within roping range of the fractious animal. His own puzzlement and dismay at seeing the girl's sudden flight made him yell out, but his shout, instead of bringing reason to Sarah Long, made the girl redouble her frantic spurring of the mare. By the time he put his loop on the mare, the girl was out of sight. An hour's headlong ride through the timbered foothills cleared her head in a physical sense, but her hysteria toward Rip Campbell remained, confusing and outraging her. The dust of the Yakima trail herd was her guiding beacon as she hit the open flats at the south border of the 20-mile strip. Giving the horse a chance to blow, Sarah heard the remote cacophony of bawling cattle as Clancy's herd topped the flat horizon ahead of her. Rip had apparently made no attempt to overtake her. She had not glimpsed the Texan at any time during her wild flight. She located the smoke marking the crew's noon camp and put the mare in that direction. Ned Clancy and Dave Odell were eating their meal apart from the crew when they spotted the oncoming rider. Earlier this morning, Georgie Cotton had galloped in from that identical direction, giving out a gibbering, half-intelligible version of Rip Campbell's ambush death up in Lily Basin. "Looks like Sarah astraddled that Mustang of Campbell's," Dave Odell commented, squinting his cataract-rimmed eyes into the sun glare. "How could that be, you reckon? She wouldn't swap her favorite horse for that mare, even if she run across it after Cotton bushwhacked him." Clancy blew on his coffee to cool it, his own eyes narrowing with a grim premonition. "She'll confirm Cotton's story, most likely," the lazy H-boss grunted. "Keep your smart remarks to yourself." The two men came to their feet as Sarah rode up and half slid, half fell out of saddle into Clancy's waiting arms. "You're hurt," Clancy exclaimed, seeing the dried blood on the neckerchief which girdled her throat. "Dave, break out your kit bag." Sarah skinned up. The girl clung to him, trembling. "He shot me," she panted hysterically. "Loaned me his horse after Skeeter broke his leg in a gopher hole. Then he trailed me and tried to bushwhack me." Clancy pushed her out to arm's length, his eyes frogging with disbelief. "How's that again? Pull yourself together, woman. You say who took a shot at you?" "Rip Campbell." "Campbell? She nodded vehemently. "I saw him walking back to the horse he borrowed from Cyrus Jack when I came to," she said. "He had his rifle in his hand. It couldn't have been a minute after he grazed me." Sarah spoke with complete surety, unaware that she was distorting the truth, for the time lapse following the impact of the slug which had snuffed out her senses had seemed scarcely longer than the space between clock ticks. "He shot me. I tell you, Rip Campbell shot at me." Dave Odell came over from the campfire where he had put his surgical tools to boil in a tin can. He had overheard Sarah's hysterical narrative, and even as his eye met Clancy's over the girl's shoulder, he knew that the Lazy H boss had surmised the real truth. Georgie Cotton's vague, repetitious recital of having shot Campbell and set the gray Mustang astray in Lily Basin gave logic to what had really happened. Cotton's ambush bullet had dropped Sarah from saddle, providentially with only a superficial wound. Switched riders had confused the drunken albino. During her period of insensibility, Campbell must have arrived on the scene. In all likelihood, he had put the makeshift bandage on her neck before she regained consciousness. "You heard what Sarah said," Clancy clipped, his voice vibrating with quick triumph. "While you're patching up Sarah, I'll round up 3 or 4 of the boys. We've got a job to do." Sarah Long, yielding herself to the skilled hands of his second, who had never lost his surgeon's genius of yesteryear, took no interest in her surroundings until 5 minutes later Ned Clancy rode up, flanked by 4 Lazy H cowhands. Dave Odell's lineback horse accompanied them, saddled and bridled. From the pommel of Clancy's saddle swung a coil of hemp rope. "Where are you going?" Sarah's voice held a sudden panic at sight of the rope. "What are you going to do?" Clancy's mouth was a grim seam as he slapped a palm on the coil of hemp he had picked up from the hoodlum wagon. "Ride up the trail to meet Campbell. There's only one brand of medicine for a polecat who'd try to shoot a woman." Sarah ran forward, forcing him to halt his horse or run her down. "You can't lynch him. Turn him over to the sheriff, and I'll testify at his trial. But don't put his ghost between us now." Something in the girl's voice warned Clancy to go easy. "All right," he growled. "I'll hold him for the law, if that's how you want it. That's a promise." Dave Odell climbed into saddle, and the men on horseback galloped off in a surge of lifting dust. "We got the dead wood on Campbell this time, men," Clancy remarked when they were out of earshot. "I've waited too long to muff a chance like this." Chapter 17. Cotton loafed at the chuck wagon with the riders gathered there for noon grub when Clancy visited the camp to select 4 riders for his lynching party. His first act had been to order Cotton to cut a horse from the corral and report to the trail boss for duty. Having ostensibly hired out as a Lazy H drover, the sullen albino made haste to comply, roping a strawberry roan from the string assigned to him by the wrangler and leaving camp at a gallop. Always quick to offense, Cotton had already made a bad start with the Lazy H crew. He resented their joshing remarks about his battered face and swollen hands, attributing his beating to some Jezebel at Straight Edge Lulu's house in Ruby. As always, the colorless hair and skin of the man attracted cruel stares from normal men, and the Lazy H bunch had been no exception. They regarded him as a freak, and he knew it. All of Cotton's lifelong complexes and frustrations rode his shoulders as he reported to the Lazy H trail boss down the line, and was assigned an outrider's position between the herd and the river. When he found himself alone, with stragglers to beat back into the herd with a knotted rope end and a definite purpose to occupy his attention, Cotton shrugged the chip from his shoulder and turned the bitter spotlight of self-condemnation upon himself. He had killed Rip. That conviction had become a part of him. He had never taken a human life before, and the enormity of his sin put a festering panic in the man which he knew no lapse of time nor ocean of liquor could ever expunge. Reaction from his all-night vigil at Lily Basin and a head-splitting hangover from his whiskey debauch put his nerves in a state of near collapse. Rip's ghost rode at his stirrups. He heard Rip's voice above the clacking horns and beating hoofs of the herd lumbering in bovine stolidity alongside him. He saw Rip's face etched in the fumaroles of dust which swept toward him from the Green River, bringing its smell of rotting mud and tools, reminding him of Texas. Old memories marshaled to haunt him, and tears began to cut their salty swaths through the grime which hid the yeasty pallor of his face. He screamed aloud, and the echo was a mockery lost in the rumble of the herd. The cattle were moving steadily up the bench, strung out in a tenuous column for 3 miles behind him. The country was flat and open, requiring little vigilance on the part of the drovers. He counted himself lucky that the trail boss hadn't assigned him to the dust of the drags. It did not occur to Georgie Cotton that Ned Clancy had had an ulterior purpose in sending him out of camp ahead of the other cowboys. He tried to roll a smoke, but his hands were palsied, and only after repeated tries did he manage to get a shapeless lumpy cylinder between his scabbed lips. He reined up to strike a match, and was grateful for the lift the nicotine gave him. But gradually the heat and dust and noise put Cotton under its sedative spell, and he dozed, his mouth going slack. The cigarette dropped from his lips, and fell unnoticed in the parched bunchgrass behind his horse's hoofs. Instantly, ruddy flames flickered in the murk behind him like snakes' tongues, the smoke of kindling grass blending with the whirling dust. Dreams took shape in macabre tableau behind Cotton's lids. He dreamed as the roan drifted with the herd, knowing its duty and cutting a stray back into the main bunch without awakening its stupefied rider. Cotton dreamed of another beef drive, in another year, and on a remote range in the Cactus Flats of Oklahoma. He dreamed that he was caught in a sudden stampede caused by raiding Comanche warriors. That he had been bucked from saddle, and was helpless in the path of tidal wave of hoofs and horns. Behind him, the grass fire spread, carrying the smell of smoke to the plodding steers. Cotton moaned in his sleep. He saw a tall rider, angle like a phantom across the prairie between him and the stampeding Texas Longhorns. The rider was Rip, whose unerring arm and rope sent release from certain death toward Georgie Cotton, dragging him to safety at rope's end. That rope had linked them figuratively through the years, severed in a saloon brawl in Savoy. The bawling of frenzied cattle loomed louder and louder in Cotton's dream, until drums was like nails being hammered into the dinning pressure of it against his ear, his skull. The roar brought him screaming out of his dream, into the compounded horrors of a real stampede. 50 yards to the rear, the burning grass had already been beaten out by milling hoofs. But the damage was done, and the Yakima Pool herd, catching the scent of smoke, and its mass panic spreading from animal to animal with the speed of a bullet's flight, had whipped the lazy $H steers into a stampede. Cotton's horse, knowing the peril about to engulf them, swapped ends with devastating suddenness, and arched its back like a ruptured clock spring, hurtling its rider into space. Cotton landed on hands and knees, and he felt the ground tremble under the strike of 1,000 lethal hoofs as he staggered to his feet. Yells thinned by distance, and the sporadic pop of gunfire breached the hellish cacophony of bellowing cattle, as other riders sought to head off the stampede and start the homed juggernaut to milling on the open plain. Cotton ran a dozen feet in a blind zigzag, making in the direction he believed the river to be, before a charging bull ripped open his side with a curved horn and flung the man to his belly. Passing hoofs disemboweled Georgie Cotton. His world became a blur of horned demons, knocking him down as fast as he tried to crawl away, dragging his tom guts behind him. He smelled the acrid tang of his own blood as he went down for the last time under a thundering avalanche of doom. The stampede spent its blind inertia after a 5-mile run, lazy H and dollar riders keeping clear of the danger and compacting the herd with consummate skill. The cause of the stampede would never be known, but when it was finished, ashen-faced riders broke away from the noon camp, scouting the hoof-trampled wake of the stampede in search of possible victims. Sarah Long, no stranger to rangeland tragedies such as this, rode with the crew, investigating mangled carcasses of yearlings and she-stuff that had been overwhelmed by the juggernaut, making sure that no shapeless mass of broken bone and mangled muscle could be that of a luckless horse or fallen rider. The cowboys swung north, relieved to find that the tidal wave of destruction had taken no human toll. Sarah reined back toward the chuck wagon, and quite by accident her eye was caught by a glint of sunlight on metal, far to the east where the benchland broke away into the Cyrus River farm belt. Nausea touched her as she looked around for the other riders, but found herself alone on the prairie. She put her horse in the direction of the flash of light, impelled by a prescience that she would find death at its source. Not until she was within a dozen yards of the shapeless heap amid the bunchgrass clumps did she realize that she had seen sun rays glinting on a belt buckle. That the formless hulk in the dirt before her had once been a living, breathing human. Sarah flung herself to the ground and ran forward, steeling herself for what she might find, stifling a selfish prayer that this would not prove to be one of her father's dollar hands. Only by the ruby-red irises of the half-opened eyes which regarded her was Sarah able to identify the stampede's victim as the albino pariah, Georgie Cotton. She was unaware that Clancy had put Cotton on the Lazy H payroll last night, and the albino's presence here in the path of the stampede was a puzzle she did not try to fathom. It seemed impossible, but life was not yet extinct in this mass of fractured bone and mashed flesh. Cotton recognized her, calling her name through the blood which filled his lungs. "I'm cashing out one day too late," the dying puncher whispered, one ruined hand closing over hers as she knelt compassionately beside him. "You'll pull through, Georgie," she lied, seeking to comfort his last moment on earth. "We have a skilled doctor riding with us. Odell. He'll patch you up." Cotton shook his head ever so lightly, drinking strength from her taut smile. "I shot Rip Campbell this morning south of Jack Ranch," his ratty whisper reached her. "Killed the only man I could ever call friend. There ain't room in hell for a man who would." His whisper trailed off, and the impact of the albino's words took precious seconds to penetrate the girl's understanding. "What are you saying? You didn't shoot Rip Campbell. I was riding that gray Mustang this morning. You can't die without knowing that." But the reassurance that he would meet his maker without the stain of murder on his immortal soul came too late to ease Georgie Cotton across the big divide. His rabbit-pink eyes were fixed on Sarah's face when the torment ceased, and he crossed beyond her aid. Chapter 18. Clancy halted his posse on a spur of glacial rocks overlooking Horse Springs Coulee, near a surveyor's benchmark which indicated a point on the boundary of the 20-mile strip. From this point, 500 feet above the trail, the men with him had an unobstructed vista of the strip to its northern limits. Cyrus Jack's fortress-like ranch was a discernible dot against the sheen of Pioneer Lake. A spiral of dust moved against the diluted gray-green haze miles to the northward, visible only to the trained eyes of these range-wise men. Dave Odell unlimbered his brass telescope and focused it on the source of the dust. "It's Campbell," he reported, handing the telescope to Clancy. He studied the oncoming rider for some moments. "We'll wait for him here, men," he decided. "Suggs and Greer, take a pass down to that tamarack clump yonder and lie low. Fulton, you and Miller hole up in that rocky hump yonder. If Campbell leaves the trail, signal. But I imagine he'll pass here." The four riders moved off, grinning expectantly. Miller hipped around, balancing a Spencer across his saddle horn. "This cowpoke fair meat for any of us, boss." Clancy dismounted, handing the spyglass back to Odell. "No shooting. I want him to know who's counting coup on him. When he's boxed in, I'll give the word. I've already earmarked that cottonwood down there for him." The horsemen moved off to vanish in their appointed lairs. Bracketing the trail, Rip Campbell followed. The sandy wagon tracks bore the recent hoofprints of two southbound riders, Cotton and Sarah. Clancy deducted that Campbell would read the import of that extra set of tracks and follow them accordingly on the supposition that one set belonged to Sarah's ambusher. Odell and Clancy led their horses into a brush-choked coulee and picked their way on foot down to the level of the road, seating themselves behind a jumble of bubble-pitted lava rocks under the shade of a gnarled cottonwood. Clancy carried the coil of hemp rope with him, and his fingers set to fashioning the rope into the deadly hangman's noose. "Ned, you got enough on Campbell to hang him legal with Sarah's testimony," Dave Odell commented between coughs. "I wouldn't put his ghost between you, this close to your wedding day. I'd turn him over to Liam and let the law take its course." Clancy, completing the noose to his satisfaction, coiled the rope carefully and set it aside. He bit the end off a Cuban cigar and studied Odell thoughtfully. During the years of his association with the ex-Confederate Army surgeon, Clancy had usually followed the oldster's wise counsel, using Odell as a governor to counterbalance his own tempestuous judgments. But today, he made his own stand. "I'll tell Sarah that he started shooting, and we were forced to drop him," he growled. "The girl's sharp. She'll get to wondering who cleaned off her wound. Put that scarf on her neck for a bandage. Besides, there's Georgie Cotton. That pink-eyed albino would spill Sarah an earful if I gave him half a chance." Odell tugged the cork from his omnipresent bottle of rye and imbibed deeply, shuddering as the revivifying liquor warmed him. "Cotton must be disposed of pronto," advised the oldster, his voice taking on new vitality under the boost of the stimulant. "Yes, indeed. A most unusual physical specimen, that Cotton. Rarely come across a true albino in the course of a lifetime's practice. I'd like to perform an autopsy on that one." Clancy got his cigar drawing evenly and settled back for the long wait, grateful for the cottonwood shade. "You'll get your wish if Cotton doesn't hightail first," he said, fanning his face with his brim. "I can't afford to run the risk of Sarah talking things over with that maverick." Odell fingered the tarnished brass buttons of his army tunic, letting his thoughts stray to other things. "Sarah deserves a better deal than she'll get from you," he drawled. "A thoroughbred, that girl. And she trusts you to hell and back. You can't deceive her forever." Anger glinted briefly in Clancy's eyes. He stepped forward. "One thing you will not intrude upon," he said flatly. "My personal affairs. Always remember that. I've already taken more off you than any man living. Don't crowd me too often." Odell turned his pale, wise eyes on his companion. "You cut a wide splash with most folks, but I've seen your cards and your bobtail flush don't faze me a damn. Strong men are afraid of your strength, and the weak ones kowtow to you the way weaklings will, hating your guts as they lick your boots. But I've had one foot in the grave too long to be buffaloed by the likes of you, Ned Clancy." Odell watched Clancy's lips whiten, and it gave the oldster a perverse satisfaction, knowing his Svengali-like hold on the man, knowing the flaws as well as the strengths of the cattle king. "I won't be around when Sarah gets wise to you," Odell went on. "You're on the top of the stack now. When you meet a better man, you'll cave and drag Sarah down with you. Personally, I think you're waiting with that rope for the better man who might have coppered your bet." It was a long speech for Dave Odell. When he was finished, Clancy made no comment, choosing to treat the oldster as he might a petulant child. Odell, having vented his spleen, turned over on his side and went to sleep. The cottonwood's shadow had wheeled a considerable distance before Clancy shook the old soldier awake. "Campbell's abreast of the boys now," he whispered. "Skin out on the road yonder, and tell him your horse tossed you. He might go for his gun if we pulled a road agent deal on him." Odell grunted and came to his feet. He yawned prodigiously, loosened the ancient spiller and burr percussion revolver in its scarred holster, and hobbled off around the boulder pile toward the road. Crouched behind the bole of the cottonwood, Clancy waited with a cocked pistol in his fist. Rip was less than 50 feet up the road, his jaded Appaloosa mare limping from a thrown shoe. The Texan came erect in saddle as he saw Odell's shadow fall across the road ahead of him, his hand dropping instinctively to gun butt. "Make a habit of taking walks in the heat like this," Rip sang out, raking the roundabout slopes as he reined up, his eyes wary, alert. "Horse threw me tail over tin cup and ran into the coulee yonder," the medico explained. "Thought you might dab your twine on the ornery jughead and save me a walk." Rip remained tense, a warning bell ringing steadily somewhere in the back of his head. "How come you were here in the first place?" Odell gestured toward the uphill cairn, marking the strip. "This here's the boundary of Jack's range, son. Ned sent me ahead of the herd to scout the grass." Rip's tension eased off slightly. He reached for his coiled lasso rope. "I'll get your horse for you." "Where is it?" Odell started to gesture toward the mouth of a defile across the road. As he did so, a blue jay set up a chattering racket on a dead snag nearby. "See that jaybird yonder, son?" Odell remarked. "5 gets you 10, I can drill an eye plumb center first shot." As he spoke, Odell pulled the rusty 6-shooter from leather, twirling it innocently by the trigger guard. Rip saw nothing suspicious in the move, reading it as an old gaffer's prim in his marksmanship. "I got my doubts if you could hit a barn door with a handful of corn," he grinned. "I'll take that bet, and double it if you knock a feather loose. Hell, that rebel blunderbuss won't carry 50 yards. Odell bristled indignantly. He lifted the ancient piece, squinting down the sights. The blue jay scolded raucously, drawing Rip's eye toward the feathered target. He realized his error instantly. When he jerked his head around to face Odell, the black bore of the gun was leveled at his midriff. "Hold your fire," Ned Clancy called out from behind the cottonwood. "Reach, Campbell. You're under a 2-way drop here." Caught, Rip groped his hands to hat brim level as the massive figure of the lazy H. cowman stepped out from the roadside talus, sunlight glinting on a leveled Colt. Odell, with a spongy chuckle, moved up with alacrity and jerked the gun from Rip's holster, following suit with the booted Winchester. Suggs and Greer spurred out of the tamaracks behind Rip, joined almost immediately by Miller and Fulton from the rocky slopes above the road. Campbell, hearing the riders closing in behind him and reading the trap for what it was, grunted with self-disgust. "Always play it safe, don't you? This time, you aim to make sure you finish what Fred Dane started." Clancy waited until his 4 lazy H riders had boxed Rip in from the rear. Then he flung his hang rope over the limb of the cottonwood and tied the slack to the trunk, leaving the noose dangling at a level which told Rip that he would remain mounted when the lynch trap was sprung. "Sarah beat your ambush up in Lily Basin this morning," Clancy blustered for the benefit of his men. "Lynch rope's too good for a man who'd draw down on a girl." Rip got the picture then, in its full perspective. He also caught a discrepancy in Clancy's words. "Sarah doesn't know this country. How'd she know she was bushed in Lily Basin?" Clancy bit his lip, aware of the slip he had made. His reference to Lily Basin had been a direct quotation from Georgie Cotton's erroneous version of Rip's bushwhacking. "Rope him with his own rope," Clancy ordered. "Let's get this business finished." Miller and Greer spurred alongside Rip's mare at the same moment, while Suggs reached for the Texan's saddle rope. Driving his spurs into the Appaloosa's flanks, Rip lashed a fist at Suggs's jaw as the mare lunged forward. But the desperate bid for getaway was short-lived. Fulton drove in front of the mare to block its jump, and simultaneously Miller smashed his gun barrel at Rip's skull from behind. His scalp gashed by the clubbing steel, Rip nearly toppled from saddle, fireworks exploding behind his eyelids. He was vaguely aware of ropes pinioning his arms behind his back, trussing his elbows to his sides. Then Dave Odell led the mare under the dangling rope, and Rip felt the scratch of hempen fibers brush his cheekbones and jaw as Greer, spurring alongside him, fitted Clancy's noose around his neck with the roll snug to his left temple. The stage was set for execution. Ned Clancy, whipping off his hat with a flourish, waved the rider's back while he stationed himself alongside the Appaloosa's rump. One swat of that hat would make the mare bolt out from under Rip, and the rope looped over the cottonwood limb would snap his neck like a dead twig. But Clancy's arm froze at the top of its arc. It was a harsh command from Dave Odell, holding Rip's bit ring, which caused him to open his squeezed-shut eyelids. "Hold it, Ned. You don't want your woman to see this." Clancy wheeled about, his face losing some of its purple flush. Rocking around the south shoulder of the bluff came Sarah Long, urging a deadbeat dollar cowpony up the road. She bucketed to a dusty halt between Rip and Clancy, relief crowding some of the terror from her eyes. Thrusting a wind-blown lock of hair off her face, Sarah gasped out, "This is a tragic mistake, Ned. Georgie Cotton ambushed me, not Campbell. Cotton told me with his dying breath." Miller, obeying a signal from Dave Odell, reached to free Campbell's neck from the noose as Clancy stared up at the girl. "Dying breath? What do you mean?" he asked. She told them of the stampede and Cotton's ghastly end. When she finished, Clancy said carefully, "Cotton tell you why he tried to kill him?" "No. Only that he regretted dying with his best friend's life on his conscience." Her glance touched Rip. "I'm sorry. He was gone before I could tell him it was a mistake." Clancy had passed through the toughest crisis of his life, and his relief was evident in the slow exhalation he let leak through his lips. He saw Sarah turn to where Greer was cutting Campbell's bonds with a hunting knife, and the moment the Texan's arms were loose, she extended her right hand to him. "Cotton died because of me. I'll never forget that as long as I live. No amount of penance will ever free me of the knowledge that I wronged you." Rip massaged his chafed neck muscles and grinned slowly. "You just got through saving my hide, ma'am. I reckon that evens us up, don't it?" Sarah turned to Clancy then. "Not quite," she said grimly. "Ned, you lied when you promised me you wouldn't lynch Rip Campbell. I'll overlook that. But I'm going to sign Cotton's homestead over to Mr. Campbell as soon as I can get to the county courthouse and draw up the necessary papers. The least I can do is put him back in full control of Fire Canyon. I'm through being a pawn in your range hog schemes." For the first time since they had become engaged, Ned Clancy knew he was dangerously close to losing this girl who was so vital to his ambitions. He was realistic enough to know that eating humble pie in the presence of these men was his only recourse now to salvage what he could of the girl's shattered faith in him. "Of course, Sarah, I would have suggested turning the Cotton place back to Campbell if you hadn't. My abject apologies, Mr. Campbell, for this necktie party. I let my temper get the best of me. Sarah claimed you ambushed her. I guess that made me a little crazy in the head." Rip gave Clancy a strange, searching look. "I don't suppose you know how Cotton happened to be caught in a stampede of Lazy H cattle, do you?" His question warned Clancy that the Texan's mind was groping on the edge of a dangerous hunch, and he talked fast to divert him off the subject. "Give him his guns, Dave." When Rip had booted his Winchester and holstered his sidearm, he turned to Sarah and lifted his hat. "Your cattle hit the strip today," he said. "I'll not object to your jag of dollar beef grazing inside Fire Canyon this summer, in view of what happened here." He turned to Clancy then, and his voice sharpened. "But I'll butcher the first mossy horn I find on my grass with a Lazy H iron, and I'll shoot the first Lazy H hand I catch on my land. Let's get that straight, here and now." Sarah laughed softly, the heat of anger still in her. "Thank you, Rip. I give you my word that Ned will not violate your lease with Cyrus Jack. It will cost him a bride if he does. There are limits to what I will do to make $1. Chapter 19. The worst drought in Washington's history having scorched the Yakima rangeland into a tawny waste freckled with the bleaching skeletons of starved livestock, spread its blight northward as July ran its torrid course. Washington's skies took on a perpetual, brassy color from the haze of high smokes. Timber burned unchecked in the Mount Rainier area. Further to the east and south, the golden wheat fields of Walla Walla and the Palouse withered before heading out. The Cyrus country did not escape the searing hand of nature. Streams dried up to disconnected chains of mud puddles throughout the 20-mile strip. Only Fire Canyon remained verdant, its cliff-shaded length irrigated by the seepage of Glacier Creek, which tapped the perpetual ice fields of the high Cascades to the west. Snows receded on the higher peaks, leaving bald patches of granite. Cyrus Jack's timber cruisers reported the fern brake and hackberry undergrowth was tinder dry, needing only a careless camper's fire or a bolt of heat lighting to touch off a conflagration. For Rip, July and the first 2 weeks in August were occupied with the Herculean task of dismantling Cyrus Jack's sawmill in the upper Methow Valley, so that he was unaware of the drought which seemed to be dogging Ned Clancy's fortunes. He was engaged with the problem of stripping down a donkey engine's weight to a freight wagon's capacity when the driver of the stage dropped off a letter to him from Sarah Long, postmarked Savoy. It contained a quitclaim deed to Cotton's homestead, made out in his name, and accompanied by a hastily written note. In view of the terrible drought conditions in the strip, I have taken advantage of your kind offer, and have had my men cut out all stock belonging to Dollar and put them inside Fire Canyon. Naturally, I will reimburse you in full after the fall roundup. Your fine mare, Alamo, is getting fat and frisky at the stable here in town, and Miss Laranjo and I give him a workout every day to keep him in shape. Rose and I have become close friends since I took up residence at the Caribou House. She thinks a lot of you. Back in the casino, sharing a jug of cool beer across Rose's blackjack table, Rip waited for the lady gambler to open the conversation. He felt toward this strange, exotic woman an even stronger sense of kinship now, knowing he was forever in her debt as a result of her blocking the Keyhole Grange to Lazy H cattle. You're wondering how a lady of Sarah's breeding could become the companion of a gambling hall hussy, is that right? Rose accused him, half seriously. Not at all. They don't come any finer than you. There can be no thought of Sarah condescending to accept your company. I have no doubt she feels privileged. Rose's statuesque shoulders lifted and fell in the expressive gesture common to her race. Outside of Jenny Prim, she smiled ruefully, there are no women in Savoy to whom Sarah could turn for companionship. It was not my wish that she should seek me out in a hovel such as the casino. It reminds me how I have fallen. Rip made wet rings with his beer glass on the green baize, suddenly ill at ease. He changed the subject. What kind of a cattle deal could take Sarah to Seattle this time of year? She'll have no difficulty marketing her beef this fall, what with Seattle jammed with gold hunters. Rose fingered the wedding ring and the small gold cross on her neck chain. She smiled slowly. It goes back to that time she listened to a Klondiker talk about $20 beefsteaks in Dawson, Rose said. You were there. It was at Cyrus Jack's place. Rip laughed, recalling the forgotten incident. Good Lord, is she still thinking she can drive a trail herd overland to Dawson? The gold rush will be petered out before she could get halfway across British Columbia. Rose shook her head and frowned slightly. There are steamships operating between Puget Sound and Alaska. She has the idea that she can sell her cattle to one of these shippers at 3 times what the Seattle packers will pay on the local market. I think she is on the right track. Those Alaska miners are hungry for fresh beef. Rip rolled and licked a cigarette, his eyes thoughtful. I doubt if any coastal steamer is equipped to handle a cargo of livestock, frankly. Not when the Seattle wharves are jammed to overflowing, with tenderfeet willing to shell out $500 apiece for passage to Alaska. His eyes strayed to the ring looped over the girl's necklace, and a new train of thought hit him. You'll be her maid of honor at her wedding soon. Rose tucked the ring back into her dress. I would not give odds that Ms. Long will ever become Mrs. Clancy. He has not been to see her once since he set up his cow camp in the 20-mile strip. Does that sound like their love affair is prospering? Rip became aware that his pulses had picked up their tempo, and he spoke hastily to cover his wonderment at that. How women bandy gossip. Clancy's got his hands full, keeping his lazy H-stock alive, I reckon. And you forget, he has an eye on dollar. He'll go through with that marriage to get it. I wouldn't sell his wedding day short. They were silent for a long time, occupied with their own thoughts. A quarrel flared and died at a poker table nearby without drawing them from their bemused reverie. Rose spoke suddenly, bringing him back to reality. You have known me many years. In Texas and Dodge City. You must be curious about this wedding ring I carry. He shrugged, embarrassed without quite knowing why. It is no affair of mine if you are a married woman, Rose. I have always known there was nothing in the cards for you and me. She caught his calloused hands between her own, and in her eyes he read a wistfulness and a yearning which made him turn his head aside, as if he had seen her soul bared naked before him. You know that my religious faith denies me the divorce which my gringo sisters are free to use, she whispered. Perhaps one day I will share a sordid story with you. Her black eyes clouded forebodingly. I feel I shall never see Chihuahua again. I would like to know that this ring I carry could pass into your hands when I am gone. He laughed then, uneasy before the morbidity that had crept into her voice. Shucks, you'll dance a fandango on my grave. You're fat and healthy, well, healthy anyway. And you can't be over 25. This kind of talk isn't like you. She shrugged again, and the mood passed, leaving her face veiled behind the inscrutable mask she showed the world. A pair of miners with the grime of the drifts on their rough clothing approached her table, grinning with the easy camaraderie of the time and place. How about some 21, Rosé? We struck a little luck today. We're aiming to celebrate. Rose reached for her deck of cards, and Rip excused himself and left the casino. His conversation with the girl had dulled the zest of his homecoming. He crossed to Baker's saloon to hoist a few drinks with Jasper Prim in hopes of shaking off his melancholy. Dusk came prematurely, an hour before the sun touched the fir-clad hills west of the town, and it was dark enough for the kerosene flares to be lighted on the awning of the casino when Rip went back on the street. There was a smoky, resinous tang in the air that put a grim foreboding in the Texan, but he was too preoccupied with his moods to inquire into the reason for it. Wheels rumbled out of the timber to westward, the twin eyes of oil lamps marking the eastbound stage pulling in from the coast. The stage halted before Baker's place and discharged a half-dozen miners returning to Savoy after an abortive visit to Seattle, the so-called gateway to the Alaska gold rush. Scraps of their talk reached him as he watched the ostler changing the stage team for the run to Brewster. $500 for standing room in the hold of a stinking tub. And the same boat unloaded 1,000 men who claim the Klondike boom is already busted. We may not get more than day wages in the Cyrus diggings this winter, but by damn we'll eat. They say the ice gets 5 foot thick on the Yukon by Christmas. A man's a fool to try his luck above White Pass any later than June. Old Man Baker left his post office annex, dragging a sack of outgoing mail. The stagehand, tossing the Savoy mailbag down from the boot, remarked, "Damn near didn't get here this run, Baker. Biggest forest fire in 40 years is sweeping through the valley toward the summit, faster than a man can gallop a horse. Like to singe the hair out of my ears before I hit the east grade." Rip's nostrils savored the thick cloying fumes which choked the atmosphere, and he knew a pang of quick alarm. That's smoke from the valley. Baker grunted, shouldering his mailbag and express box. Any danger the wind will carry that fire down the foothills and wipe us out? The stage driver picked up his leather ribbons and kicked at his brake pedal. Anything could happen. I reckon by now it's blazing like a furnace. This dry weather has made a damned tinderbox out of the mountains hereabouts. I'll be glad to cross the river. Rip stepped down off the porch and hailed the driver. Did you pass the Seattle stage this afternoon? The driver spat a gobbet of tobacco juice at a square lamp, and the hot glass gave off a sizzling sound. Didn't I now? Argued for 10 minutes, trying to make that knucklehead Grant Baskin turn back. Told him it'd be like tooling a stage into the devil's kitchen in hell, trying to cross the valley with that fire-gaining ground like it was. Bet you any amount you want to name Baskin don't get through. He'll fry in his own grease and his passengers with him. The Brewster stage lurched forward to the crack of the driver's whip. Rip paused a moment, indecision in him. Then he headed past Bart and Company's corral at a run, and within moments was tossing a saddle on his Mustang. Bart was grooming a chestnut colt in the next stall. He had not seen Rip since the latter's return, and he was chock-full of news. You hear about me buying a couple steamships for my lumber trade? Auctioned off by the sheriff over at South Bend. Got them for $10,000 apiece and worth $100. I aim to. Rip led his horse out of the stall, his face gray with strain. Forest fire spreading beyond the ridge, Bart. Sarah Long was on the noon stage. I aim to see if I can help. Stage driver thinks they might be trapped. Rip vanished in the darkness before Bart could reply. Later, back in his office, Sheriff Liam arrived for their evening game of checkers and noted the depression which filled his crony. The lawman waggled his head slowly when Bart told him about Rip's ride-off toward the burning hell of a mountain. We'll never see him again, Liam predicted, and a deep sense of loss put its hard pressure on the sheriff's lips. Chapter 20. 3 hours out of Savoy, Sarah Long accepted the stage driver's invitation to share his topside seat, glad to quit the stuffy confines and dubious comforts of the Concorde's interior. The smell of smoke had become increasingly pronounced as the stage climbed the long grade up the foothill divide which marked the rampart of valley. Sundown found them still short of the summit when Grant Baskin swung his horses out on one of the turnouts of the single-track road to let the inbound stage from Seattle pass. The whiskered reins man, aboard the hurricane deck of the other Concorde, brought his thorough-braced vehicle to a dusty halt alongside Baskin. Gaunt-faced passengers peered out at Sarah from the canvas-curtained windows. Fire over that way has spread across the lower end of the valley, Grant. She's heading north along the Crown Growth like an express train. You can't get through. Grant Baskin pared himself a quid from the twist of long green leaf he carried in a hip pocket. Been expecting a burn this summer. How far below the line did this thing start? Neighborhood of Old Goat Mountain, this side Lake Chelan. Baskin scoffed, unwinding his reins from the gloved hands that held them. I'll make it through then. That's all of 30 mile. Sarah saw the other driver eye Baskin with obvious gravity. What I'm telling you, Grant, is to get that junk wagon of yours turned around and follow me back to Savoy. By the time you hit the relay stationette, the whole damned world will be a lake of fire and brimstone. I tell you, this one's a hellfire. Grant Baskin was a stubborn man, and to him the greatest prim in life was maintaining his stage schedules. His face distorted by the giant chew he had tucked under his cheek. He whispered a reassuring aside to his lady passenger. Old Shoe felt scared of his own shadow, ma'am. Then, raising his voice, he addressed the other driver. Rattle your hawks. I got a schedule to keep. By the time that fire covers the country between here and Old Goat, I'll be eating supper west of the pass. The Savoy-bound driver eyed Sarah worriedly. Better climb aboard with me, lady. This is the last chance Baskin's got to turn his outfit between here and the valley bottom. I wouldn't like to see you fry on account of Grant's dang fool pigheadedness." Before Sarah could voice an opinion, the Concorde under her lurched violently on its bullhide springs, and Grant Baskin was hitting the summit grade, rocketing his vehicle around hairpin turns with reckless abandon. "Like I said, that old Yahoo tells everything scary, ma'am." Baskin chuckled, confident of his own judgment. "The forest fire ain't made yet that these stages couldn't outrun. A little smoke won't hurt us none." They topped the divide and teetered down into the meadow in the face of a blast of superheated air which made the team trumpet with panic and forced the girl to shield her nostrils with a handkerchief. Before they had put a mile of the steep switchbacks behind them, the surrounding forest was obscured behind a void of sluggish smoke, and the black sky was leaden with flying sparks and pine needles torn from the crown growth by the forced draft of the fire which was sweeping up the valley. She sensed that Grant Baskin had overplayed his hand when she saw the gaunt reins man brace himself against the footboard and lash his horses into a run, which threatened to capsize the jouncing Concorde at the steep unbanked turns. Sarah judged that they had skidded halfway down the valley grade when she caught sight of the first ruddy flash of flames eating up the declivity below the stage road. Almost simultaneously, a giant, centuries-old Douglas fir directly ahead of the stage exploded into flame, its resinous needles flaring like a 200-foot torch, stripping the tree to a charred skeleton within seconds. The furnace of the air was rapidly becoming unendurable to human lungs as the oxygen was sucked out of it. Sarah screamed in the driver's ear, imploring him to stop the team, but her words were lost in the funneling bass roar of the Holocaust. Baskin was trying to stop the Morgans, she realized next. But the team was out of control. Whipsawing lines could not slow the stampeding animals, racing blind down a 10-degree slope. Baskin's boot rode the brake lever, the locked wheels screaming in and out of ruts. Then an elbow bend in the road loomed through a momentary rift in the whirling smoke clouds, and Sarah knew, even as did Grant Baskin, that their momentum would make it impossible to negotiate the turns safely. "Jump for your life, lady," Baskin bawled against her ear. "I guess this thing wrong." She flung herself out into space, even as the careening stage left the ruts. Sheer luck carried her free of the pounding wheels, and she hurtled head over heels into a yielding barrier of wild rhododendron scrub under the roadbed's rim. Scratched and bleeding, she gained her feet in time to see the Seattle stage upend as its running gear straddled a giant rock, the team breaking clear of the wagon tongue and sprawling in a tangle of harness to vanish in the smoke coils which hugged the slope. The stagecoach disintegrated into slivers. One 6-foot wheel, its axle gouged into the dirt, spun crazily through the smoke, spokes shuddering in the red witch glow which filled the night. The screaming of mangled horses reached the girl's ears faintly above the organ roar of the forest fire, which was now advancing in an unbroken horseshoe curve below the road. Discarding the ruins of her hat, Sarah brushed back her tousled hair and scrambled to the road's level. A blazing tamarack twig struck her, knocking her off her feet. Her skirt was on fire when she got up again, and she ground a handful of dirt against the charring fabric. She staggered aimlessly in circles, her sense of direction lost in this inferno. The crackle of nearing flames blotted out the sound of her own screams as she called Grant Baskin in the chaotic moments which followed. Fire was leaping in recurrent waves up the mountainside, falling back and surging closer to the road with each wave. She made her way down to the smashed stage, breasting a tangible wall of heat, and knew then that she was alone in this lost, chaotic world. Baskin, his skull skewered by a sundered bolster rod, lay wedged under the wreckage of his coach. Terror lent its strength to the girl as she clawed her way back to the road. A rattlesnake slithered across her hand. A magnificent bull elk, flushed from its habitat by the advancing fire, bounced in 40-foot arcs up the hillside in defiance of gravity. Instinct told her to crawl on all fours, where the air was purest close to the ground. The heat was singeing her hair now, and she knew that death would probably come from suffocation before the flames actually touched her body. Knotting a handkerchief about her nose and mouth, she fought her way up the road, following the zigzagging ruts while the thick undergrowth on both sides of the right-of-way smoldered, fumed briefly, then burst into open flame. By what miracle of endurance she managed to reach the summit, the girl never knew. But the smoke thinned there, in the face of a night breeze, and the main body of the fire was behind her. Utterly spent, she flung herself headlong on the hoof-trampled dirt and tried to choke the smoke out of her lungs. Her ears had long since lost their function, stunned by the hellish roar of the Holocaust which was the Metau Valley. A drowsy ennui filled her brain. The dust felt soft to her cheek. This is what death is like, she thought, and drew comfort from its approach, welcoming its release. The nightmare faded and cleared yet again. She had no way of knowing that hours had elapsed while she lay here. The fire, slowed by thinning timber, had surrounded her now. Its red rim was an unbroken fence about her. Her imagination began playing her tricks. A face floated in the trembling heat waves which covered the roadbed, and she knew it should be the face of Ned Clancy, her fiancé. But instead she conjured up the strained features of Rip Campbell, and it seemed to her that he was astride Alamo, the Mustang she had come to regard as a part of her life in Savoy this summer. The driver, the stage, how far beyond are they, Sarah? It was Rip's voice, and it sounded real enough, not like a figment of her deranged imagination, here on the portal of eternity. Strong arms encircled her waist, lifting her. Even then she could not comprehend that Rip was actually here beside her, flesh and bone, not a ghost out of the red hell that engulfed her world. He's dead. Coach off the road. There's only me. She was in saddle when she opened her eyes again. Rip's arm, its sleeve charred and blackened by the fiery gauntlet he had run, was supporting her body. The Texan, his face masked now with a bandana, spurred the mare off the stage road, down a brush-choked gulch on the far side of the summit which the fire had not yet ravaged. A deluge of sparks jumped the divide, and the walls of the defile they were following showed patches of livid flame in scores of places as Rip sent the Mustang hammering down the rocky notch. The roar of the forest fire was an ocean breaker curling over them, enveloping them, as he slid off the Mustang's crupper and hauled Sarah out of saddle. Vaguely through the smoke she saw the black maw of a prospect hole looming against the granite face of the gulch. Rip drove the mare ahead of them, up the sprawl of weed-grown mine tailings, as he carried her in his arms like a child, his cow boots grinding into the fractured rock for footing. 50 feet back, in the semi-darkness of the abandoned mine tunnel, Rip laid the girl down, and she licked the moisture which slimed the mossy rocks with her tongue, greedily sucking the dank seepage through her lips. The air was distilled ozone in this grotto. The silhouette of the horse stood guard like an ebony statue against the sullen red glare of the fire which had pursued them, like a disgruntled foe, to the very mouth of their sanctuary. "We'll be safe here," he told her, soaking his bandana in a stagnant pool and swabbing her singed eyebrows and cheeks. Chapter 21. The sawmill which Rip had moved to the logging camp on the side of the mountain was now a cooling mass of twisted, melted scrap. Cyrus Jack's dynasty had evaporated from the face of the earth, a burnt offering on the altar of the gods whose minions had once roved over this hunting ground. Rip returned to Savoy, after spending a night with Cyrus Jack. He carried good news for Sarah Long, the fantastic survival of her dollar herd. That errand alone made his return worthwhile from such a barren and sterile zone. He expected to find Sarah at the Caribou House. But as he tied up at the hotel rack, he saw that the girl was conversing with her fiancé on the vine-hung porch. It was the first time Rip had seen the lazy H-Range Baron since the hanging tree episode 2 months before, and in that interim, Clancy had aged perceptibly. Gray streaked his temples. He had lost weight, and his coat hung baggy on his frame. The hatred, which Clancy had once taken care to conceal when in the presence of his intended wife, lay stark on the surface of the man now, plain to read in the hard strike of his eyes, in the lithic clamp of his mouth. "You should be well satisfied with how things have turned out," Clancy greeted the Texan's arrival at the porch steps. "I lost 2,500 head of prime beef because you kept me out of Fire Canyon. I'll remind you of that one day." He raised his hat to Sarah, ignoring Clancy. He wore no guns, and he knew that fact relieved the girl. "Ned has told you of your own good luck." The girl nodded, her mouth compressed, giving him the thought that he had interrupted a heated quarrel. Rip shifted his gaze toward Clancy, wondering if the man's pride would yield enough to let him say some word of thanks for what Campbell had done for Sarah Long. But there was no gratitude printed on Clancy's face, only a consuming, festering hate which he made no effort to conceal. Rip said finally, "Had I known this fire was coming, that it would jump my lease, I would gladly have invited you to throw your herd there, Ned. We're on equal footing now, you and I. Neither of us owns a calf to slap an iron on. Both of us are range poor. I'm willing to shake hands on a new start." Clancy laughed harshly, his face twitching. "You can go to hell. I hold you directly responsible for what Lazy H has suffered. I will have an accounting for that." Rip tongued his cheek, keeping his feelings tautly curbed. "That's how it stands between us then." "Do I have to draw a picture for you?" Clancy answered. Rip shrugged. "I don't offer my hand to a man twice." He turned to Sarah. "If you need me, I'll be glad to help haze your beef to Seattle this fall. I imagine you'll need every drover you can rustle up." Sarah remained silent during the strained meeting of the two men. She made no answer to Rip's offer, as the Texan mounted and crossed the Salmon Creek Bridge on his way to the Loop Loop Casino. From the hotel porch, she watched Rose Laranjo emerge from the deadfall to meet the cowboy. Her face hardened under the stress of secret emotions as she watched them vanish beyond the square facade of the building. "You should have shaken hands with him, Ned," she murmured. "He showed himself the better man today." Clancy flushed, hitching his chair closer to the girl. His hand reached out to where hers lay in her lap, his fingers toying with the square-cut diamond solitaire he had given her. "As I was saying," he said with a humility that was rare in him, "a man needs a woman most at a time like this when his world has crashed around him. I'm going back to Yakima tomorrow. We could be married by the Mission Padre over at Patero's on the way home." Sarah pulled herself back to reality, staring at Clancy as if she had not heard him. "I'm not going back to the home ranch, Ned. It holds too many unhappy memories for me since Dad died." He lit a cigar to bridge the awkward silence which built up between them, and spoke around it, his voice brittle. "I'm not asking you to go back to Dollar. I'm asking you to be my wife. My credit's good at the banks. Together we can start out again, the two of us, and rebuild the Lazy H." She got to her feet, picking up the straw sailor she had hung on the chair back and pinning it on her piled-up hair. "Dollar is for sale, Ned. I'll accept a mortgage from you on your own terms. That's what you really wanted of me, wasn't it? Title to Dad's holdings in Natchez Valley." Fear was born in Clancy's eyes now, the fear of a man who saw the inevitable fruits of his perfidy ripening for the harvest. Odell, an older and wiser man than he, had warned him against this eventual moment of rebellion from Sarah. He knew now that he had lost whatever grip he had held on her heart. "I love you. I want to remind you that you are betrothed to me. Dollar does not enter into that." He had said the wrong thing. He had given her an opening. She was steeling herself to voice a decision that had been a long time in shaping up in her mind. He knew that too late to rectify what he had said. With a slow, cool deliberation, as if weighing the consequences of what she was about to do, Sarah took the diamond from her finger and thrust it into his palm. "We're finished. Whatever affection I knew for you has died, as completely as death can be. I don't know when it happened. I don't want to be melodramatic about it now. I've always been honest with you. I don't feel you have been the same toward me. I fed you have used me as a pawn to further your own ambitions. She turned away. Clancy stared at the ring, then flung it savagely away from him. It struck the street with a little geyser of dust, and the facets of its blue-white stone glittered in the sunlight like a drop of distilled brilliance, attracting a cruising insect. Campbell has come between us. Clancy's flat statement stung her, brought her wheeling to face him. Her eyes were dry, her breathing controlled. Of course not. How dare you suggest such a thing? He said. You can't deny he's made a play for you, risking his hide to track down that stagecoach the day the fire broke. He saved my life. Perhaps I could love a man for that, if other things were equal. But if he has room in his heart for any woman, that woman is Rose Laranjo. Clancy opened his mouth, then clamped it shut without saying whatever had come to his mind. He turned and stalked down the hotel steps, and then, remembering something, wheeled back and from a pocket of his fustian coat took out a folded cardboard placard which he opened and thrust in front of her. Read this, he challenged. It might make you change your mind about a few things. She stared at the printed poster, the black and red type blurring through her tears. She recognized it as a duplicate of a sign she had seen tacked on the post office bulletin board over at Baker's that morning. Public land sale, having decided to dispose of my extensive holdings in the 20-mile strip as a result of the recent fire, all lands deeded in my name or that of my lawful spouse, Tina's Josephine Jack, will be placed on public sale at $1 per acre on Friday, October 1st at 9 a.m. All sales to be cash, subject to current taxes, existing liens, and easements under the law. First come, first served. Lands available at this sale may be located on the plat of the 20-mile strip, available for public inspection in the archives of the Cyrus County Clerk of Records, Courthouse, Savoy, Washington. Cyrus Jack, Pioneer Lake Ranch, Wash. Sarah looked up, surprising a leer on Clancy's face. What does this have to do with my changing my mind about us? If you are inferring that my decision had anything to do with your loss of worldly goods. He waved her off. If you take it as an insult, I apologize. No. Jack's sale means that Fire Canyon will go to the first bidder who can offer him $35,000 in cash. I could raise twice that on my equity of the headquarters ranch from any bank in Yakima. The printed poster fluttered from Sarah's hands. But Rip has a year's lease to run on Fire Canyon. Jack couldn't sell that portion of the strip. Clancy's arching brows contradicted her. Couldn't he? Why not? When Rip's lease expires next year, a new owner would be under no obligation to renew his option under Washington law. His manner softened. I'm offering you half interest in Fire Canyon as a wedding gift, Sarah. Jack is out to salvage what he can from the wreckage of the strip. When he was sitting tight in the saddle, he feared and hated me. But he would sell Fire Canyon to me now. Make no mistake of that. Clancy turned on his heel and headed down the steps. A screen door banged as Sarah retreated into the hotel, and it gave Clancy an opportunity to search in the dust for his diamond ring without losing face. He recovered the gem and pocketed it, smiling with secret satisfaction. He started up the street. He thought, she'll come back to me on her knees, and he headed toward the Loop Loop Saloon to drink on his prediction. In the privacy of a gambling booth in the Loop Loop Casino, Rip told Rose Laranjo of Cyrus Jack's decision to abdicate his 20-mile strip throne. The news that Fire Canyon was available for purchase had brought mingled hope and despair to him, for it had come several years too soon. He knew from a study of government surveys that $35,000 would be the value Jack placed on the slightly less than 55 sections which the canyon encompassed from the keyhole to the headwaters of Glacier Creek. A large percentage of this acreage was prime grazing land, even tillable in case nesters ever invaded it with hoe and plow. It was a golden opportunity, one which he had not expected to see open up while Jack was alive. But the fire had wiped out the squaw man's timber, and he had no interest in farming or cattle ranching. This October 1st sale may see hundreds of sodbusters bidding for Fire Canyon, Rip said at the outset of their tete-a-tete. Clancy's broke, so I'm not worrying about him. But you know, and I know that my homestead and cottons would never make a cattle spread. It looks as if it took an act of God to lick me, Rose. He shrugged resignedly and fumbled with his belt. No, the Spanish girl said. You must buy what you can of the canyon. If Senor Jack would agree to a long-term mortgage, you could own the entire canyon free of debt inside of 10 years. Beef will fatten there as nowhere else. And you have a market for all the beef you can raise at the Indian Agency. He smiled bitterly behind curling cigarette smoke. I grant you that. But Jack is after cash. At $1 an acre, I couldn't expect him to carry me. I have some money saved, she said earnestly. The cards have been kind to me since I took up gambling. A tithe I have given to the Mother Church. But I have $7,000 in the bank at Del Rio. It is yours for as long as you need it without interest. Her generosity stirred him more deeply than he cared to admit, but he had his own pride and his own convictions. Thank you, Rose. But I can't do that. They left the loop-loop when a bell signal from Baker's saloon informed Savoy that the mail was ready for distribution, and Rose accompanied him over to the post office. A decided change had come in the weather after the month-long dry spell. The fire, which had gashed a deep wound in the backbone of the Cascades, had pulled rain clouds in from the Pacific and the Olympic Peninsula, and awesome thunderheads were racking up in blue-black masses above the denuded summits west of Savoy. Humidity weighted the air, making breathing difficult. A few warm drops of flat swollen rain dimpled the dust, wept from the eaves of Savoy's buildings, as Rip and Rose joined the group in front of the post office annex. We're in for a good soaking, Sheriff Liam commented, scanning the ugly cloud formations. A pity this storm couldn't have come in time to put out the fire. But after the fire cometh the deluge, the good book says. Rip, sorting through a week's accumulation of mail, turned to Rose and said, I think I'll pull stakes for the homestead before this storm breaks. When the weather lets up, I'll take a pass over to Jack's ranch and see if he'll do business for less than cash on the barrelhead. I doubt if I have any luck. Rose gripped his hand. Good luck. Remember what I told you about my money. It is yours for the asking. He left her then to get his horse and took the north road out of camp on his way to Fire Canyon. Rose went back to her room for her afternoon nap. She covered her face with cloths soaked in skimmed milk, for her beauty was her chief stock in trade, her attractiveness ranking equally with her reputation for a square game to draw gamblers to her table. She was dozing off when a knock sounded at her door, and she arose to admit Sarah Long. The girl thrust an envelope into Rose's hand, and excitement made her features glow. I wrote to the Alaska steamship people over in Alaska, Sarah said, and I wanted you to be the first to read their answer. I accomplished as much by writing as I would have done by a visit to Seattle. Rose found a flint and wick and got a wall lamp going. Her jet eyes raced over the purple typewriting. Dear Madam, your favor of the 3rd inst, received and contents duly noted. In reply, wish to state that your proposal to ship live cattle to the Alaska market has been considered by our board of directors. As a speculation, this firm is prepared to purchase up to 500 head of beef steers at 3 times the prevailing stockyard prices, or approximately $60 per head, delivered to our ship on Elliott Bay, Seattle, subject to customary inspection procedures of local assessors. Trusting to receive an early and favorable reply, we beg to remain, Your servants, Alaska Maritime Corp. You see, my dream was not so foolish after all, Rose. Sarah said, exuberantly. I still have enough of Dad's crew left to take my herd to Seattle. Rip Campbell will serve as my trail boss. I must tell him this news. Just think, $60 for a steer worth only $20 on the local market. Rose handed back the letter and pulled Sarah to her, embracing her affectionately, knowing how much this news meant to the girl. I'm afraid Rip has already left for Fire Canyon, she said. And with a bad storm brewing, you will not want to ride after him. Come downstairs. Jody, the bartender's little boy, will be glad to deliver your message to him. In a darkened booth at one end of the casino's barroom, Ned Clancy roused from a moody contemplation of the whiskey bottle which had been his companion throughout the afternoon, his alcohol-flushed face fixed in a scowl, watching with keen interest as he saw Sarah Long and Rose Laranjo descend the stairs and confer with the bartender. Borrowing a tablet, Sarah scribbled a hasty note. Clancy was not too drunk to miss overhearing Sarah's instructions to Jody, the 13-year-old son of the casino's barkeep. Sarah was sending an urgent message after Campbell. To Clancy's distraught brain, that paper could carry but one item of news. Sarah was letting Rip know she had broken their engagement. A seething, irrational anger took possession of the Lazy H cattleman as he saw Sarah leave the casino on her way back to her quarters at the Caribou House. He waited until Rose had returned upstairs to change her dress in preparation for the night's gambling, and then he emerged from the booth. Incoming patrons buffeted Clancy as he approached the door, but he elbowed them aside with a blind, miserable rage filling his veins. Rain was beginning to fall over the darkening street as Clancy lurched down the steps and headed toward the rear end of the casino. He arrived at the lean-to stable there just as Jody, the bartender's son, was leading a saddled pinto into the open. With a savage gesture, Clancy snatched the folded sheet of paper from the pocket of the boy's linsey-woolsey shirt. Hey, Mr. Clancy. I've got to catch up with Rip Campbell and deliver that paper. I'm getting $2 for the ride. Clancy cuffed Jody aside, struck a match, and scanned Sarah's brief message, his contorted face gradually relaxing as he absorbed its context. Rip, please return to town at once. I have extremely important news and must see you immediately. I will wait for you in the Caribou House. Yours faithfully, Sarah. Clancy folded the missive and thrust it back into Jody's pocket. He fished in his pants and drew out a gold coin, flipping it to the wide-eyed youth. This eagle is for keeping your mouth shut about me reading this paper, Sonny. Take it along to Campbell, as Miss Long told you to, savvy. Jody Crow hopped into the saddle, his freckled face beaming under the steady patter of the rain. Thanks. You bet. I won't talk. Jealous demons pricked Clancy with their tridents as the Lazy H rancher returned to the main street and sought the shelter of Granger's gun shop porch, from which place he could see the lighted upper windows of the Caribou House marking Sarah's private suite of rooms. Within the hour, Rip Campbell would be keeping a tryst with the girl Clancy had planned to marry. A form took shape beside Clancy, and the scraggy paw of the town drunk, Jasper Prim, plucked his sleeve and extended a dirty palm. Got 4 bits to spare for a shot of red-eye, mister? My tongue's drier than a boot sole, and I got a 2-mile walk home in the rain to where my woman's expecting a baby any hour. Clancy flung the beggar from him with an oath. Then, his manner suddenly changing, he helped Prim out of the mud and pulled him back against the clapboard wall of the gunsmith's. From a wallet, Clancy took out a $20 bill. He tore it in two, handing Prim one of the halves. You get the other half of this frog skin if you deliver a message to Sarah Long over at the Caribou. Prim pocketed the torn bill and rubbed his bony hands together suppliantly. For a double sawbuck, Mr. Clancy, I'd cut my old lady's throat. What's this message? From the window of her room, on the second-story front corner of the Loop Loop Casino, Rose stared out through the rain-lashed night while she counted off 50 strokes of a brush through her shimmering black hair. Intermittent flashes of lightning flicked across the black heavens, throwing the battlemented storefronts of Savoy into sharp relief. The storm had driven men off the street, with the solitary exception of a man who crouched in the shelter of Granger's shop across the street. She was winding her hair into a glossy bun at her neck when a particularly spectacular burst of lightning showed her a second man abroad in the night. The drunkard, Jasper Prim, was sloshing through the mud to meet the man at the gunsmith's porch. As the greenish glow of electricity tapered off, Rose recognized with a start that Prim was meeting Clancy. She mused on the strange reversal of fortune, which should make the lazy tyrant stoop to consort with Savoy's prodigal. The glare of a passing wagon's oil lantern showed Rose something which piqued her interest. Clancy handed the town drunkard an object, which Prim thrust in his pocket. Then, after shaking Clancy's hand, the drunkard headed for Baker's saloon and vanished inside. The next time a bolt of lightning ripped across the zenith, the gun-shop porch was empty. Through the tail of her eye, she glimpsed Clancy crossing the Salmon Creek footbridge in front of the Caribou House. Putting the finishing touches to her primping, Rose blew out her lamp and made her way downstairs into the stifling fumes of lamp oil and tobacco and cheap whiskey which she must endure until the night's long chore was finished. A hatred for all the tawdriness which surrounded her life came to the girl. She sized up the nude paintings over the gambling layouts, the unkempt miners lining the brass rail, the racked guns and moose heads and all the other accoutrements of the saloon, and a revulsion passed through her. She felt the need for a stimulant, and paused to order a glass of claret sent to her table. As she was leaving the bar, a draft touched her cheek from the street doors, and Sarah stepped into the deadfall. The girl's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and she was wearing an oilskin slicker and a wide-brimmed Stetson which dripped rainwater on the floor. "Sarah, you must not come in this." "I know, Rose. But Jasper Prim just looked me up," Sarah said. "His Jenny's baby is coming at last. Dr. McAdam is already on his way out to their shanty. Jasper says the doc wants me to help out." A smile softened Rose's face. The pregnancy of Prim's wife had been followed by this town with increasing interest for weeks. "I won't be at the Caribou when Rip gets back to town," Sarah went on. "Would you give him this Seattle letter for me when you see him, and explain what happened? I left a note pinned to my door, telling him to see you." Rose took the envelope and thrust it into the bosom of her Spanish gown. "Of course. And I hope Mrs. Prim has a comfortable time tonight. My prayers go with you." Rose watched from the saloon window as Sarah went out to her waiting horse and vanished in the slanting downpour, headed for the shanty 2 miles up the gulch. A rare exhilaration was in Rose as she went back into the congested end of the barroom and took her accustomed seat at the blackjack table. Her arrival was being impatiently awaited by 5 or 6 of her steady customers, and in a moment she was exchanging chips for money. The voices of the gamblers touched her abstractly. Her thoughts were far afield tonight. "I'll stand." "Hit me easy." "A jack." "That busts me." Rose's mind was not on the game. Her eye ranged toward the bar, impatient because her wine had not been delivered by the white-jacketed floorman. Then her eyes suddenly widened, drawing a droll remark from one of her players. "You look like you're seeing a ghost. Place your bet." Rose stared off across the smoke-shrouded room to where a group of miners were about to open a new game. With them was the Savoy doctor, Duncan McAdam, stripped to his shirt sleeves and obviously settling down for a long play. A cold premonition touched the girl as she dropped her deck of cards and stood up. "I'll drop out this round." She crossed over to Dr. McAdam's table. "Dr. McAdams, are you not delivering Jenny Prim's baby tonight?" A round of laughter circled the table. Jasper's been bragging again, has he? Laughed the medico. No, Rose. Take my professional oath on it. Jenny's time is still a week off. I will be on hand when the stork makes his appearance, you can bank on that. A cold constriction went through Rose as she turned back to her table. Sinister events were shaping up behind the storm tonight. Gentlemen, she apologized to her players, this game is closed. I feel ill. I must cash in your chips and retire to my room. Chapter 22. In the privacy of her room, Rose removed her low-cut scarlet gown and donned the austere black silk which she reserved for confessionals and Holy Communion. A steely insouciance had claimed her. She moved like a puppet, like a sleeper in the coils of a nightmare. Intuition told her she had a tryst with destiny tonight. The mood sent her to her dresser where she kept her rosary, and her lips moved as she counted the beads for a prayerful moment. From a camelback trunk under her bed, Rose removed a rich mantilla of black lace with the scent of cedar oil on it. She draped the heirloom over her head and shoulders, and from the trunk she took a single-shot derringer. Thrusting the tiny weapon under her sash, Rose stepped out into the corridor and left the building by the outdoor stairs which served as a fire escape. No one saw the black-shrouded shape move through the dank gloom of the storm and cross the Salmon Creek Bridge. Bone-dry this morning, the shallow gravelly bed of the stream was alive with the secretive whisperings of rising waters now. She put the bridge behind her and slogged through ankle-deep mire toward the looming shape of the Caribou House. Avoiding the lobby entrance, Rose climbed the outside stairs and entered the black gut of the hotel's upper hallway. She paused a moment there, the gruff roll of thunder shaking the building, rain pounding the shingles overhead like flung pebbles. Her hand sought the crucifix at her throat, and her fingertips drew strength from the sacred talisman of her faith. She knew a moment's mortal fear, and rejected it. The fatalism of her personality was a shield and a sustaining force for what lay ahead. Her damp dress clung with an adhesive sheen to the curves of her body, as she moved down the carpeted hall, wet skirts swishing. A crack of lamplight spread fanwise under the door marked F. She saw the white rectangle of the note Sarah had pinned there for Rip. She concluded that the girl, in her haste to answer Jasper Prim's call for help, had left the lamp burning. The door was unlocked and Rose stepped inside, her face a marble oval behind the dripping lace veil. She closed the door behind her with a muddy heel. This was Sarah's living room, pine-walled and austere in the mode of the frontier, furnished with ornate Victorian pieces. A pink hobnail lamp glowed under its green shade, atop a writing desk. Chintz curtains closed off a door leading into Sarah's bedroom off to the right. A faint odor of whiskey and wet wool clung to the room, its thin effluvium telling Rose what she wanted to know. She draped her mantilla about her, its dripping lace riding her right hand as it sought out the tiny curved handle of the derringer under her sash. Her black eyes fixed on the bedroom doorway as she spoke. "Come out of there." Silence greeted her, broken by an ear-numbing clap of thunder reverberating like a giant's timpani over the storm-punished valley. A window pane rattled in the bedroom. The gale moaned under a vibrating shingle somewhere on the hotel's eaves. She waited, knowing she could not be wrong. Suddenly the chintz curtains moved, parted by a hand that held a Colt revolver. Clancy stepped out of the bedroom, his eyes squinted into the lamplight, rain's recent dampness sparkling on his coat and leaking from the brim of his hat. Drink and hate and suspense had twisted the man's face into a satanic grimace. "By God, Rose, you followed me too far this time." He seated himself on a horsehair divan facing the girl, balancing the pistol barrel across one knee. Rose's pale lips moved behind her veil. "You paid Jasper Prim to get Sarah out of town on a pretext. You know Rip Campbell is due to come here. You're waiting to murder him." Clancy's teeth glittered under his shadowing mustache. He growled, "Sarah tossed me over for that Texan today. Gave back my ring. If I can't have her, I'll make damn sure Campbell doesn't either. Rose had not known of this development, for Sarah's friendship had not reached that intimate a stage, but the news transformed the harsh planes of Rose's face, easing the tension there, flowing through her like cool air relieving a long fever. Clancy spoke again, rubbing his stubble-dotted jaw with a knuckle, his other hand hefting the Colt. I'm going to kill you. I've known I'd have to, ever since you turned up in Savoy. By God, you're... Clancy broke off, stiffening, as he saw the glitter of a derringer muzzle behind the gossamer webbing of her mantilla. I won't let you ruin her life, as you crucified me. She closed her eyes. Mother of Jesus, forgive me. She shot him in the chest without aiming the derringer. The slug caught Clancy in the act of springing to his feet, and the drilling shock of it unhinged his knees, dropped him face forward, his own gun skidding across the rug in front of him. He pulled himself up on all fours, like a sprinter crouched to start a race. Great ruby drops of blood leaked from his vest and trickled down his looping watch chain, the fat beads swelling to fall free, the carpet's pile drinking them up. Clancy stared at Rose, his lips peeled off his teeth, a vast surprise in him. You shot me, he grunted. You crazy witch. Gunpowder had ignited Rose's veil, the lace glowing red as the smolder spread. Its smoke filtered across her eyes as she turned and reached for the doorknob. Clancy's gun was within reach on the floor. With an effort that drained the color from his face, he scooped up the pistol and fought its dead weight until he had Rose's shapely back under his gun sights. The heavy gun roared and bucked against the crotch of Clancy's thumb. Through fountain of gun smoke, he saw Rose's shoulders jerk violently against her neck as the bullet smashed her high on the spine, lifting her on her toes. The shock drove her forward against the door. One splayed hand sought the varnished casing, clutched it. She pressed her cheek against the wall for support, and then her head slid down the wall in slow jerks, her body twisting half around as she slumped. When she came to rest, her head was turned toward him. Her lovely eyes held no malice and no regrets as their brilliance slowly faded. For a long moment, Clancy stared at the woman he had killed, and there was no remorse in him, only a swelling sense of horror as he felt his own life spilling out. Clutching the arm of the divan, Clancy pulled himself to his feet, listening to the roar of the storm which had covered the exchange of shots. He holstered his gun, instinct telling him it must not be left behind to betray his presence here to those who would discover this tragedy. Doubled over with the cramp of his wound, he pressed both palms over the welling blood which soaked his vest and made his way back into Sarah's bedroom. Thunder and lightning played over the invisible hills above and around Savoy as Clancy got a window sash open and straddled the sill. He half fell, half jumped to the flat slope of the hotel's back porch. And visible down there was the ladder he had used to gain access to the rooms. He skidded on the wet singles and went over the eaves, the shock of his 10-foot drop cushioned by a mound of stove wood. Hitting the mud, the wounded cattleman writhed for a moment in his agony, then searched the slanting downpour for the misty blur of lamplight marking the uphill cabin where he and Dave Odell were living. Odell had saved his life once before, in Texas. He was the only man in the world who could help him now. Chapter 23. The storm was waxing toward its climax as Rip and young Jody headed back toward Savoy. The young boy had overtaken the Texan within a mile of his goal at Fire Canyon. What news Sarah had for him, he could not guess. But the urgency of her short message was enough to keep his mare at a steady gallop, giving the horse its head through the Stygian gloom. They reached the canyon of Salmon Creek where the road bent down gulch toward the county seat, to find a shallow trickle of water instead of the gushing runoff which the storm should have brought from the burned-off slopes at its headwaters. The storm's tapering off, Jody piped up in his childish treble. An hour ago when I crossed, the creek was withers deep to my paint horse. On the far bank, Rip reined up. The rain hammered his oilskins like pelting buckshot. Up canyon, he could hear a thunderous churning of angry waters, the wrench and grind of moving boulders, the splintering crunch of logs being snapped like toothpicks. "No!" Rip shouted to the bartender's kid. "This is bad. There's a log jam up at the rapids most likely. If it had busted loose when we were crossing, you and I would have been drowned like rats." Instead of reining south toward Savoy, Rip pushed up canyon to investigate. Jody followed him with frightened wonder. When they reached the crest of the rise, a dazzling lightning burst blinded them momentarily, and the acrid taste of raw ozone hit their nostrils. The lightning discharge had struck a snag dangerously close by. The pinched-off glare revealed a scene of pure menace to them. The rock-ribbed gulch was brimming with congested waters, the creek's runoff temporarily blocked by the tons of boulders and uprooted trees which had jammed the narrow aperture of the rapids. When that backed-up lake let loose, he thought. Rip jerked the mare around and raked his spurs, flinging a desperate shout at the kid. "Flash flood coming up. We've got to warn the folks in town. When that log dam gives way, Savoy is liable to be wiped out." Jody, bent low over his pinto, sobbed his terror as he hammered after the cowboy. They passed the looming shaft house of the mine and skirted its tailings, galloped under the chute scaffolding which crossed the road, and reached the outskirts of the mining camp at a gallop. In front of the community firehouse alongside Bart and Company's trading post, Rip flung himself from stirrups and leapt to throw his weight on the pleated bull-hide rope which connected with the clapper of the 500-pound bronze bell in the cupola. The deafening tintinnabulation of the bell gonged out over the drowned valley, rousing metallic echoes which the steady drumbeat of rain could not obliterate. Jody's face was a pale oval in the murk as Rip grabbed the boy and pulled him from his horse. "You take the far side of the street. Warn folks in Baker's saloon and Bart's place and onto the courthouse. Tell them to get to higher ground. I'll cover the other side." The clangor of the fire bell, rung only in times of desperate emergency, had already brought a rush of men from the doors of saloons and honky-tonks along Savoy's main street. They took up the shout of "Flood! Flood!" and miners sprinted for their private cabins to warn sleeping partners of impending disaster. Providentially, a rift came in the scudding storm clouds, and the wan rays of a sickle moon illumined the town, showed Rip the rush of humanity heading for the higher slopes above Salmon Creek. The Loop Loop Casino was already emptied by the time he drove his horse up the porch steps. He crossed on to Elliott's Hotel and shouted his warning to the crowd congregated under its awning, and left pandemonium in his wake as he raced over the Salmon Creek Bridge toward the Caribou House. The lobby was already deserted when he got there. Upset tables revealed where a group of late diners had quit the hostelry, running for their lawn. The lights burning in Sarah's suite upstairs sent him racing up the steps. The door of room F was partially open, and lamplight revealed a note pinned to the outside panels. "Dell, have been called to Jasper Prim's for midwife duty. Rose will tell you why I called you back to town. Sarah." Sarah, then, was safe. Prim's shanty was well above the threat of the flash flood. In the act of turning away from the door, his eye was arrested by a seeping puddle of crimson which was pooled under the crack of the door. He shoved it open and stood transfixed by what he saw. Rose sat against the doorjamb, head on chest. The back of her rain-soaked dress was gorged with congealing blood. Even as he lifted her, he knew that this woman of mystery, his friend and confidant across a span of nearly 15 years, was beyond his help. He carried his limp burden into the next room and laid her gently on the candlewick spread of Sarah's four-poster bed. His eye, following a crimson trail across the rug, was led to the open window and the fresh bloodstains that blotched the sill. Murder had been done in the room tonight. Not until he looked again at Rose's placid face, chalk-white in the lamplight shafting through the doorway, did he see the single-shot derringer which the girl clutched in stiffening fingers. The dead had to wait. He had a duty to the town folk who lived further down the valley. In the act of turning away from the still form on the bed, he remembered something. He bent quickly and snapped the fragile necklace which girdled Rose's neck. He slipped the gold wedding ring into his own pocket, recalling the premonitory words Rose had once uttered, her wish that he should have that ring when she was gone. The crucifix he placed in her dead hand, after gently removing the derringer. "Goodbye, dear one," he whispered, bending to kiss Rose's waxen brow. "I'll be back. Sleep sweet." He pocketed the derringer as he quit the room, and went on downstairs only after making sure that no guests were asleep in the other hotel rooms. Further down the valley, at the south edge of Savoy, lights glowed in homes which would be menaced by the flood when it broke. Rip had barely hit the saddle when a cataclysmic roar of sound burst on his ears, and reining about, he beheld the most soul-sickening spectacle of his life. With a banshee wail, a solid wall of water rushed down the canyon above Savoy, striking the flats and spreading in a 15-foot wall of irresistible doom. A cloudburst in the upper mountains and intervening log jams along the course of the creek had backed up the lethal waters until, giving way under their cumulative pressure, the flash flood had gathered its full strength. To save his own life, Rip sent his mare rocketing up the pine-clad slope behind the caribou house. From that vantage point, he saw the tidal wave of debris-littered water strike the firehouse and topple its 40-foot tower. The bell gave out one clanging knell before it was engulfed and shattered. The log stockade of Bart's trading post toppled like cardboard, and the corrals and barn and warehouse were wiped out. The Loop Loop Casino, its windows ablaze, jolted crazily from its foundations and then collapsed askew like a house of cards. Fountains of spray dashed skyward from the stone barrier of the Sarah Exchange Bank, dividing the waters enough to spare Baker's Saloon the full brunt of their might. Granger's gun shop floated free of its foundation and whirled past the spot where Rip had gained sanctuary above high water mark. Trees uprooted like weeds. Rolling boulders of incalculable mass were driven before the foaming waters like boys' marbles. The full crest of the sprawling flood hit the caribou house, caving its flimsy wooden walls, bringing the long roof down like a canopy which floated off like some grotesque ark. God bless you. The flood swept on down the valley. Elliot's hotel rode the waters briefly, then disappeared. The roof of the stone jail stood like a rock in the face of the flood, debris piling up before its barrier. In the space of 2 minutes the waters lessened, their force spent on the open valley, and where Savoy had stood was now a draining, gurgling bowl of mud and rocks and debris, the evidence of human tenure expunged as if by the stroke of a giant broom. The flash flood was over, the storm retreating into the Cascades. The sucking waters of Salmon Creek sang the swan song of a town that in the space of 100 seconds had been swept into limbo. Savoy was no more. Perhaps it would never come to life again. Chapter 24. The morning sun found the populace of Savoy wandering dazedly over denuded mudflats and mounds of dripping wreckage, searching for vanished possessions, for some scrap of debris they could identify as having marked the site of the vanished boom camp. Baker's Saloon loomed gaunt and alone in an area scoured to the bedrock by the passage of the waters. Its barroom was jammed with splintered logs and boulders and flotsam from up-creek mines. By some fantastic caprice of the flood, its costly 20-foot back bar mirror had not suffered so much as a single fracture, its polished prisms reflecting the ceiling from its place on the caved-in wall. Rip, more mobile than the others because he was on horseback, cruised the length of the gutted valley again and yet again in search of some trace of Rose's body. But the girl's remains were to rest forever unfound, somewhere under the deep silt of the valley floor. The rocky hill slopes round about would protect her grave through millenniums of time. Miraculously, Savoy had no other loss of life to mourn, as an aftermath of the calamity which had rubbed the county seat and the homes of 500,000 people off the map. This flood would be the date from which future events would be measured. Its uneasy future was condemned to oblivion, even as Steenbart had predicted in June. With the exception of Baker's Saloon, there was little evidence that a thriving town had stood here yesterday. The stone vaults of the Sarah Exchange Bank and a lodge hall remained intact, stark under the sunlight like tombstones needing only epitaphs to become permanent reminders of the camp's existence. Wherever Rip rode, stories of heroism and comedy and pathos reached him. Of how Steenbart had risked his life to free the animals trapped in his rock-walled barn. How aging Sheriff Liam had unlocked his jail and dragged 2 drunken inmates to safety, the waters lashing armpit-high before he got his charges to the higher ground of the courthouse square. Rip found Steenbart excavating his half-buried safe 200 yards from the site of his trading post. The 1,000-pound vault had been carried like a chip by the rush of waters, and its recovery was little short of a miracle. But for a man who had lost everything but the clothes on his back, Bart appeared to be taking his misfortune philosophically. "I was covered by insurance," he explained to the Texan, as he watched seepage fill the hole where his safe was buried. "Good thing, so far as I was concerned. I aimed to sell out and go back to my lumber mills on the Sound anyhow." Rip managed a grin, remembering something Bart had told him on the eve of the forest fire. "Didn't you say you'd bought a couple of steamships, Steen? You could have launched them in Savoy last night." Bart wiped his muddy hands on his beard and fished in a pocket of his butternut jumper, handing Rip a clipping from a recent Seattle Post-Intelligencer. It carried a photograph of 2 deep-sea freighters tied up at the docks of South Bend. 6,000 tonners, Bart explained. The Nakata and the Walapa. Bought them sight unseen when a lumber outfit went into receivership down on Shoalwater Bay. Rip returned the clipping with a laugh. "You'd buy a herd of elephants if you could get them at a bargain, you old shifter," he jibed. "What will you do with a couple of steamships?" Bart leaned on his shovel and spat on the ground. "Aim to cut me a slice of the money that's coming out of Alaska," he said shrewdly. "I've got deep-water docks over on Whatcom Bay. They say lumber fetches its weight in gold dust up at Juneau and Ketchikan. From now on, I'll do my own shipping, instead of paying another man half my profits in freight." Rip moved off, spotting Sheriff Irv Liam poking around the puddled rock pile which had been the county jail. From the moment of his discovery of Rose's dead body in the Caribou House, he had decided to confide in no one but the lawman. Drawing Liam out of earshot of a group of men who were grubbing for treasure at the site of the Loop Loop Casino, Rip recounted his gruesome discovery. "She'd been shot in the back, Sheriff," Rip concluded. He drew Rose's derringer from his pocket and ejected the fired cartridge from it. "She had this in her hand. I saw blood on the carpet of Sarah's bedroom, leading toward the windowsill. Whoever she shot it out with made a getaway just before the flood hit, I wager. Her body was still warm." Liam fingered the star on his suspender strap, shock graven deep on his craggy face. The fact that Rose was missing was already common knowledge in the town, but she was believed to have been asleep in her room over the Loop Loop when the casino was wrecked by the flood. "I got a message from Sarah, asking me to visit her in the room where Rose was killed," he told the sheriff. "I'm trying to figure this thing out. Do you suppose?" The sheriff cut in, finishing his thought. "You're wondering if Clancy is mixed up in this? I ain't seen that range hog around this morning. Might be we ought to mosey up to Odell's cabin and see if he's accounted for, son." They waded the brimming width of Salmon Creek and passed the flooded basement of the Caribou House. The tar paper shanty which Odell and Clancy had rented after their return from the burned-out cow camp on the Strip was perched on a shelf directly above. Odell was pumping a bucket of water in front of the shanty when Rip and the sheriff walked up the path. The oldster had his sleeves rolled back, his arms scrubbed clean. "Morning, gents," the old war dog greeted them. "Quite a calamity last night. I'm lucky I didn't appropriate an empty house on the flats." The sheriff stared past Odell into the darkened interior of the cabin. A man lay on the bunk there, the gleam of cloth which bandaged his flaked midriff visible from where Liam was standing. "Treating a patient this morning, Dave." Odell finished pumping and moved as if to block their view of the cabin door. "Yeah. Clancy. He was down at the loop-loop when the fire bell started ringing last night. A little tipsy he was, and Clancy can't amble very rapid when he's in his cups. The flood caught him crossing the bridge and bashed him up considerable. I found him down the hill this morning, half drowned." Acting on a sudden hunch, Rip shoved past Odell and strode into the shack, halting beside Clancy's bunk. The Lazy H rancher was unconscious. The room was thick with chloroform odors, and Odell's surgical instruments were laid out on a split-pole table by the bed, glittering in neat array on a boiled towel. "You sure Clancy ain't suffering from a gunshot wound?" Odell bent a quick stare at Rip as he entered the room, the Savoy sheriff at his heels. "An unethical question to ask a medical man," Rip laughed harshly. "You speak of ethics?" Odell coughed. "No. I assure you, I am treating Ned for lacerations and internal injuries sustained in last night's flood. It's too early to tell if he'll rally out of it. I got him under opiates now." Rip's glance returned to the lineup of scalpels and suture needles, hemostats and forceps on Odell's table. They were the tools a surgeon might employ in probing for a bullet. Even a layman could ascertain that. "Come on, Sheriff," Rip said abruptly. "At least we know Clancy didn't drown." Odell stared after them as the two men headed off down the slope toward the scene of devastation. "I'd bet my bottom dollar Dave fished Rose's bullet out of his hide," Rip muttered. "But that's something we'll never be able to prove." As they crossed the creek, Sarah approached them on horseback. The girl's face was white and gaunt from a sleepless night. "A boy or a girl at Jasper's?" Rip greeted her, purposely stalling off any reference to the tragedy which had descended on Savoy during her absence. Sarah's eyes clouded as she drew rein alongside them. "That was a strange thing," she said. "Mrs. Prim isn't expecting her baby for another week at least." "How," demanded the sheriff, "did you happen to go over to Prim's last night?" "Jasper came to the Caribou House to get me, saying the doctor had already left and that Jenny needed my help. But it was a false alarm, an outright lie on Jasper's part. The doctor wasn't even there." Rip and the sheriff exchanged glances. It was obvious that Prim had maneuvered to get Sarah out of town for some obscure reason. "We'll ask Jasper why he pulled off that hoax, Miss Long," the sheriff said. "I got a hunch he was bribed to do it." Sarah pressed a palm over her eyes. "I've already seen Jasper. He came home this morning and told us about the flood. The drunken scoundrel can't even remember talking to me last night, he says." Rip fingered his gun butt, his thoughts far away. "You haven't asked me why I sent for you," she said. "I wanted to tell you that Clancy plans to sell out his Lazy H down in Yakima and buy Fire Canyon from Cyrus Jack. You've heard the strip is to go on public sale October 1st. Rip nodded and gestured off toward Odell's cabin. "I know. I've got bad news for you. Your fiancé was hurt last night. Caught in the flood when it washed out the Salmon Creek Bridge. Odell's got him up at his cabin yonder." Sarah's face altered, but her reply did not strike the men as that of a grief-stricken bride-to-be. "At least he won't be leaving for Yakima to sell his ranch today then." She fixed her eyes on Rip, her thoughts running ahead to other things. "I want to talk to you about selling my cattle to a Seattle shipping company for sale in Alaska. I got a letter offering me $60 a head after you left town yesterday. That's one reason I sent for you. Rose has the letter I wanted her to show you. As soon as I find her." The averted faces of the two men told Sarah that something was amiss. "Rose drowned last night, ma'am," the the sheriff said gently. Rip and I been scouting for her body this morning. She was the only victim of the flood, so far as we know. Sarah's cheeks turned ashen. She swayed slightly in the saddle as she absorbed the tragic news. The poor thing. I loved her like a sister. She pulled herself erect and glanced off in the direction of Odell's cabin. I'll ride over and see how Ned is getting along. Let me know if you locate Rose. After she had gone, Rip turned to the sheriff. It all fits, Sheriff. Prim tricked Sarah into leaving the hotel. Clancy was probably back of that deal. Rose went to see Sarah for some reason or other and found Clancy waiting there to kill me. It fits. It's got to be that way. Liam swore softly under his breath. Sure. And we'll never be able to pin it on Clancy. He spat angrily. I hope the buzzard doesn't pull through. Sarah will be better off if he dies. An hour later, returning from a third fruitless quest down the valley for some trace of Rose's body, Rip was hailed from the county courthouse by Barney Cole, the recorder. Riding up to meet him, Rip waited. Is it a foregone conclusion that Miss Laranjo is lost? I'm afraid so. Then alight and come into my office, Mr. Campbell. Seeing as how Rose is officially dead, I've got something she wanted me to give you, in case anything happened to her. Scowling in confusion, Rip dismounted and entered the courthouse. Cole entered his arched vault and brought out a brown envelope heavy with red seals. She left this in my keeping the day after you got back from the fire with Sarah Long, the recorder said. Must be her last will and testament, you reckon? Some instinct for privacy sent Rip outdoors, away from Cole's inquisitive presence, before he broke open the seals. A document fell out, which he saw to be the deed to Keyhole Pass. It was assigned to Rip Campbell as her beneficiary. It was accompanied by a covering letter and a bank passbook showing a $7,500 balance. Tears misted his eyes as he read the message, couched in Rose's spidery feminine hand. Rip, it will perhaps come as a shock to you when I tell you that I have been Ned Clancy's wife for 12 years. We were married at the Mission Chapel in Villa Acuna in the days when I was a fandango dancer in Del Quillo, and Ned was running cattle across the Rio Grande. When the Rangers forced him to come west, he left me behind. I followed him to Yakima, and not until I learned of his engagement to Sarah Long did I give up hope of winning back his love. I came to Savoy to hide myself. I could not bring myself to warn Sarah that she would be entering a bigamous marriage. Perhaps I shall tell her my secret one day. I do not know. I do not think Ned loves her. He is incapable of loving any woman. I will not be alive when you read this. If there should be any element of mystery connected with my death or disappearance, use this information as you see fit. I think Sarah Long's heart belongs to you. A woman can tell these things. Think well of me always. I have cherished your friendship. Go with God. Rose. P.S. This money is yours. I have no kinfolks. Rip folded the letter and pocketed it. His eyes lifted to the everlasting hills, which would forever be the martyred girl's monument. His mind dwelt at poignant length on her half-revealed saga, knowing that her letter had touched only on the edges of her tragedy. Rose's secret was his legacy, to be kept inviolate from the world, even from Sheriff Liam. His glance strayed across the devastated valley and rested briefly on the door of Odell's cabin. Perhaps at the end, Rose had achieved retribution for all she had suffered in her brief span of life. Chapter 25. With a faith in its continued prosperity as a beef camp, the town was too engrossed in reconstructing the ruined settlement before the advent of winter to pay any attention to the feverish activity which was transpiring in Fire Canyon during the days which followed. Clancy's first intimation that Sarah was making a cattle drive a month ahead of schedule came when the lazy H rancher, recuperating from his bullet wound in Odell's cabin, overlooking the flats, saw the long, russet column of dollar beef moving up the main street, heading west into the mountains. Unable to leave his bed until his damaged tissues were beyond the danger of internal hemorrhage, Clancy dispatched Odell to investigate. When the oldster returned, he had disturbing news. Seems Long is heading across Cascade Pass to Saltwater, Ned. She's made some kind of a deal with Bart to ship her beef to Alaska. According to the drovers, she stands to collect $100 a head. Clancy made some rapid computations in his head. $50,000, he mused. Dave, you can see what she's aiming at. Campbell's talked her into buying Fire Canyon when Cyrus Jack holds his public sale the first of the month. Odell, easing a coughing attack with whiskey, said nothing. We can copper Campbell's bet. You're saddling up today and returning to Yakima. You'll sell out Lazy H at 10 cents on the dollar if you have to. I want you back here with at least $40,000 by October 1st. Odell eyed his boss narrowly. And leave you here to change your dressings and cook your own grub. The only thing you'd need money for would be a coffin. Clancy swung his feet out of the blankets and stood up. His knees wobbled, and he sat down again, cursing his impotence. Doc McAdams can take care of me till you get back. You can close the deal and get back in 2 weeks. Odell grunted. And let the sheriff find out you've got a bullet hole in your hide. That's no good. Clancy stared out the door at the dust of the trail herd smoking the valley. I'll tell the doc that the flood pushed me into a spike and punctured my belly. Saddle and ride. We can't waste a day. Odell packed his corncob and got the pipe going. He wore a dubious scowl as he fingered the Yankee saber scar on his cheek. Dead sure you know what you're doing. You've spent years building up a spread down there. Don't tear it down without giving it due thought, son. Clancy cursed until the exertion left him spent and gasping. Hell's fire. Fire Canyon is good the year round. No droughts to worry about. This summer proved that. I would never have settled in Yakima if I'd known about the Cyrus Jack deal. They stayed there and argued for a long time, but in the end, Clancy got his fierce, intemperate way, as he always did. Odell really didn't care anymore. He was following a pattern of obedience set up for many years now, but still he felt a small tinge of rebellion at moments like this. Not enough to act upon, though. Odell rode out of town that afternoon, Yakima bound with Clancy's power of attorney in his pocket. His patient owed his life to the fact that Rose's slug had hit a rib and been deflected away from lung tip and liver. With ordinary precautions, Odell knew that Clancy would make a full recovery, thanks to his own surgical genius the night of the flood. Sarah remained in Savoy, living as a guest at the Jasper Prim home. A week later, an incoming stage brought word from Rip that the dollar herd had safely traversed the burn between Twisp and the upper Methow Valley, and was pushing westward through the high gap of Cascade Pass, the first cattle herd in the history of the state to cover that route. That night, September 28th, he headed into the Cascades astride his Mustang, figuring that by pushing his horse to the limit of his endurance he could reach Savoy by early morning of October 1st. Jack had advertised his sale to start at 9 a.m. He carried with him a bank draft for $35,000, drawn to Cyrus Jack to facilitate their negotiations. Together with Steen Bart's personal check for the remaining $15,000, payable to Sarah Long. At the very hour of his departure from Bart's Mills, an incoming stage brought a letter from her. Dave Odell got back to Savoy today. I'm positive he turned over the Yakima money to Ned. Please hurry. We can't lose Fire Canyon at the 11th hour. Your own devoted Sarah. P.S. Great news. It's twins at the Jasper Prim household. a 6-pound boy named Reed, and a 7-pound girt named Lucy. Jasper is so dismayed he's climbed aboard the water wagon. Rip made a 5-hour stop his first night at a timber cruiser's camp sheltered in the big woods. Dawn of the 29th found him in saddle, and when sunset put his elongated shadow down the old Indian trace he was using as a shortcut, he was midway between Cascade and Twist passes on the lofty rooftree of the mountain range. He bolted a supper at a telegraph repair crew camp in the shadow of Reynolds Peak, with the serpentine length of Lake Chelan catching the moon glades off to the south. The cool hours of September's last day paced him down the wagon road into the burnt-out wilderness of the valley. He pushed the mare until midnight, and made a dry camp near the spot where the charred wreckage of Grant Baskin's stagecoach lay rusting on the mountainside. Exhaustion claimed both horse and rider, and October's first dawn was in their eyes when they hit the homestretch toward Savoy, 20 miles away across the lowering ridges. His horse was maintaining a steady lope down the snag-bordered grade into the green country untouched by the August Holocaust, when the morning hush was breached by the report of a gunshot. The bullet's close passage was an air whip on his earlobe, and instinct sent him diving from saddle into a fern-brake hedge bordering the road, his colt palmed before he hit the ground. Every nerve of his body was keyed to a wire-taut pitch as he cuffed off his Stetson and burrowed deeper into the underbrush. A spiral of gun smoke located his ambusher as lurking in the concealment of an eroded heap of towering glacial boulders on the opposite side of the road and down the grade a few yards. Rip waited, gun cocked, hoping against hope that the bushwhacker would not shoot his Mustang, halted in the open road. He was primed to shoot the instant his attacker ventured out of the rock nest to investigate. Suddenly, there came to Rip's ears the muffled sounds of a raucous, spongy cough, the hard spasms of a consumptive racking his lungs. His mouth twisted in a grin of recognition as he gained the shelter of a spruce bole to get the sun's strike out of his eyes. He thumbed a shot toward the boulders and called out in a bantering voice, "Show yourself, Odell." The coughing finally subsided, to be followed by a weighty silence. Somewhere far off a woodpecker drilled at a dead snag. The wind was a soughing melody through the conifers overhead. "Reckon I'll hang and rattle, Campbell," a voice reached him from the boulder pile. "It's cool and safe in here." Time was running out fast for the Texan. Cyrus Jack was due in Savoy this morning to open his land sale. Minutes were precious, yet Rip knew it would be suicidal to come into the open and attempt running Odell's careful ambuscade. A curl of tobacco smoke from the medico's ubiquitous corncob drifted up from a cleft between two rocky pinnacles, betraying the dry gulcher's approximate location. Rip aimed at the sloping brow of rock and drove a shot in from an angle, heard the bullet ricochet with the scream of a plucked harpstring as it smeared off the granite. There was a sound of creaking saddle leather behind the rocks, and a moment later, the scrawny figure of Odell appeared, mounted on his line-back pony. The oldster had his arms up, his ancient spiller and burr revolver dangling by the trigger guard from his right thumb. The bloody track of a bullet had joined the puckered saber scar on Odell's hollow cheek. "Won't swap words or lead with a man who caroms a billiard shot around corners at me," Odell chuckled, halting his horse in mid-road. "I'm your meat, son." "Saltwater lies 150 miles yonder ward," Rip said. "Hit the trail, Dave." Odell picked up his reins, a rare twinge of conscience laying its sharp edge against him. When Rip was 50 feet beyond him, the old medico wheeled his mount and called out, "Campbell, you should know Clancy's up and around this morning. With 40,000 to offer, Cyrus Jack. You'll have to hurry. You'll need luck." Cyrus Jack drove into Savoy at 9 o'clock sharp with his blanket-draped squaw riding the box of his Democrat wagon. The oldster turned his rig into the shade of Baker's saloon and hitched his mules to a tree which stood at an angle to the ground, half uprooted by the flood's passage. The erstwhile king of the 20-mile strip unrolled a sheet of canvas and tacked it to the clapboards of the saloon wall. It bore a crude legend brushed on with tar, "Public land sale here now." From the porch of Odell's shanty overlooking the tent-dotted town, Clancy noted the squaw man's arrival and went into the cabin to make preparations for his first trip into town. From a black bag on a shelf, he took a pair of derringers fitted with spring-clip holsters which, worn high on the wrists, would be concealed by his coat cuffs. It was a rig he had not worn since his Texas days, but instinct warned him not to venture out unarmed. Emerging into the mellow autumn sunshine, he picked his careful and deliberate way down the path to the temporary footbridge across Salmon Creek. He was nearing the main street when he sighted Sarah riding into town from the direction of Jasper Prim's place. A shopping bag looped over her saddle horn. Hugh saw the girl dismount in front of Canvas Tent Mercantile Store. She saw him as he approached and said impersonally, "I'm glad you're up and around again. Is that all you have to say to me?" He moved toward her, all his old jealousies and stormy pride and injured vanity showing in his tired eyes. "I'm buying Fire Canyon this morning, Sarah. My offer is still open. It's not too late to share in Lazy H's new deal." "First come, first served," Jack said, she remarked. "That's Rip's horse. You're too late." A panic touched Clancy then, and he lurched past her, crossing the street at a limping run, without regard for the cramps in his half-healed muscles. Clancy slogged up the saloon steps and shouldered through the slatted half-doors into the barroom. His glance came immediately to rest on Cyrus Jack, who was seated at a poker table nearest the door. In the background, Jack's squaw, Josie, squatted on the floor, a plat of the 20-mile strip spread open on her lap. Jack was alone, scribbling on a sheaf of papers. Clancy approached the table, relief surging through him. "Open for business, Cyrus?" Jack cocked a hostile eye at the cattleman. "Anybody fool enough to pay $1 an acre for my burned-out land, I'll do business with," the squaw man grunted. "Look over Josie's plat and name your wants." Clancy thumped his sheaf of greenbacks on the table. 40,000 chips in that bundle, Jack. I want the 55 sections comprising Fire Canyon for that money." Cyrus Jack eyed the money hungrily, then pushed it back. "No dice. Fire Canyon was sold 2 minutes ago." Clancy's jaw petrified. "Who bought it?" Jones jerked a thumb toward the bar, and his hand went to his par flesh jacket in search of his eyeglasses. Clancy wheeled slowly to face the bar. Rip stood there with a bottle of whiskey and a shot glass before him, one dusty boot hooked over the brass rail. The stamp of a long and grueling trail was on his clothes, rutted deep in his haggard face, but his spiking gaze held the Lazy H boss rooted to his tracks. "Step over here. I've got something to show you." The Lazy H rancher stood like a graven image. This moment had to come, this meeting. It was in the cards. It galled Clancy to know that destiny had switched their fortunes at the time when this meeting had to be. He found himself stumbling forward, pulled by Rip's voice against his will. A slow fear cramped his stomach, his feet dragged, scraping the boards with a wooden sound. "I'm not armed, Campbell." Clancy cawed. "I'm not ready." Rip turned to Baker. "Another glass, please. We're going to drink to Clancy stretching a hang rope before the year is out. For a murder he doesn't know I'm wise to." The perspiring bartender skidded a glass down the mahogany, his face ashen. Rip reached for the glass, tilting his bottle to decant a dram of amber whiskey for his guest. "I'm not armed." Even as Clancy parroted the words, his right hand made a flicking motion, and a hideout gun appeared magically there from its spring clip under his cuff. "You had something to show me," Clancy mocked, insane lights kindling in his eyes as he cocked the derringer. Rip carefully replaced glass and bottle, his face taut. "Before you pull that trigger, I've got a little keepsake for you. Something you never should have lost. You'll want to know how I got it. It belonged to your wife." He reached for his shirt pocket as he spoke. From the pocket, he drew a plain gold ring which shimmered in the light from the back bar glass. He dropped the wedding ring on the sawdusted floor puncheons at Clancy's feet, drawing the man's eyes with it. "Rose's ring, Clancy. I took it from her dead body the night of the flood. You killed her." Clancy stared at the golden circlet on the floor, unable to tear his eyes away from it. And in that frozen instant that his foe's attention was off his gun, Rip bunched his muscles and brought a chap-clad leg up to smash Clancy's arm. The lazy H-boss staggered back, bellowing with pain, and Rip's out-swiped hand battered the derringer from Clancy's grasp and sent it bouncing across the room. He made a frantic reach for the bar to break his fall and knocked the whiskey bottle to the floor. He watched Rip's bunched fist coming, but was powerless to roll away from the blow. The punch connected with Clancy's cheekbone in a meaty, sodden impact like a sledge hitting a steer. Clancy reeled back and recovered his balance, seeing the glint of following gun metal as Rip made his draw. Clancy brought his reserve derringer from his left sleeve with all his old-time skill before Rip's guns came to a level. The weapons blazed as one, their concussion shaking the overhead lamps into pendulum arcs. Through smudging gun smoke, the frozen onlookers saw Clancy's shot pluck a puff of dust from Rip's sleeve and drill its sightless path through space to smash a window light in the back of the barroom with a splintered chiming crash. But Rip's aim had been precise, dead center to the bridge of Clancy's nose. Dead on his feet, the big lazy H-rancher pitched sideways to thump his temple against the curved rim of the bar. His weight pulled him down to the brass rail, one leg out thrust, the other doubled under him. Then his head sagged back to pillow itself in a tarnished cuspidor that caught his spilling lifeblood. "For you, Rose," Rip whispered to the ghost he felt at his side, and stooped to recover the Spanish girl's ring. Clancy's boot drummed the floor in brief tattoo, and then the reflexes left his settling hulk, and he lay in broken, slack finality alongside the counter. Smoke wisped from his derringer bore and eddying milky in a pool of air currents sucking through the batwings. Josie was crooning some ancient tribal death chant in her guttural jargon over in the corner. The whiskey bottle still rolled around the floor in rhythm to her keening melody, a fact which seemed somehow important to Rip in that moment, clocking as it did the brief span of time since death had brushed him. Rip stared for an interval at the smoking gun in his hand before replacing it in leather. The street door fanned open, and Sheriff Liam stepped inside, his eyes summing up the picture before him and finding it to his liking. "She's across the street," the lawman said, and bent to cover Clancy's blood-spouting face with the hat. "No use her seeing all this." Rip's hand touched the hip pocket of his Levi's then, confirming the reality of the bill of sale to Fire Canyon, which Cyrus Jack had signed and delivered a moment before Clancy's arrival. That paper marked the sum total of all his life's strivings, the net result of many spins of the wheel of fate. Vagrant pictures flashed across the kaleidoscope of his brain, reminding him of the cost of blood and effort that lay behind this crowning hour of his life. Ghosts stalked out of the gun smoke, demanding their turns in his memory. He thought of Fred Dane's scattered bones, bleaching on the cauterized brink of the dry falls. Of Georgie Cotton's treachery and its grisly price. Fire and flood had joined to delay this moment. Rose Laranjo had sacrificed herself in the flower of her womanhood to help bring it about. And then the reverie faded, and Rip gave Ned Clancy a last searching look, and realized then that he had come to the end of a long black tunnel, that its threats and its hazards were forever behind him. He stepped around the dead man and through the doorway, squinting against the bright glare of the October sun that touched the mica particles in the dust of Savoy's thoroughfare and turned them to diamond points. All the tension seemed to pass from him as he descended the saloon steps, walking out to meet Sarah Long, as the girl he loved ran toward him across the street. He knew then that this was his ultimate prize, the true fulfillment of all that had led them to this meeting. No words passed between these two. Her hands came up to pull his head down with a gentle urgency, and he bent to taste the full, rich promise of her betrothal kiss. The end.